no, you're turkey.
It's cool, man. I'd be willing to travel and do all that shit if I knew I could actually go up there and fucking place. I ain't there yet. In what class? The 40? 32?
You need to put together a video for that fucking arm one. You see that shit?
Dude, you would have to place at 32. I can't imagine there's anybody that's that weight, man. You're a bad motherfucker that weight. Right. Yeah.
We're just as strong as they are.
Who?
We don't go there, and we don't take it
You're
as serious as they do.
long hair.
Like, look at the way that they're competing.
Long hair.
Yeah. I mean, like, they're
Yeah, we're all just like hanging out and bullshitting and arm wrestling and stuff.
that's the thing. I'm not actually pulling. I'm not drinking. I'm not smoking.
Yeah.
I've got one deal going.
That's why I like going to Brewzkeez. It's just so relaxed. You can you just wake up on a Saturday, you're like, yeah, let's hang out and drink some beer and arm wrestle. And it's always fun doing tournament style too, because whenever you're practicing, you just get real blown up and then you're done. But
see, I'm one of those where like I would get good practice.
yeah, I don't get to go to too many tournaments though, so I always like getting practice with setups and stuff. Try some new stuff.
So you need to be doing that in practice.
Yeah.
There's sometimes I have practices where it's just slow pulling and going into a hook line and building my hooks up or top roll or whatever, but then I have some practices where I never even hear it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's just right here trying to get on the groove set up and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Last week, I was off last week, but the week before last, I went down to Kansas City for work. Steve was watching me come over to my hotel for 3 days, and between both of them, we probably talked for like 10 hours.
Damn.
And we had like 2 or 3 days off, and we came down to my house, and I had some other people over, and we all told it. Steven stayed the night, Friday night, so we pulled a little bit Friday night, but we pulled off and on Saturday until we were asleep.
Yeah.
I mean, but you can't do that with somebody that don't know how to practice. You go
Right.
and banging on your arm and shit like your arm can't move.
Yeah. That's true. Man, how's Billy feeling? He looks fucking huge. He's definitely done with 72s.
Oh, he's 90.
Yeah.
He's like 88. Like he's right there.
Are you done at 55?
Almost. Pretty close. I didn't really know I was that close because I haven't really been checking my weight. I've been pretty relaxed the last few weeks, and I didn't even realize I was like 3 pounds off until I came up here today, but they didn't give it to me, so. Plus, I didn't really want to pull 55 because I was like, I know you're probably going to go up, and I don't need to pull a 55, so I'll just,
I was trying to talk that into going 72 too.
Yeah.
If he went 72.
Yeah.
Practicing with that fucking same
Dude, that shit's nice once you get used to it.
10% more training, man.
Oh, yeah.
You get used to it, but then when you get to the tournament, you get real strapped in well.
Yeah. I'm getting slowly more used to the strap. Yeah.
No matter what, if at a high level, if I wanted to go to the strap,
It's gonna go to a strap. Yeah. Well, like I'm gonna, if we have a match, it's gonna go to a strap. So.
just like a ref script and all that shit, like you gotta get good at it because if one of the guys wants it to go there,
Yeah.
I heard Travis say that one time in like a deal. He said, like you gotta get good at the ref script and the strap. because if one of the competitors wants it to go there, it's going.
Yeah, if you
that's
suck,
so
yeah.
true. So like, no
Because
matter
all they can do, they can just fidget and fuck with you, and then they can just, you know, pull their hand straight out of yours and shit. Sometimes you'll get a guy that can just absolutely grab your hand and pull you down, but I mean, fuck,
yeah, like I said, I mean, but that's where I mean, and I've had that happen a lot. That's why I worked my whole life and get out from it. You know what I mean? Like, because that will stop it.
yeah.
Slipping's pretty easy if you know how to slip.
And when's the last time I was at a tournament, Bill? Was it the last Brewzkeez tournament?
I don't know, man.
When was that?
It's been a while, I guess. Has it?
What, like 4 months?
It's like last week, wasn't it? Last Brewskeez tournament? Shit. Like 2 months, maybe. I mean, it was like
2 months?
May. Yeah, it couldn't have. I mean, shit, dude.
It feels like it was forever ago. But Josh and Bryson aren't here. Those are guys I usually really like to compete with. Kind of sucks. Bryson? Yeah, man. I after pulled him last time, and honestly, he wasn't near as impressive as I thought he was going to be this last time I saw him, because I kind of got he got me in one of the rounds of the tournament. Because I mean, man, he swallowed my hand, and I didn't do shit about it. But we could after pull, man. I could grip real low on him, and he didn't really have anywhere to go. But that dude looks freakishly big for 155.
He's freakishly strong for 155 in his
Yeah.
spot, but he's gonna go there. There's a lot of people like that.
Yeah.
Fucking glare's pissing me off. There's like a little glare spot that's still sneaking through. That's why I got that
on the
tape
right
on
side there.
It's coming through this window up here, so it's hitting the inside of the lens.
Ask him if you can shut the.
That
which
one
is
wouldn't
it?
close. I tried to get to it. It'll go down. You just gotta just make it, dude, and then upload it, and then send them a link. Fuck yeah.
I guess get like
Seems
some.
like you know what you're doing. You got all the clips.
I need, like, on shit like that, you guys stay on my ass.
Yeah, you need like the videos where you're fucking screaming and shit too. You know, like where
you need,
get
like,
wild,
good
'cause they're
matches,
wanting
yeah.
See,
like.
that's the thing, like, that's where I need somebody else to put it together for me, because I
Yeah,
won't put
I need to get the
something
videos.
Like that about, like, I won't do that to myself.
So I got the email you said,
Yeah.
but it didn't have the
I
videos
don't
in
like
it.
doing that shit. Like, whenever I do that, it's really actually emotional. You know what I mean? I don't intend to do nothing like that.
in the moment.
Yeah, it's just in the moment. Like, that's just whatever comes out. And like I said, but then I go back and look at it later, and I'm like, man, I look fucking douchebag.
Yeah, dude, I've been there before. At last Illinois State, whenever I had that win against Bryson, oh my god, dude, I'd go fucking nuts. And I never, you know, I'm the same way. I never like, yeah, I'm gonna go scream in his face whenever I beat him, you know, if I do, because it was always so close. So I'd get that win. I'm like, yeah, fuck yeah. And then I look at the crowd and everybody's just like quiet. And I'm like, I feel like a fucking dick right now. I'm gonna go sit down. go hang my head. Yeah.
But it's almost one of those deals like you've gotta have that a little bit.
It keeps it interesting.
Notice.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, like, that's what people want to see. They want to see the entertainment of it.
Yeah.
I'm one of them people, like, that's where I've got to change a little bit. I've got to be a little bit more entertaining. I just like to. That's what I got.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're killing me moving these damn tables all around and shit. Like seriously, it's like what the fuck, man.
Hopefully, when they're done with the kids, they can move them in a little bit.
Yeah, they will. They'll go back, but will they go back where they were? I don't know.
You can just tell them to squeeze them in a little bit. In my first match, I'll try and like just move it a little bit, you know. Just pull it to me.
Whenever you get ready for the tables, just tell us and we'll go up there and move them.
Yeah. Just move that shit. Okay, on a second. We're moving your table.
Which one are they doing super matches on today?
That little one.
Who do you got, man? Realistically,
Trey.
What is it?
it's Dennis and Trey Mooney.
And what class?
They're both 190.
Just a soup. No, 72 and 9. Well, yeah.
He's
kinda.
183 right now, so he's technically
Yeah.
190s.
What are you? What are you for?
Masters. 98. Fatty boys.
Why aren't you for 190?
I'm old, man.
Get in there and clap that ass.
I'm old. No, man, I'll pull just the Masters, man. If I want to get enter 4, I would, but my elbow's not been right. It feels actually pretty good today. I don't want to overdo it and shit.
Did you get your 10th person?
I was on
in?
weight. I could have made 90. I mean, I was 90.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Did you get your 10th person in for the team sheet?
Yeah, I just put me.
Oh, okay.
You taking first, 190 open? That'd be fucking legit, dude.
Man, dude, that'd put you on the board, I think. You walk up and wax Billy. God damn. My jaw would hit the floor.
Yep, Greg Arnold's nasty.
Yeah. Dude, that kind of looks, I mean, he looks like
Luckily,
strong.
his dad ain't pulling. He smashed me. I never beat his dad. Too much hand, man.
One of these days, I'll be up on that board somewhere. I said I'll be up on the board somewhere.
What's up, Bo? I was usually here. What the fuck's he doing? Bo Edgar.
While waiting in Disney World lines with the fam. Thanks,
I guess
Bill.
shit happens.
Oh, he's having a better time than we are. Didn't get that fast pass, Bo? You messed up. Messed up bad.
I've been watching. You ain't done nothing.
Good thing we weren't talking trash.
Oh, I would have jumped in.
He'd just be like, whoa! All right. I guess they're taking the kids' table out. How many kids we got today?
I didn't see none. They already moved it out of the way.
Your boy
They
pulling?
moved it up there and they moved it out of the way.
Your boy pulling today?
No, I don't have any kids today.
Oh, hell. I'm guessing Coleman is. Man, I'm ready to just get up there, man. I didn't get the first one over with. Unless it's still in first round, then I'm going to kick rocks. I think this is the first Brewzkeez tournament in a while. You really can look around and be like, man, there are some monsters here.
Well, if Harold's pulling, I guess he's here. He's got to be pulling.
I think, yeah, what was it, last tournament? They had 2 in the super heavy open. Yeah, 2 people.
All right, let's see if the tables go where they're supposed to.
Well, I got third because I just jumped in it.
No, that one looks good.
I hate it. I try to make it up here as much as I can, but it's one of those deals where I don't really like if I go to the drum, I'll stop pulling. You know?
Yeah.
And it's one of those deals where I'm close to here, so I've been here.
Yeah. This one's a pretty good one though. It looks good. I don't know how many people we got in the 72, but the bigger classes I think are going to be stacked today. Yeah. Well, Oscar said he's pulling like every class again because Denise is here, so hopefully I can have a shot left-handed with him. Fresh for fresh, I don't think I got him. He said he's been training again. We were warming up on there. I gave him a little juice, and man, it was like hitting a brick wall. I was like, dude, come on. Dude, he can just jump off the couch and come in here and piss excellence. It's ridiculous. He had a tough one at Strongest Badge that last time, though. That kind of sucks.
He's also got to think about it, too. I mean, you can't just lift weights and come into a tournament like that.
Yeah.
I mean, like, he was mad at himself, but look how good he did against who he did against.
Yeah.
Like, you're coming off the couch.
He had so many restarts. He must have been so blown up, too. Oh, yeah. He had that big, long match with Dustin, and then he had that big, long match with, who was Dalton Duncan.
A consistently pulling Greg Allen is one of them.
Oh, dude, yeah.
All right, you guys ready to get started?
Yes.
All right, you guys ready to get started? Yeah! Woo! All right, we can do the fun part first. We're going to go over the rules, right?
You like that?
All
One of
right,
the,
come up to Tim. We got 30 seconds.
Actually, Trey Mooney, he printed it.
Your thumb knuckle must be visible. Your thumb knuckle must be visible. Your thumb knuckle must be visible.
Yeah.
Okay, your free hand will grab the peg.
Yeah.
Touch the peg at all times.
I just got one of the Country Crush handles, but it had like actual like the hands on it, and I'm not a huge fan, so I had Mooney print me off 2 of those.
You're not having a ball.
Like, is that what it looks like?
No, it's actually 2 like hand molds. You put your thumb in. I'm not a really big fan of it though because
Go.
the pressure kind
Go.
of goes like right into the top of your
2
hand
words.
like that. It doesn't really go out very much. It kind of feels awkward when you're pulling it in.
Ready before the go. Warning. All start. Win the match by touching your opponent's natural wrist to the fingertips, pad, or on the winning side of the table, in front of the touchpad. Wrist or fingertips go below the plane of the pad. It doesn't actually have to touch the pad. That's the win.
So what do you do for work, Dylan?
All right, you get warnings and fouls. 2 warnings equals 1 foul.
I drive
2
forklifts,
fouls
so hey.
wins the match.
Yeah, I work on forklifts.
Any foul in a losing position is loss. Losing position is even with the top of the peg. It's
I don't
2 inches
know.
above
I
the
actually
pad, which
right now I drive forklifts for Rule King,
is not losing
and
position.
whenever
This is
I'm
losing
still in
position.
school right
Pass
now at
slips right
Rankin.
now.
Whenever I graduate, I'm going to HVAC. I've been doing that for about a year and a half now.
Okay, if you guys want to start in a referee's grip
Okay.
or in a strap, or both, that's allowed, but you have to ask before the match starts. Just agree to it. Okay, the warnings. Said any movement between ready
Well,
and
the
go
company,
is
the
a
company I
warning.
work for, we do electrical plumbing. And we also do some kitchen equipment.
That's
So it
ready
keeps
to go.
good
He's
work
not
in
moving.
the winter too.
And I'm
When
still
things
screwing
slow
around
down.
here. That's not going to get you a referee's grip. Get you a warning for delaying the lockout. Lose contact with the peg
Or like getting my
at any point during the match.
EPA certification.
That results in a warning without stopping the match. If you don't immediately regrip the peg, you stop the match. It's a foul, not a warning.
Getting EPA certified really ain't that hard.
Double fouls.
I think I still have an
Come
EPA
stay
book if you ever
contact with
need
the
it.
pad at all times during the match. Pop up the top, you come up the side, back. It's going to be a foul. The only time your elbow up. Down here, your elbow can come off the pad as long as your tricep is still in contact with the pad. Becomes an elbow foul. The tip of your elbow goes past the plane of
You
the
just got to
pad.
set like a manual gauges or got a digital manifold. Wow.
Okay, your shoulder can't cross the center line. At any point in the match, it's a foul. Can't touch your hand. Body at any point. No, it's not. You stop from foul. Intentionally making your opponent foul. Foul on you.
I got both, and using them digital gauges, man, they'll make you lazy.
I don't have any forward movement.
You just hook it up, and you're like, oh, I got my superheat and sub
Next
going.
pass. I made him foul. That's my foul.
Like, I mean, like, really, I don't know. Like, I might get to it, remember, but
You come up here, you can't get your grip. 30 seconds or just
I could be walked through it.
we're going to put you in a referee's grip.
Yeah.
Do not move in a referee's grip. Any movement whatsoever, however slight, is a foul. There are no warnings in a referee's grip. Call start in a referee's grip, not a warning, it's a foul. You're going to be in a referee's grip, you come up, self-set, and we'll make the adjustments. We'll tell you, don't move.
Nike
Your shoulders,
Nike Bowls
tell you
back.
not to move. Any little movement in your shoulders, just back out a little bit, anything, it's going to be a foul.
Back, trying to get back
Referee's
into it.
grip, you can keep your hands open. Put your
He,
thumbs down or
for a
we'll tell
while,
you
he was
to put your
really
thumbs
getting
down. We will close your hands. Ask you, do you want to
Yeah.
cover? Tap your thumb or not? Your thumb knuckle is still visible. We will put your fingers over the top of your thumb. If you don't want to cap, we will put your fingers beneath your thumb. Foul language, poor sportsmanship, abuse towards the officials.
Foul language?
Argentina,
Oh
no.
shit! I didn't know that.
That's a foul.
I think Leonard added that on for
You
you.
used it easy.
Yeah, right. That's an amendment from last
Man,
week.
he was getting upset last time.
Every tournament I've ever been to in my life, I've never heard
Any
that.
foul that occurs at the
Never,
same
ever
time
heard that.
is coincidental.
Pretty sure they did add that because of me.
Yeah, last time.
All I did
Bill
was yell
here.
"fuck yeah." That was it.
No, that
somebody
wasn't just
said-
it. That wasn't it.
That was the main thing he was bitching about. I think he was like, "Dude, you gotta lower the f-bombs, man."
Well, the thing is, Leonard was the only one here last time, and he was getting upset because Bill had some drinks in him, and he was getting real riled up.
You intentionally
He was
slip
up there
out.
cussing and everything all
You
day.
intentionally slip out.
And Leonard was like, "Hey, Bill, the kid's here." Bill was like, "The only kid we got here's my kid."
If you,
like,
if
what
you have to
are you
keep at least
talking
one
about?
finger over on the grip. If you open your hand, slip out.
Both hands, right?
Adjustments.
Look at that specimen.
If you make a fist inside your opponent's hand, foul. That's a foul. Third one's a little more difficult. If you go into a rigorous position, you're looking for that downward movement to
Because
the table.
Brent showed up?
That's going to be a foul.
Dude, you can't come
Straight out.
Him.
Go straight
I'm
out.
gonna do it with somebody else too.
Call that
Maybe.
professional.
Oh, is he pulling
Might
left
be
too?
me again.
Left-handed.
You have to keep your shoulders square to the table at all times.
Well, if you want, you can take me out left. I think Oscar's got a better
buddy.
chance.
How are you?
Start. Shoulders are
Yeah,
square, your arm goes
we're going
right
to see
over.
each other in that overall, though.
You get out of square.
I want that buckle
Right
off the
there's about where
back.
your arms start. Stops. It'll go that way. Once
Yeah. One of these days I'll get there.
Shoulders square.
You're still on the team, buddy. Don't worry.
No.
Slap your
Still on
shoulders
the team,
square
don't
up.
worry.
Oh, dude, it's all right.
It's all playing numbers.
I don't care. It's all right. You ain't hurting my feelings. Oh, we just won now. Yeah.
In your future career, I would love to see you at 200 pounds.
If I was 200 pounds, I would be a fucking little tree trunk. I'd be so fat.
That's how Hutchins coming.
I came over and asked you earlier.
I don't know, you at 210 would be fucking.
I don't think so.
Your shoulder drops below.
I feel like you.
Maybe a lot of steroids shit in my ass.
Pad.
Yeah. I'm out on that.
And you're in a winning position. You're okay. Second,
You probably
go
feel
to
like
neutral.
crap at that weight.
Losing position, we're going to give you a warning to come up. You don't immediately come up. Just stop the match. Give
I
you a
feel
foul.
terrible.
You get one of those per setup.
Five, you know what I mean? Like I've been there. Like no.
Stop for some other reason. Restart the
I
match.
feel
You
sluggish.
go down there.
That was when I was 172 for a while. I felt real slow.
You got contacts in? Jesus Christ, dude.
Start one foot on the ground.
Motherfuckers are bright as fuck,
I don't
dude.
even remember the eyes being that blue. Are they contact?
Gotta be.
Shit.
He gets it a lot, trust me.
You can start with your foot on the other side of the table. But your opponent can kick it off.
Right? God damn.
No, they ain't contact.
Or if your
I wish
opponent
I had
complains
blue eyes
before
like
you
that.
Isn't that,
decide.
yeah, you
That's how
know?
you put your foot
He's got to
back
fight
down.
off the
My
fucking
dad and all of
pussy.
his
Back up there.
brothers.
You're
My
gonna get
dad and all of his brothers have blue eyes, and I got.
I think that's all. Anybody got questions about the rules?
I had blue eyes since I was.
Young, what'd you say,
What's
young
with this
dumb
foul
fuck?
language rule? I need to know a little more about this foul language rule.
No, you're so. Yeah, pissing everyone off. Yeah, well, since when did they add a foul language rule?
Since Bill.
You've never heard it before? Yeah, it was just since me. At least I'm changing shit in the sport. Look at
Yeah,
that.
you're changing.
I just created a new rule. Watch your mouth, motherfuckers.
Yeah.
It's my channel though, so I can do what I want.
We were sitting here talking for a while without even knowing. We were like, man, I'm glad we weren't talking trash.
All right, we're gonna start with the kids. I think we only have two, so if you guys want to come up here, then we're gonna do a super match.
Rocking and rolling.
Just three brackets.
Dude, I'm excited for the super match.
Who is it?
It's Dennis and Trey.
A couple of my teammates.
I don't think you might not be
Little
too
grudge
familiar
match.
with them, but
Why are they doing that shit in public? Why teammates pull
Kids, what two kids are pulling?
oh, why not?
Huh?
It's why not.
Give him the real go. He beat him at the strongest badge.
But Trey was
And the
kind of
dude's
like,
like, he's making excuses and shit. So he's like, we were talking shit. Like, well, we'll just do it at Brewskeez, man. Make it happen.
yeah, because Trey was like, I was tired, you didn't beat me, and they were like, all right, let's figure it out then. They were supposed to go left, but apparently they just decided to go right, which changes it a little bit, to be honest. But I think it's going to be. Oh yeah, dude, it's going to be a good one. I think it's going to be a good one.
I'm gonna get a camera in the garage soon, and we'll be able to do them there. We won't need to come here. I'm gonna get a camera in the garage soon. We'll just go live from right there.
Oh yeah.
Do these motherfuckers there when they come out. Yeah.
Hey, get Oscar left-handed then. Try it at the next practice.
You doing drink with me today?
Fuck yeah, I am. Captain and Coke. Here we go.
Are we all buy Bill?
Wish I could.
Can't even buy for Bill. I ain't buying Bill.
I still think I technically can't buy it though.
They don't know. Do they know? You pulling in that?
Stage like that.
Thank you, Chris. Crusader ready to go. I think Tyler's got this, but I don't know this kid.
God damn, Billy's looking big. Who? Yeah, Billy.
Billy Lamont.
88. Wow.
Shoulder, watch your shoulder.
Watch your hand. Look at your hand.
There you go.
Climb up with your fingers. Up your fingers.
Yeah, just keep it safe.
There we go. Hook him. Hook. Hook him. Get behind that, Billy.
There you go, flop it.
What's going is this trap. Just wearing him out at this point.
Get behind it.
Oh,
Trust me, I've been there so much. Once you get behind it, you just put it down. Can you imagine who started it? Yeah, my cooperative.
we started at that age and we were this age, we'd probably be where Dylan's at. Close to it, at least.
But who's just catching my scream out who's your daddy.
Hey, man, you got big. I beat Dylan fucking like 5 years ago, so don't take long. And he's not even, he's still going.
Oh, I know.
You know, like he's still new. That was like his second tournament or some shit. He's only been pulling 5 years. He's a different dude now. I ain't beating him now. But I ain't never gonna let that one
To be
go.
honest, I ain't beating him.
Hey, you never know, man.
Not right-handed.
You never know, dude.
Oh, fuck. Don't say that shit.
Hey, man, you gotta fucking know you can win at any time. There's a confidence jump there. Otherwise, you're defeated before you get up there, man.
You're right.
What if you don't get his jump off, man? And fucking you crack his hand. Yeah, he's running. They'll probably go back and forth.
Man, I'm surprised.
Well, I
he
wish
didn't
it would
go
do
through
one.
his
I'd
hand
get a better picture if they would just do one. And it would be just as fast.
It's like your sound is good.
Oh, they'll get through it, man.
No, I'm really surprised Coleman isn't going through his hand right there. He's getting up there pretty high. I'm not sure who's on the right here, but it looks like he's got it contained pretty good.
Thanks, sir.
Oh, nice to meet you, sir. Oh, you're good, man.
Here, hold up right there.
Get higher, Tyler. Higher.
Oh no! First round.
What are you drinking, dude? That's some Blue Moon. That's right.
I don't drink mixed drink. I'll do a shot.
Not really a mixed drink. It's just Captain and Coke.
That's a mixed drink.
That's kind of
It's like a shot with some soda, dude. What do you
It's
mean?
kind of like the definition of a mixed drink.
Mixed drink's like a margarita, right? Fucking pina colada. Or fucking,
Yeah, that's just taste you're already in.
yeah, I just drop. Oops. Drop the shot.
Soda in this.
I don't know. They're so damn expensive. I've never got into drinking. Like,
It's probably smart because
shop.
Yeah, because that is probably.
And it's the same price, you know what I mean? I'll just take it real quick because it don't taste good anyway.
The bottle's only $20.
Don't taste good anyway.
How they get charged so much for Captain?
Everybody's like, oh,
I gotta make money somewhere.
Like it's a top shelf liquor or something.
Like, man, I don't really like the taste of like hard liquor, you know what I mean? But I can drink it, you know what I mean? But like, soda doesn't mask the terrible taste of it. So it's like, if I'm gonna taste it, like, might as well just taste the shit.
Captain's delicious.
Yeah, just fucking take a few shots and be done with it. Like,
Yeah.
The only thing is like sometimes you don't know when to stop. You don't really quite know where you're at.
Bill, are they going to tap on your shoulder, or are you and Harold to do any riffing today? Because I think you guys are like the only two other official.
Oh, we're going one table at a time again?
Yeah.
Man, that's gonna suck. It looks like it. We only got 2 refs.
We'll just go back and forth.
Yeah.
I figured like
I just wish they would run one instead of going back and forth because it would make my freaking picture better.
Yeah.
But hey, man, to each their own. You can't get them to do
They
it.
could literally just stand there then, and then just like continue. I'd feel it'd go faster than sitting here.
Yeah, I think so, but you know, you can't tell. Usually it's Leonard saying that, so why now? I don't know.
It'll be interesting. We had 2 tables running.
It's because they call the on deck and then the people are up there. They're waiting. That's the concept, right? They're already waiting, and then the refs just jump over.
No one's ever.
It's not.
There's
Yeah,
always like one person.
yeah, it doesn't say that much.
What table am I supposed to be on again?
Oh, he's got that hand now.
Nice. Don't like blue.
Katie roid rage over here.
It's alright. That's a foul.
Who is the super matchup? It's Trey, huh? Dennis and Mooney.
Okay, where's our super match guys? Who do we have next?
I couldn't sleep last night.
Dude, me neither. Yeah. You want to? Well, I can't get my hand as up.
I'll tell you what.
You're literally like at their head level.
No way.
Oh, hell yeah. All right, Bill. $5?
I mean, I had it too of that dark.
$5 on a match. On a match.
Who wins?
So
Yeah.
now it's like I don't really.
I'm not
You gotta keep it interesting.
Yeah, for sure. Gentlemen's bet. Why $5? You're so rich. Jesus Christ.
Oh, I mean, I guess we could do $1. It don't matter to me. I like to.
You're 21 now, right? A beer?
No, I'm not 21. I'm 20.
Wow.
I just turned 20.
Wow.
I know, man. I know the arms say different, but
21 inches over here, bad boys. These blade loads.
21 inches. My legs ain't even 21 inches.
Imagine being in the 170s, right?
No, I'm actually right now. I
150s?
think I'm 159.
Wait. Where's Jeff Hale? I wonder how big his arms are, because they got to be close.
I'd say they're probably about like 17, 16. Because they're probably about the same size as Cody's.
For being.
And his, I think, are about 16.
And look, yeah, he typically runs in the 150s. Oh, no, this strap.
Oh, we're going to a strap. We're going
Oh,
to a
is
strap.
this actually on? Okay, I can see the
Yep,
audio
yep,
levels.
it's on.
There you go.
Come on, Dennis!
Small Town Tugs got their representation out here today.
Oh, yeah, man. I got $5 on this shit now.
$5.
Who you betting on?
Dennis.
I would take Dennis.
Dennis has been feeling a lot better since he's been getting back into it. He took a break, but he's really trying to shoot inside. If he can get inside, I think it's going to be a good one. That's for sure.
I got the ones left.
Dennis is real tricky in the setup.
Go sideways, Dennis.
Got to get his shoulder behind it if he can. Yeah.
I do like Trey's top roll though. It's pretty vicious.
There you go, Dennis. Come on.
Dennis.
There you go. Woo!
He got his shoulder in it. It didn't matter.
Where's Bill at?
Right here.
Bill Schumer?
Oh,
HD?
Yeah.
Good old high dollar over here?
My bad. I didn't know. I didn't catch. I wasn't playing in this situation. I've been like, I don't know.
Styles make matches.
I'm sorry.
That is true sometimes, man.
I feel Trey whenever I'm pulling, and like whenever I pull Dennis, it's like he just kind of stick in my hand, you know. But it's like Trey's tricky. It's like I was wondering. I don't know.
He's giving you a big gap.
Oh goodness. Oh, here's Bo. Bo decided to watch instead of be
Deep
here.
as you can, man.
Wow, Bo, you're at Disney World?
Yeah, he's sitting there waiting in line watching us.
Yeah, Tuesday I'm supposed to pick up a table for him, so
Dude, he messed up not getting a fast pass. Who goes to Disney World and doesn't get a fast pass?
There.
everyone that gets the fast pass is now just stuck in the same line. All right.
Well, I guess
That's a slip in a losing position.
strap. All right.
Okay.
That was a pretty slow slip. I mean,
Yeah.
he's really got to get aggressive on that start if he wants to slip that early.
So Dennis really wants the straps right now. Is what it seems
I
like.
told him to go inside. I told Dennis to, and I think he did, but he didn't do it like I meant to. Like he tried to go in there slowly.
He's trying to drive in like
he's
that.
giving him a huge gap, and he's just slapping him too quickly.
Oh, you mean like straight, like hit it
Yeah,
sideways?
sideways,
and fill
but
that?
with your cup. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like you can't just go off. Like you still got a hit going inside. You can't just.
That way, even if he does get a little bit of something that comes out here,
Yeah, well, I mean, like
Well,
I
the
said,
shoulder
if
movement,
he's going sideways, like, look at the gap he's giving him. He could come down on his wrist so easy. Look at where their hands are lining up. They're like this. They're right here. He's set up like this.
he's got a huge
all,
gap right in
All he's got to do is this.
all he's got to do is like
Hit to there.
dig his thumb in.
If he hits to there, his top roll puts him. He's gonna walk right into a hook.
Yeah. That's kind of what Bill was teaching me for a while because I was really wanting to get into like digging
Using
into
your
the hook.
he's using his bottom fingers too much.
There you go, Dennis. Come on! Oh yeah, baby!
Too much.
Woo! Keep that wallet open. Yeah.
How much you bet Tony?
I didn't bet Tony, but Dennis did.
Uh-oh.
He loves the Crusader.
How much money is on the line?
I think
between-
$20 for Dennis.
20?
though.
Oh, God. You guys are all too rich for me.
How much are they back?
Oh no, Dennis bet one of Trey's buddies $20.
What are they back?
Trey didn't want to bet.
We're all teammates here. It's not no buddies. It's all team.
Oh, we're all friends.
That's why he's doing a tournament. I wouldn't do nothing like that for free.
Dennis wanted to bet money. Mooney didn't want to.
Yeah, that's all right. No, I'm gonna get a piece that'll train.
He's trying anything now. He's doing.
I got you.
He's getting antsy.
That's all right. That's all right.
Oh, that looks good. That looks better.
How easy he comes there if I don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. He's got his shoulder in.
That's all right. It's worth it.
He's going in the wrong direction. That's what it is. He's trying to. He just don't know the right way to go.
What do you think he's doing? He's going like.
He's going more sideways and leaving his hand. All he needs to do is go a little forward to set, then sideways because he's leaving his hand at the top.
So right now it is Dennis 1-0, right?
No, 2-0.
2-0?
2-0.
Now we're going to the third
Well,
with the
because
straps.
his Dennis's hand is getting a little compromised, but he's still got that flat
Yeah.
hand.
He's
you know,
going like it doesn't like they're going to the arm power and that.
Yeah, and that's where Mooney's like it comes in and then it leaves as soon as Mooney tries to put his arm.
We're seeing
instead.
both wrists go back a little bit. That's what I'm
Yeah, it's keeping it flat.
Yeah.
And usually Mooney's good at that. He almost needs to.
If Mooney would just set back and wait,
Yeah.
he might be all right. But he tries to go sideways too quick.
I think Mooney's trying to get too high
Look
up
at
on
him,
his
he's
hand.
setting back. He's holding him. But Dennis is playing with it now.
Yeah, he's feeling it out.
Every time he's going sideways, he's
There you go. Yeah!
Boy, Dennis!
I guess he's ranking up, ain't he?
I'll take my $5 or you can just give me a drink if you want.
It'll be a drink because I ain't got change.
All right.
Unless your drink's like Long Island iced tea or something. Well, it'll be whatever you want. Whatever I give him.
Good job, Dennis.
Man, I picked Trey 3-0.
It's looking like a bad day for Bill Schumer over here. Did you pick out the team too? It better say Dennis at top, you know.
People don't know. I seen him try, but you went this way.
First of all, I want to thank everybody for coming out here to Brewzkeez today. Let's give Brewzkeez a hand.
That's what the strap was doing.
I'm going to read off the brackets real quick. Listen closely.
It's a down pressure, yeah.
Hell yeah, man. Good
Amateur
job.
155,
That looks dope, man. Look, I see it.
Good seeing you.
That looks cool, dude.
Yeah, you can't give that one away. It's got your name on it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Nice.
That looks good. I like that red. You earned it, man.
210, 8-year uncontested. But I moved up into amateur left 230. Mickey Miller, 8-year-old.
Oh man, I was not expecting the domination.
That did look really good on him.
Yeah.
Oh my God,
The kid is back.
Russell Jacob Fish.
It's good to see people actually come back to practice, though. Like, I don't like it when people take those long breaks. It's like they come back not the same person at all.
Amateur right 172, Taylor Grimner, Ken Ravenscraft.
We need to recruit more people, though. Like, last year's, all of us, I mean, we're all still here, but there's not been anyone from last, like, no one coming in from last year, you know, this last year. We got a few guys I'm looking at work that are. I got one guy that's got 9-inch wrists and he's probably 330 pounds at like 5'11". He's all fucking muscle too. It's ridiculous.
3-0, all right.
I bet Bill right before you just started. I said $5.
How much you bet, Tony? What is that? Is that a sweet 20?
Dude, you earned the hell out of that for sure. It's too much sideways.
Are you back to 210?
I was 199, 201 with all my stuff on.
You were looking big when you walked in here. I made a comment on it.
It's great to see Tony walk into a room and he can't walk because he's got to walk sideways through everything. Can't fit.
You don't even have to be like escape from it.
Well, like his strong, like is he'll like you know like you separate, you'll separate from you and get leverage, but you can't separate like that.
Like what I'm saying is,
All right, so we're still getting things set up for the amateur classes here.
Oh, he's feeling good now.
There's no better feeling than being 6 months.
Okay, I want to introduce somebody here.
winning.
He's important.
Winning is
Two people that are important to us.
doesn't even matter.
3-0.
Russ Casper.
It was 3-0.
Is
It's
the
the wrong
owner of Brewzkeez and restaurants. He's our host for the last 22 years. Russ Casper, let's give him his hand. And his son Jay. His son Jay is here also. So let's give Shade a hand. And Russ, we have something for you. That at the Kentucky Muscle a few weeks ago, I have these posters that are from, I brought home from Russia with a 1998 Gold Bear, 1998 calendar, and at the Kentucky Muscle, John Zink and Pablo autographed that poster for us. So
He didn't have
we
it.
wanted to give that to you.
I'd be thinking about doing something up come out the last shit I need to do. I don't care to do that.
Russ, you want to say something?
So we've got our own Dennis right here. Dennis, you want to tell us the keys to the match that you just stomped? Trey, I think we can say stomped.
Given everybody thought Trey was going to beat Dennis today. Almost everybody, obviously.
I'll give him extreme props. He's definitely strong. He's got such a strong hand. His technique, like out of the strap, is he definitely like stops me from getting over his hand at all. In the strap, I don't think he could do what he wanted to against me. So it really just let me get comfortable and just kind of leverage over him because everyone knows he's got a very long forearm. Like his forearm's just about like my fucking elbow to my fingers, right? But I kind of learned how to use it to my advantage. Just use it like a kickstand to stop him from going through me at all. But definitely, like out of the strap, would have been like a much tougher match. It would have been a lot closer.
I was curious if you were trying to intentionally slip to get into the more strap advantage.
I wasn't intentionally slipping at all, but I mean, it just happened. The only I intentionally slipped, well, more intentionally than the others, was when I went into the press and he went over. I just couldn't hold on.
Not worth holding on.
Yeah.
Never hold on to anybody.
No. Yeah. No reason to ever lose outside the strap. That's what I like to say. If you lose outside the strap, you should be slipping. Yeah, you should be slipping long before you ever get in a losing position outside the strap.
It was a great match, though.
That was. It was fun to watch.
That high record next year.
Let's give them both a hand.
You saw crossing our screen. That's Russ Casper and his son Shade.
So strong.
They did a little tribute for him.
Gives it up, trying to get
Tell you
in.
what, I've never seen a family support a young man like Russ and his Shade's mom do. I tell you what, it's a special day. And thank you guys for being part of my
Or
family.
just let him flash me.
It's something special.
You need that one more than I do.
I have no reason to do this otherwise. Amateur right 230, Braxton Jackson and Mickey Miller. Amateur right 231 plus Jacob Hish, Colin Burns.
I did not see that many amateurs here today.
Put me on the 190
Jacob
list.
Kennedy, Trevor
Actually,
White,
like a pretty well-loaded
Russell, and
pro
Will Fritz.
everything classes.
Open left 155, Jacob Malik, Taylor Brindler, Matthew Armandi, Joe Montgomery. Open left 172, Jason Coleman, Josh Sutherland, Oscar Anderson, Jacob Gwynn. Open left 190, Trey Mooney, Billy Krug, Oscar Anderson, Greg Arnold, Justin Strossner, Ethan West, Dennis Orth. Amateur open left 210, Tony Soy, Drew Bishop, Oscar Anderson, Austin Tevis, Tim Hess, Logan Parr, Justin Douglas, Aiden Walter. Open left 230, Mickey Miller, Oscar Anderson, Jacob Wood, Tony Soy. Open left supers, Cody Crump, Aaron Shields, Jimmy Vincent, Jacob Hish, Rutger Neese, Brent Ruckers, Oscar Anderson, and Mirza. Open right 155, Taylor
Dude, that
Bridner,
last tournament where he cut down to like
Jacob
210.
Malik, Charles Barrett, Joe Montgomery,
And then he looked
Clay
terrible on the
Burns,
table, too.
Houlihan. Open right 172, Joe Montgomery, Anthony Acosta, Dylan Burns, Jacob Wynn, Tommy Houlihan, Oscar Anderson, Jason Coleman. Open right 190, Trey Mooney, Dennis Orr,
I got 7 in my right and then 4 in the left because Dylan's not
Jim
left.
Gardner, Justin Ross.
Oh, yeah, Dylan's in there. So I was going to say I thought you were walking away, but I figured he'd be 150 only.
I figured I had a good chance until this motherfucker showed up.
Yeah.
I saw him at the door when I was walking out, and I was like,
Mickey Miller, Mike West,
goes, "What's up,
Justin
man?" I was
Douglas,
like, "Yeah."
Jared Pollard, Austin Wood,
Gotta be able to
Aaron
catch.
Martino,
Oh, yeah, man.
Thomas Lloyd,
Because your arm is stronger than his, but you will not be as
Dude,
explosive.
no, I would doubt it.
Anthony Riss,
Yeah.
Honestly,
Ritz,
this guy,
Colin Burns,
dude,
Louis
he's
Crump, Joshua Short, Brent Rockford, Jared Pollard, Jacob Gish, Pearson, Rutger Neese,
But that's
Jimmy Vincent,
why I was saying earlier,
Brian
if he
Coleman,
ever got like real weight,
Masters
then
like
like
198,
then all of a sudden he's in the
Bill
Long
Schumer,
Wars
Jason
too.
Coleman. Masters
But then you get to watch him versus
like
Michael Hitt,
198,
and that's a
Bill
3-minute
Schumer,
match.
Jim
Nowadays, I don't
Jason
think.
Coleman.
I'll get his opinion on it after
Masters
he
right
steps on.
supers Mike West, Trevor White.
I would like to
and
know
Clark
how well he thinks he
Kaiser.
would do against Mike Hitt right now.
So we're gonna get started.
I still have him on
Remember,
Mike,
there's no elimination
for sure.
referees today.
I don't know, man.
Did Mike go up a weight class or something?
Pat Berry, Harold Owens, and
No, but I don't think because Dylan's really gotten like better
Yeah.
and better, and Michael Hitt's kind of like.
That's what I'm saying. I got Dylan over Mike.
Oh, 100%. But
Yeah.
I just don't know how quick it would end. I don't know if it would be like
Oh,
all the way
that's what
down
you're
or if
saying.
it would be like a stop and then a readjust and pin. But I would get him 3-0 any day
Yeah.
on Mike.
Where before it was a tie or a war or
Yeah,
whatever.
back
you
in
know.
the day whenever we
Yeah.
were still at Brewskeez here outside.
Outside Brewskeez. Wow. Hey, is that your new profile picture? Zoom in on it.
Just post it online, just the art of war.
Crop out the ref and yeah, just use that as your profile pic. The look of domination.
No, I only have beef with Tony because like last podcast he talked about me. He's like defending me against Trey, because
Yeah.
the strongest badge.
Yeah.
And all I say is 3-0. I'm like, I'll show you 3-0. I'll show you 3-0.
I'll show you 3-0. Show him 3-0. You're gonna learn today. Was it his? It was his training day, right?
What the fuck? Wait. Right.
Oh, was it the picture I sent?
No.
All right.
Oh, did you read that?
I did.
So we're seeing some people warm up.
Yeah.
We got Drew Bishop, Brent Rockers, and Razad. Is that? That's not. Michael, is it? No, that's not him.
No.
Warming up. Oh my God! If this is first.
You want to warm up, Bill?
Amateur 230s got real good recently. Golly.
I want to warm up my right.
Yeah, we're doing great.
Yeah, got it.
I'll be waiting on my drink over here.
You probably owe me a drink or something now too.
So we just got to watch Drew Bishop pull in Minnesota.
$5. And he goes.
He got
"Hell
third
yeah."
place
I
in the
said,
super heavies. Drew pulling at 210.
I should have like yelled over. Hey Tony, $100.
You know, took a tough loss to Jake Wessel and Brett Hammond.
Who are you talking about?
Drew Bishop at Minnesota this last weekend.
Right-handed?
Right-handed, yeah.
Really? Is
Yeah.
he feeling himself or?
Always feeling himself. No, I expected Drew to actually win the supers at Minnesota, but then Brett Hammond is a strongman who's converted over to arm wrestling, and he's been pulling for about a year and a half. He won Wisconsin State the week before.
Oh.
And then with Jake Wessel, who I didn't know about, well, now I know about him because he just crushed everybody, wrist curled them all, and then.
Dude, I feel like strongmen are just so good at arm wrestling because they have so much like joint integrity because of how fucking big they are and how much they have to do with their shoulders all the time. They got to have so much structural integrity, and then all they got to do is work on their hand. They already have grips like a grizzly bear, But
And now, speaking of that Brett Hammond guy, I expected him to do the inside pulling because all the joint, like you're just saying, joint integrity, shoulder strength, chest strength, side pressure, great everything. I watched Brett Hammond top roll Jeff Dabe like it was butter.
Jeff Dabe.
Yes, the only time I've ever seen Jeff Dabe get top rolled.
Wow.
And then Jake Wessel pulls Brett Hammond down like it was nothing. Just pure wrist wrench, cupping strength, crushed him in.
Nothing amazes
Turn
me
him over
more
on
than
his
this
bicep.
sport sometimes because, dude, you think some guy's the man, and then next day he gets flash pinned by a guy he never heard of.
Yep.
I mean, it's just there's always a bigger fish in this sport. The only person you can say is the absolute megalodon of the sport is like Levon, and even then, people are thinking Devin's gonna just absolutely beat him.
Yeah.
It's gonna be such a good match, I think.
Now, bringing it back to Western pulling, though, I mean, we only have how much participation in this sport in the
Yeah.
U.S.? There's only about 20,000 pullers.
Yeah.
if we had basketball-sized numbers.
Oh my gosh, dude, you'd be reaching people out of the swamp that you'd never even heard of. That would just come up here. I mean, like Isaac. Like
Isaac Foreman,
comes,
for sure.
He comes straight off the farm with arms the size of my head and says, "Yeah, I'll give it a shot." Runs through everybody on the table at a tournament and says, "Oh yeah, that was pretty fun. See you guys." Leaves.
Yeah. Isaac is going to be interesting to watch probably within the next year because he's already in like the honorable mentions for the 170 class. Or wait, 190 class, isn't it?
Well, the thing is that he pulls 190, but he could pull 172 if he just took his boots off.
He weighs 178 actually walking around fully clothed. So it's...
he had boots on, big old jeans, and stuff in his pockets. He steps up there, it was like 177.
The man is built like a straight V.
Yeah.
And then his biceps and wrist are just... How do you get that from just working or, I don't get that. But we see that kind of talent here in America all the time. We see baseball players all the time, college washouts, whatever, strongmen, all these football players, power lifters, and they come over to the sport of arm wrestling. It's crazy. Blows me away.
I mean, arm wrestling is such a feel-good sport. I mean, like, you just get to go to a place with a bunch of guys that are all pretty cool, and we like to just hang out and talk about stuff. Nobody's ever really very spiteful, too bad at least. And you just pay money to go up there, and there's so much technique that people figure out. You get a guy like me that looks a little bit smaller compared to bigger guys, 160 pounds or so. I go up to school, and there's
the real David here.
Yeah, there's these guys that like Cody, my buddy, who's like 6'4", 250. You'd expect him to come up there and just put me down. But you get angles and hand strength, and you're like, wow, that's just crazy.
Yeah.
And I think it brings people in once they figure it out. But then you look at guys like Brent, and you're like, oh my god.
Yeah, whenever I'm trying to recruit people, they never realize this is more of a team sport than they just always assume it's like solo by yourself. It's all about, gym pride and being strong, and then they don't realize there's a whole strategy to it. And then you just mentioned how like practice goes.
Yeah.
It's all guys talking and enjoying each other's time and getting stronger together, but it's more like CrossFit. It's definitely a cult. The cult of arm wrestling.
Exactly. I mean, I never would have figured out.
I'm drinking the Kool-Aid.
I never would have figured out near as much if it weren't for you guys, and especially Bill. Man, he'll take me aside and he'll just show me how to do things and set up and just help me out because he's like, you have this power, but you need to be able to use it.
Yeah. It's so hard to recruit people because of that. They just assume or have so many misconceptions, preconceptions.
And you also got to take the time.
Yeah. Everyone takes their lumps.
Yeah.
It's just like Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. You're gonna suck for the first 6 months.
Yeah, first
least.
6-7 months. You start going to tournaments, so you figure it out.
We got Cody Crump over here. Cody, how was your experience starting out with arm wrestling? What did you expect, and how'd you go along?
Well, I was practicing with Dennis and Jacob, and they said I have no hand or wrist strength, so they showed me a video of Jerry Cataract, and the rest is history.
The rest is history.
Now I just flopper his press.
He started his press because he didn't have any hand strength at all.
Now he started off his Hall of Fame career, and he's somewhere in there.
He's got some good hand strength now, man. He's come a long way, that's for sure. Well, because we knew Cody was going to be a beast because he's just got so much size. He could grow into it so well. Them blue eyes aren't the only thing he's got on him.
Hey Cody, you still remember Tim Lewis? He still won't pull me. I see him at every tournament. I go up to him, I'm like, hey Tim, how you doing? Won't pull? And then he'll walk away.
What happened?
I don't know. Cody remembers this story. I was king of the table. I had just beat Cody. I think it was right-handed, whatever. And Tim walks up to our table, and I'm like, oh, so Tim Lewis is gonna pull me next. Then Tim looks at me. He's like, no, I want that guy. He points at Cody, and I'm like, but I'm still king of the table. And that's the story of me and Tim Lewis ever since. Still won't pull me. I'm like,
yikes.
Tim, I know you'll win. I just want to pull you. I just want to feel the strength.
Yeah.
Know where you're gonna go. It's all right.
Man, look at Brewzkeez. That is a specimen.
He's got a Gateway polo with his name on the back.
What? How do I get that?
You can go to armfighter.com and go to the merchandise.
Oh my gosh, you really can.
Yes, you really can. That's where I got my hat
Do we have
from.
a discount code?
No, there is no discount code. You pay full price. Unless you're sponsored by Armfighter, then you get shit for
Hey, do we
free.
have a discount code for Armfighter real quick? 10%, 15 points.
You buy in bulk?
They run them all the time.
Really?
I can look it up. I can tell you when they do the way it is. The only way I can schedule it makes sense with yeah, you get like a
Oh, whenever I bought those shirts, this jersey actually, they gave me the hat for free because I told them, hey, my logo was off, and I called them, and they said, get it for free. I was like, awesome. And then they gave me my hat for free too. Which
Come on, guys.
which Patrick?
Work with me.
Which Patrick? Bear?
Patrick Berry.
Okay. Mike West, it's good to see your YouTube channel. I've been watching your YouTube channel, watching some classic hits.
I've had a stack about this high of DVDs that I have done over the years on my desk, and I'm like, I'm going to get all these done and get them up on the And that's just the ones I've talked to Bill about it. I've got a
When you win your
lot,
match, please make sure that I know that you don't drop it to the
videos.
beach side.
So, but this is just what I've already got that's kind of been edited, DVD'd. So I'm uploading those just to get them off my desk.
Gotcha.
So I don't have time to do all the rest of them yet. So.
Hey, that's the way to get big on YouTube is to just have consistency of always uploading. And so, I mean, if you get all that up there, before you're finished, it's going to be...
I think I've got 130 or maybe 140 subscribers.
Oh, really? Hey, you'll probably get over 1,000 pretty easy when you're said and done.
I'm not all about keeping content. I literally want it to be an arm wrestling archive.
Yeah.
So people can go back. It's amazing to go and look at some of the older older tournaments and stuff over the years where some of these, some of your elite guys nowadays were first starting.
Yeah.
And watching them back then is like, oh wow, he really sucked back then. But it's to me that's the archive of everybody's matches at a tournament, that type of thing, and all the I've been to a lot of tournaments in 42 years.
Yeah.
And I started videotaping them in '87. So.
Well, we got Gary Roberts, we got Eric Rossini, and we got you. So we need all the history we can get. There's a lot of new people coming in that don't know anything.
Gary has actually got, when Gary was up and running, Gary's got a lot of my footage that I would do and then upload to Arm TV for him. I'm going through a lot of boxes.
all the how old are you going? VHS.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I told Bill earlier. I said right now I was going through the list the videos the other night. I'm into my 4th box.
Let's go, sweet
I've got a
tea.
dozen boxes, but I got 4 boxes that I've been through of VHS so far, and there's 84 so far. And I'm not done going through the VHS. And then I've got high 8 tapes, and I got mini DVs and
all sorts of stuff.
Yeah.
So much, but there's so much content and like just juiciness that's right there.
Oh yeah.
I want everyone to like respect the history of the sport. It's great. It's great to see that stuff.
When I first started doing the videotaping and I was training with Terry Spine, Terry's like, videotape everything, and that's what you learn from.
Yeah.
You go back, you watch, you see what you did right and wrong and what your opponents are doing. And it was a great tool. And I've always been a firm believer doing it, and just for the, archiving the sport itself.
Make some noise out there.
So that's why I'm trying to just, I can't constantly be working on putting up. I do it at night when I get home from work, and I'm sitting there and I'll, throw one up to Adobe Premiere and let it upload, and there's a lot of video to go through. So.
Oh, for sure. Now, wait, what was I going to say? Now, with the evolution of the sport, do you think it was easier back in like the 90s and early 2000s than it is now? Do you think it's tougher competition?
Easier to do what?
Like competition-wise, do you think the competition is tougher now, or do you think it was tougher back then?
Well, the competition back then was tough.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm talking back 80s, 90s, early 2000s stuff. It's always been tough competition. There's always those guys that are just the elite.
Throwing fire out up there, man.
Ones that are going to win.
And of course,
but now there's just so you've got and you're still going to go to a tournament where you've got your 2 or 3 guys in the class are the ones to beat, and then all the other guys that are in there with them. But it used to be. I remember back in in the 80s and the 90s, you go to a AAA Nationals, which was the biggest tournament in the country, and it was everybody wanted a national title. It was nothing to have 25 to 30 guys in your weight class.
Yeah.
With a lot of weight classes, and everybody having that number of of guys in their weight class, and it's like there'd be a whole lot of guys in that class to beat, not just 1 or 2, So
you're pretty tired at the end of the day.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that finals match has got to be.
Yeah, and you would, and with AAA Nationals, the way they used to do it, you'd have Friday night competition with the Masters and the left-handed classes, and then all right-handed open classes the next day. So when you were pulling like someone like I did, for the last 20 years of pulling in the Masters and the Opens, I pulled Friday night and then pulled the open class the next day. So Yeah, you're really tired by the end. And then he would have the after party, you know. So yeah, it was great. It was
The
great.
after pools where the real champions are made.
Yeah, I mean, I literally would not walk out of there until the smallest guy in the room was beating me, and then I'd go to my room. And that was
That's
it.
how we go.
Yeah, that's how that's how you get better. That's how you work at endurance. So, big family.
Yeah. Well, hey, Mike, it's great to see you here.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting to even see you today.
I didn't decide to come till Wednesday
That's the way to do it.
after my Tuesday night workout. So I'm like, oh, okay, I'll try it.
Might feel fresh enough by Saturday.
No, I don't. I've figured that out just a minute
You
ago.
haven't been fresh for 40 years.
No. So we'll see how it goes today. I'm pulling 2 classes. We'll see how it goes.
So what is that? 210 and then 230?
No, 230 and
Supers?
230 right and the super heavyweight masters.
Gotcha.
So
Well, it looks like a murderer's row today on the super heavy side.
yeah,
But
I
you're
thought,
you're avoiding that. You said super heavy masters, right?
super heavy masters. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought about jumping up, but I'm like I said, I just worked out Tuesday night. I'd like to go home with it attached.
Yeah.
You know, so. But
Like to be able to raise your arms to the steering wheel. Kind
yeah,
of thing?
since I'm driving, I guess I better be able to get my hands on the wheel.
Those are the best practices when you can't
Oh yeah.
you can't raise your arms anymore.
Yeah, that's why you don't pull with both hands so you can actually drive home.
I do. I grab my steering wheel at the bottom. I like double bottom steering wheel kind of guy now.
That's a good, comfortable place.
Yeah, right.
You can use the top on the way there,
Wow.
use the bottom on the way home.
Lean over on the center console.
Yeah, yeah, that's how it works.
Who we got right now? We're watching the amateurs pull. So who you all bring with you today? You're not out of Kentucky. You're out of Indiana, right?
Indiana, Southern Indiana. I brought Harold with me. Harold came and he's reffing today, and Joe Montgomery pulling the 154 right and left open class. And I think he jumped up in that 72 class also. So.
Gotcha. Is Harold pulling at all today?
No,
He's not?
No, he's just reffing.
Just ripping? Oh my god! I wanted to watch Harold pull.
Well, I thought he was going to when I talked to him. He came to my house last night and stayed there, and then we left early this morning, and I thought, he was like, yeah, I'll probably pull. And then I went out and woke him up in the truck a little while ago to get him to come in for weigh-ins. He's like, nah, I'm not pulling. I'll just ref. I'm like, dang it. Oh, Harold. So, but I'd have probably jumped up in the heavies if he'd have jumped in there, but I didn't.
Friendly competition.
But it's been a while since he's beat up on me, so I'll give him another shot at it.
He doesn't beat up on you on a weekly basis?
No, we don't.
Go to practice together?
No, we don't. We're about 2.5 hours apart.
Really?
He's in Indy, and I'm literally right across the river from Louisville, Kentucky.
Okay.
So we're about 2.5 hours apart, but we try every 3 months roughly, to try to get a big practice together. He brings his guys down, and we have, big practice that way. And I've been up to Harold's quite a bit and trained, more one-on-one stuff with him and stuff over the years too. But not as much here, recently, because I've got so many guys that show up. I'll have anywhere from 8 to 20 guys that'll show up on a Saturday afternoon for practice.
Yeah.
So and it's really hard to kind of herd all them up and go up to Indy for a practice up there when it's easier for them to come down there with their smaller group. So
makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh, this is left-hand amateurs.
Yeah.
I was 1-1 with Josh Short over there on the left, and then he got me at Kentucky Muscle.
Oh.
I was irritated about that. I told him I'd come pull today, but I'm not. I just got a side pressure machine. I'm modifying something into a side pressure machine, I should say. But I just got that gym equipment last night, so to lift that, I couldn't carry it like a normal person. I had to row it into my house, and so my back is all killing me today.
Well, yeah.
So I was like,
we don't have to be smart to be arm wrestlers. Okay. Trust me. I spent the day yesterday afternoon swinging a 16-pound sledgehammer, beating on steel with it, and I'm like, why am I'm trying to arm wrestle tomorrow. My wrist will be trashed. So we'll see how much wrist I have left after yesterday. But
I just keep hearing stories of the endurance of Mike West. And it's like, never ending. It's cool to see the big endurance guys though in the sport.
Yeah, it's you get it by doing it. over and over, and not worried about losing, not worried about, just get up there and pull till you can't raise your arms up anymore.
King of the table until you die.
Yeah, just and we talked about on the way here actually was talking about my endurance over the year, and Harold's remembered, but for me, I tore my distal bicep tendon back in 08 out in Tahoe. Before that, it was almost effortless for me to sit and hold someone. I was not an offensive puller. I was all defense, catch them, hold them, and go, and it was effortless to hold them there. Now, since my bicep repair, I can still sit and hold, but it's not effortless. I got to work at it a little bit. So that's kind of aggravating for me. I mean, I feel like my endurance is good.
Yeah.
But it's not.
You just got through winning fucking 10 golds and that, didn't you?
It was only 5.
Oh, only 5. Yeah, my bad.
Well, I didn't
so
hold.
it's left with all the medals.
But
sometimes I get all the participation trophies here.
Yeah.
No participation for him. He won them all.
He won them
Did you
all.
lose
He
the
earned
match
them
the whole day?
Yeah, I actually did. Tim Talmadge had beat me one match in the 220 open class, put me in the B-side second round, and then I lost on elbow fouls to Danny Gillian in the
But you come back and beat them both.
to 220 Grandmasters. Yeah, heavens, I must have pulled Danny Gillian 5 times there that day. Between the Masters, the Open, and the Grand, oh my gosh, we pulled forever.
Yeah.
And every one of them was a war.
Well, and you guys have the same styles too, where no matter what, it's gonna be a war.
It's gonna be a war. And the one match where I fouled out, I was setting up and tried to top roll him, and my elbow came off the front of the pad both times, and I'm like, oh. He's like, you trying to top roll me? I'm like, well, I was trying, but apparently I'm not very good at it. So yeah, it was a good day. And after pulling all the Masters classes first, and then trying to pull in the Open class, I'm like, this will be fun.
I can only imagine.
But
I can't pull and then sit for a long time and pull again. I cannot.
Yeah, it was challenging.
I pull cold and then I get warm by pulling it, but if I go cold again for like the finals round,
it's horrible.
I can't do the cold, warm, cold.
No.
It's hard for me to stay focused that long. It's not the arm thing or anything like that. It's just I lose interest.
Well,
I'm ready to go, but then I lose interest throughout the day in my mind. I'm just not even paying attention to it.
Yeah, I'm much better once I warm up to stay warm.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't care to line people up. I wouldn't. It would be fine with me if you took everybody in the class, put them up there, and just let me pull them. Just go at it. I'm fine with that. But to sit down and get cool, and then get up there and get hammered by something, oh my gosh, it's horrible on my arm. So warm me up and let me pull. Don't continue. Don't set me down and make me wait, because
that's why I like nationals and stuff, because they run it all the way down to the finals.
Yep, run it down to the final 2, go to the next one.
Then they pull finals. I
Yep.
love that because unless you get into a banger or something, your arm's fresh. You know what I mean? But
well, you do. Your arm is always fresh because you're always flashing everybody.
Well, that's why I do it.
Mine is.
I'd rather
stay in the tournament longer.
Yeah, I mean, if I was to sit there and let them guys get into their power, I would have to sit there forever,
like me, because I don't hit.
I care. I see some of your matches, and I'm like, I watch it, and what goes through my head is how miserable that must be.
Well,
I'm being for real. I swear, it hurts me to pull that hard for that long. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know. Maybe it's after 40.
It's just people have different strengths.
Yeah, well, they do. Yeah, but I've always been the one that was like, I didn't want to get up on the table and beat you because I was quicker or because I was smarter. I wanted to beat you because I was stronger than you. And if it was just dig it out in the middle of the table until somebody wins, that's what I wanted to do. Now, I've tried to get smarter over the years and realizing, you can't, at a national and world level, that's not a very good strategy. That's just not.
There's always a bigger fish.
Yeah. The way I look at all that is it's one of those deals where, a lot of people, they think it's just speed with me winning real fast. A lot of times, if you go back and really, really look at my matches closely, a lot of times they're hitting before me. But I'm going the right direction, so it's fast. You know what I mean?
So,
and it's like
anybody that thinks that you're just speed, they've never grabbed a hold of you.
Yeah,
Michael hit matches where they go to war. Those are always fun to watch.
Yeah.
Because we don't usually get to see you go to wars. But those are like, we get to actually analyze you for a second.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, this isn't a 1 second match.
Yeah,
This is
I think I've probably had the biggest wars right-handed with Mike for sure. My left arm, it gets in fucking long matches all the time though. I've had way more long matches left-handed than I ever have right-handed.
And you flashed how the fuck do you say his name? Brewzkeez? Yeah, you flashed him, right?
Yeah.
You shouldn't have to worry about your speed though, right?
Yeah. I mean, I didn't flash him to the pad. He stopped me.
Yeah,
he did stop me.
But he never got him pulled back up. That was, he just stayed on top of it.
But no, I mean, like I say, he's it's just one of those deals where, like, even in the Palco matches, most of the time he was hitting first, but he was hitting right where I knew he was coming. Like, I knew exactly, like, you go study Kevin Palco.
So it was easy to engage where you were.
Exactly, because he does one thing. I mean, I had him trying to top roll with me. I've never seen him try to do that, ever.
I've still pulled Kevin. He's a very strong dude.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Kevin is a very, very strong dude. But I mean, if you just know how to defend the one area where he's coming, you can go around it. You know what I mean? Like, and I mean, it's just one of the, which, like I say, I have nothing but respect for him. You know, he's strong, but it's like one of those deals where it's like, I don't understand why people keep doing the same things over and over.
I was very, very bad for that for decades.
Yeah.
I was a very defensive puller. I had no speed. A lot of that was simply lack of confidence in my hand. I didn't want to go until I had control.
Yep.
You know.
Yep, 100%. And I get it because, see, whenever I first started, I was just hooking. That's all I could do. My hand was so little and small, you know, I couldn't top roll nobody. I didn't know how to top roll until probably a year and a half into the sport. I didn't know how to top roll at all.
Yeah.
And like then I figured out it was easier that way, and I made myself do it. Like, okay, you know how to hook, so do something different.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like in practice, I see somebody that's a monster hooker over there. They're hooking everybody. So man, you know you're a really good hooker. Why are you hooking?
Yeah.
What are you benefiting from that?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, cause I know me, like if I go into hook, I know, like if I go into my spot, yeah, I'm strong and I can beat people. But the thing is like, why am I doing that in practice? Cause I need to be so burnt in areas where I've never felt it before. I want to feel new pains. You know what I mean? Like, if I feel something new, I'm like, man, I really got to get practice in.
Yeah.
That's why we've already seen you not be the same person you were last year. You've already grown because you are forcing yourself into uncomfortable spots and practices.
Yeah.
And you're growing as a person all the time.
Well, I think a lot of it's an ego deal. Going to a practice and getting beat on the whole time because you're trying the same thing and it's something you would never do is miserable.
It's a very mental sport.
Everybody else's ego just blows up. They're like, oh, blah, blah. But I mean, like, it's one of those deals where, like, you just got to remember that it's different. Like,
check the ego at the door.
It's practice.
Yes, 100%.
That's the whole point. It's practice. This is where you learn to get better.
Around 5 years.
5 years?
Yeah.
So I mean, like, if you're a rookie, you gotta learn where your grooves at, get strong.
No,
so that's fine. But then, like, once you're out of that, like you got, like you're saying, you gotta change it up. You can't plateau.
Exactly.
You can't live in the same spot.
That, and then I see so many people trying to pull like somebody else. Like, oh, I want to pull like Mike, or I want to pull like anybody, Devin, or anybody. You know, and it's like, man, they have practiced that for a long, long time to get as good as what they are.
And they've got that size or that
their
length
style.
or that.
Yes, there's something to it that makes it work.
Everybody
for them.
can't pull.
No, you cannot. Like, and that's why I try to go around and I try to take a little piece from everybody. Like, somebody gets on the table with me, like you can explain something to me and I don't get it at all. We get on a table together and you show me one time and I get it. I feel the motion. You know what I mean? And like, if you can, I might use half of your setup with another one of mine. You know what I mean? Like, make it my own. You know what I mean? Like,
always experimenting.
Yes. I mean, that's the way you gotta do it. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Like,
that's how you get better.
yeah. I mean, like I say, if you can take a little piece from everybody, then you're doing something different that nobody's seen.
I mean, my first year, I literally just experimented every practice. I never pulled the same person twice, ever.
Yeah.
So it looked like I was doing real bad. And I was like, you just grow stronger and stronger.
Yeah.
I like the idea of experimenting with everything you do. Like just,
That's what I did in 2008 when I tore my bicep. And I had to have it fixed, and I rehabbed that and came back. You know, when I did that, I thought, oh heavens, it's taken me 30 years to get that strong there, you know. so when I started doing my rehab and trying to train it and get it back, I thought, you know, this is a really good time for me to change things up a little bit and not be so catch-you defensive. So I started working on more back pressure, top rolling, and getting my hand control, being more comfortable. I took a whole lot of butt whoopings from people that shouldn't have, simply because I was like, I'm going up top, I'm staying there, win or lose, until I got comfortable with it. And it's like, now I don't feel so bad.
And that's the mentality you have to push yourself to, because it's so easy when you're in practice to do it, okay? But then you get here at a tournament, and you get up there, and somebody's trying to, you're showing top roll, so they're trying to shut it down. And you're like, oh, well, I'll just go there. Because that's naturally where you want to go anyway. It's one of those deals where you got to force yourself to do it and build the confidence in it. You know what I mean? And it's tough. I mean, nobody wants to do something they're uncomfortable with.
I still have a hard time, and I've had people do this to me. You know, I'll get up there with the intent of top rolling them. I'm set up for it. That's what I want to do. And they'll want to force a hook. And I'm like, you know, I have a really hard time mentally for me not to just roll right. It is so mental for me. And after that many decades of just hooking everybody, and then all of a sudden this guy wants to go in there and I'm trying to keep him from doing it, oh man, that is so hard for me. It is. My arm is just automatic, like, oh, that's where we got to go.
The thing is, though, is like where you're going into that hook, and yeah, you're probably still beating them because you're so strong there. If you were to just let them chase you and you take absolutely every bit of it from them, let them chase. It's so easy. Like when you're a hooker and somebody's trying to hook you and you don't let them, it's so easy. I'm being for real, because you know what they're doing. That's how I started out arm wrestling. It blows my mind when somebody tries to hook me. It's like, man, like I'm really good at stopping that, because I know how to do it myself. Like I like to do that too. So like I feel your pressures. I know exactly where you're going. Like you're gonna run right into something. I mean, like unless you're just stronger, I guess, and can go through.
Well, and you got, you know, I've had people over the years tell me, so, you know, well, hooking, there's no technique to a hook.
Oh, there is.
You know what?
I think you got to have a stronger hand to be a good hooker than you do a top roller.
Because that's how you force them in there.
Yep.
That's simple. You know,
shut down all them strong hands.
Crushing cup strength is where like all the hook is starting, and like that is like I think to get around. Like I set my pronation up to get my cup, so I don't have to, like I can last throughout an entire tournament with the same cup strength I had. Is to rip this open is so much harder than to set it up to get to it. There's so much. The angles in a hook, the pressure where you put the pressure in the hand or the wrist or the shoulder, all of it. There's so much stuff you can do in a hook, and even for me, I want to grind in there but I can sit and take a whole lot of your hook away from you and still stay in there, but take some of it out of it.
And and sometimes you've got to do that if you can't take somebody's hand. Like I said, that's where it's just. That's why, like, it's just one of those deals where it's so good to practice everywhere. That way, no matter what happens up there, you're comfortable. You know what I mean? Like,
you got to take your losses to get better. That's,
100%.
You know.
So, how much side pressure training are you guys actually doing, like, weekly?
I do I'm just really honestly getting back in the last 4 weeks of actually starting to weight train again. Because I spent so much time working on a house and all this, just work and life. But I do a lot of my side pressure workout in practice. Literally, and pulling with the guys and just letting them hit, working on their hits and working on their good positioning, and use all side pressure to hold them. And it really works my side pressure a lot, because I've got guys anywhere from 138 pounds to 310 pounds. So it allows me to work a lot of side pressure that way. And plus I've got my machines and stuff that I use when I'm doing my weight training, where to develop my side pressure. I use a lot of it on the table anymore. And I started doing it when, I realized, you can't, when I was, 08 trying to redo everything. I know, I might be better in other places on the table, but I'm still slow.
Yeah.
Okay, so I still had to have the power to be a defensive puller and to stop it.
Yeah.
At least keep it in the middle of the table. Okay, so you out-hit me, but let's don't do it an inch above the pin pad. So I worked a lot of side pressure and can control it from there just with side pressure. Good hand control, side pressure, I can put the master on one. So I've never been quick, but I'm trying to get that way.
Yeah.
What about you, Dylan? Are you training a whole lot of side pressure?
I don't train it at all.
You don't train at all?
I arm wrestle. I swear to you, the only time I ever touch weights is when I'm recovering.
Yeah, everyone listening out there, he's weak right now. You just come at him. You only have to train for him. Take some time off.
Like I said, I swear to you though, like I've got a cable machine and I do stuff periodically, but I don't have any sort of set schedule as far as I work out. But I arm wrestle a lot, like a lot. But I mean, I'm never, like, if you're going into a practice and trying to arm wrestle like you do in a tournament, you're gonna, like, you can't do that very often. But like he was just saying, how he just uses his side pressure. He may lose, but he's burning every bit of side pressure out. So that's the way I do it too. Like if I'm like, I just pick what I want to work that day. And if I'm working my hook, I'm working my side. Well, I mean, I'm all about always working my side at some point, probably practicing. But like, sometimes if I'm working my hammer, that's all I'm doing the whole practice, just this.
Yep.
And then the next time I won't do that at all.
That was the focus of your practice.
Yes. And no matter what anybody else does to me, even if they set up to stop that, I still try to go through it.
Yep.
And no matter what, I'm burning that completely out and making it get stronger. I mean, it's one of those deals where I think if you just practice right, you can
actually grow.
You can grow it the right. You can grow it to where you're gonna be able to translate that table or that strength right to the table where weights. I've found my problem with it is playing around with it, making it feel like I'm actually arm wrestling. You know what I mean? Like it's like you gotta find that spot. You gotta move so much to find out how it actually feels like an arm wrestling match. I mean, I mean, like you just got to do it so awkward, and then you're only feeling like one piece of it. Like you're either feeling on your fingertips, but not your wrist, or your wrist and not your fingertips.
Yeah.
I mean, I want to feel it where I'm going to feel it in the match.
Yeah.
And the only way to do that is to mimic a hand. I mean, you got to grab a hold of a hand.
I take a lot of the guys up, and I've got a lot of new guys. I mean, I'm talking 2 years and under, okay? And my big thing, first thing is, the safety part of it. Don't do this or you're going to break something. But really working with them, slow pulling type stuff, so that they learn to understand where, I feel really good here, but I don't feel very good here. And once they learn that mechanics on the table, it's like where they want to be, where they don't want to be, and that type of stuff.
Yep.
And then work on the weaknesses. Yeah, I feel great here. Well, you can't always get there, So you work on all of it, but you learn so that when you get on the table, you're smarter on the table. Yeah, don't let this guy have this. Don't let this guy have that, because that doesn't feel right.
Yes.
And once they kind of learn that mechanics of it, where they do and don't want to be, they'll get stronger in their style and their technique.
So at your guys' level, you both are pretty high level now, and you've been everywhere in 40 years.
And this man's a legend right here.
Yeah, I know, for sure. He's walking around, he's not a dictionary, but an encyclopedia of
everything.
That's right. But what at your guys' level, what do you think is more prevalent, back pressure or side pressure based arm wrestling?
I mean, you've got to have side to finish. But
Yeah,
at the
I think
same
side
time,
pressure for me would be side pressure.
Yeah, you've got, like, if you can have all the back pressure in the world, but if you don't have side, it's not going to work. But at the same time, like, I can set on my back pressure and not engage my side until I want to. So, I mean, I think they're both
they're both important.
Yeah.
But I would say side is probably more, because no matter, like, you've got to have side to finish. It's like when you see that top roller, it takes everybody's hand, but they can't pin them. It's like, I mean, that's a good example of a lot of back pressure and no side.
And the thing is, for you, with your style, speed, hit, power going through, driving through, it takes side pressure to pin somebody, but it also takes side pressure to be defensive and stopping someone. You need it full from pad to pad. That's where you've got to have it. For me, for decades, it was literally an inch above the pin pad to center of the table. That's where I was strong. from the center of the table to pin my opponent, I didn't have nothing. I felt so, I literally had to, and I got people so mad at me because like, you're just waiting, burning me out. Well, that's because I can't pin you. But you can't pin me either, so I will sit here till I can.
Yeah, no reason to get upset at that. That's great.
Oh no, I have been yelled at. I have been yelled and cussed many times because of that. Oh yeah, I won't mention any names, but I can remember several by name.
Did you just tell them to get stronger?
I literally had a guy that told, it was at Nationals, and I won't mention his name, but he's like, dude, he said, you just sit there and hold people till they wear out. And I said, well, I'll tell you what, actually he didn't wear out, he fouled out trying to pin me. And I simply told him, I said, well, do one of two things, either pin me or don't foul.
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah. That reminds me of like Crazy George. You ever watch his matches? I mean, you've seen probably tons of his matches.
Oh yeah.
It's just like
live
either
tapes,
foul out, or they're gonna just lose.
Yeah.
And it's like, what are you gonna do about it?
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I told. That's what I told this guy. I'm like, dude, just either pin me, which you can't, or don't foul. Don't get mad at me because you can't.
But you spent an entire career. People can't get upset at you because you spent an entire career developing the tendons, the bone strength, the muscle to do that,
and the endurance.
Yeah.
You know,
it's all about that. People
It's
don't
the
respect that. They just want the
what
flash.
it is. The reason they get mad about it because it's the face. It's the face Mike gives whenever he's there. No, because you look at him, Mike's trying really hard, but you can't tell at all, man. And I'm telling you, it's something he's developed because everybody when they get into a grinder and they're stuck in the center table, you look at that other guy to see what they're putting out.
And he's smiling at you.
And
it really tears the heart.
And whenever you look at him and it acts like he looks like he ain't even trying, whether he is or not, he's making them think he isn't.
And
so they're like, oh, fuck, so they start going
don't
crazy.
know how much truth there is to that.
Yeah.
Mike is the most humble and nicest person in the world.
I have
but he
used
is pure
that.
evil on the table.
I have used that.
It's just his style. He's catching. He's doing what he always does.
I can't help it if you put me in my sweet spot.
Yeah.
I can't help that, and it's like, thank you.
It's just so funny. Well, and a lot of that is with your defensive style of pulling. You're letting them go right where they think they want to go. You're trapping them.
And I can't tell you what, I can't tell you how many matches I have won simply because they would give up because of that.
Yeah.
I might be pulling my gonads off, but don't let them see it.
And no emotion.
Yeah.
In that match, don't show anything.
No, it's like, oh yeah, that's where I'm
I feel good. I've been working so hard, you don't even know I'm tired.
Yeah.
At Kentucky Muscle, I got JP and Bill reffing me.
Yeah.
And I had the guy across the table. I was catching everybody that day. Well, I'm catching 1 inch over the pin pad. I'm sitting there starting to crack jokes because he got stuck. And then this guy, he's all the way under. He's completely under the table. And he gets up, looks up. He wasn't looking at me. I got him to look at me finally, and then he started laughing. I was cracking Canadian jokes. But as soon as he looked up at me, it was like bottom right.
Yeah. Oh, I have literally had people give up. Just quit.
Just
Yep. Sure have.
That's how I am at practice. I don't like to. I don't want to.
But I would rather pin you than for you just to give up. I hate that. I really do. I'm sorry. Well, yeah, I don't do this sport because I want to, I won because he quit. No, I want to pin you. I've literally had super matches where guys, several of them I've had. Sterling was one of them. It was like, all right, you win the first match because he fouled out. Then he beats me the second match. And going into the third match, and I told the ref on multiple super matches I've had, don't foul him out. I'm going to pin him. Do not foul them out. But I don't want to win that way. Maybe it's just me. I'm too old.
I felt terrible about that last super match me and Mike had. Me taking that win on fouls. But I'll tell you,
hate it.
I'll tell you exactly why I did.
Come on, Greg!
Before that match, we talked to Leonard. Leonard said, how do you want this ref? Or you guys want strict rules, little micro hops, or are we going to let them go? I'm like, man, I'm cool with whatever. And Mike's like, no, let's stay strict. I said, okay. Well, if you set the rules and then at the end of it you foul out, bro, I'm not giving that to you.
Come on, Greg! Exactly. And I was there for that. That was.
Because I was cool to go with micro hops. I was cool with all that stuff because I don't like that part. Like, I'd let it go. Let's see who's stronger here.
Yeah,
Let's
exactly.
see who's going to win.
And that's my whole point. I don't want to win because you fouled out.
Yes.
Now, I say that now. If I'm at Worlds and you're going to foul out at Worlds against me,
no,
you should not. If you were at Worlds competing, you shouldn't be fouling out. I did it myself, and I kicked myself in the butt all day for it.
The way I look at it is like, no matter what, if that is part of arm wrestling, staying within the rule set. It is hard to practice to keep your elbow down. It's hard to do all that stuff. It's hard to learn how to set up straight. That's one thing I see with a lot of new guys. They get up there, and if you give them their exact setup, they feel like a wall, or they feel super strong. But you make them start fair, and they feel naked.
Yeah,
you know
start
what I mean?
straight with the middle of the table and see what happens.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, oh yeah.
So what level of competition would it take for you guys to say win by any means necessary? Because you just said
Worlds. I won't do it at Nationals. I have literally won a match at Nationals before, and the guy fouled. I'm like, no, I'm not getting back up there. We're going to pull again. You know, and the ref's like, no, I know, get him back. And we did it. And I've done that, and it's backfired, and I've lost. But that's fine. I was the one that made that call, and it happened. Now, at Worlds, no. You get there, everybody there is there to screw you over. I'm telling you that, right, you know. And
that's almost every tournament, though.
Well, but I mean, it's a whole nother level of it at Worlds. And I'll tell you something. With my first Worlds, I went to my first Worlds in 2002. I was going to Egypt. And Cobra Rhodes, I saw him, and I think it was a tournament or two after that, after I qualified. And I pulled him off, and I was talking to him like, dude, can you give me any advice on going to Worlds?
Let's go, Bill Schumer.
I love Cobra to death. And he looked me right in the face. He's like, take. And I'm like, okay.
Take everything.
And I'm like, the whole time I'm thinking, okay, my clothes, my passport, my toothbrush, okay. But after I got there, and those first few matches, I realized what he was saying. You have to take everything that you want on that table, because they are not going to give it to you. You have got to take it, because you will get screwed over so bad if you do not get up there and take what you want.
I promise you, they're gonna.
You have to, because
yes.
I mean, I literally have been, my last, not last World, 17. I was about to get fouled out because the referee was closing us in a referee's grip and closing the other guy's hand over my thumb knuckle. And then looking at it and giving me a foul because I was closing the other. I'm like, that's not my hand.
But if you foul, then you close first next time, right?
Yeah, and we swapped around, and he did it again the second time.
Oh.
But luckily, I had Dave Hicks was my down ref for that match, and Dave pulled him off after he did it the first time. He looked at me and gave me the foul because this guy's hand was over my thumb.
Yeah.
And I'm like, don't wait. And then Dave's like, no. Pulls him off to the side and told him, like, no, he's not fouling. So we go right back up to the table. We go to start our referee's grip again, and the ref did the same exact thing again and tried to foul me again. Dave pulled him back off again. We finally got the match started, and I beat the guy, but I'm like, holy cow.
You don't get any favors.
No, if Dave had not been there as a down ref, I would have had to have protested it first off, and hoped to have won the protest.
Isn't that like a $200?
No. It was $50, $60. But yeah, it's
protest.
Oh yeah, it's out of your pocket right now before you leave the table. Yeah, but at Worlds I will do. At Worlds I will do that. Now, I also say this: if you're at Worlds and you want to protest, don't pull money out of your pocket to protest unless you absolutely think that you're going to win that match. Now, if you get up there and this guy just destroys you and you don't have a prayer, there's no sense in you throwing, even if you got screwed to death. There's no point in throwing your money down there because, first off, if you win the protest, and then he's going to beat you again. So don't, be smart about it. But yeah, I've protested several times at Worlds before because some of the calls, it's like, are you kidding me?
Like I said, I'm one of those where I think that
I just want to start fair.
I think that's a problem with arm wrestling. I really do. I think that it's something where we should get a set rules for everybody. Like, I mean,
but it'll, and it'll be great, but it'll never happen.
I know that, and I get why it's not, because some people like it more strict, some people don't. But at the same time, how do you become a legitimate deal without rules? You know what I mean? Like, without a set rule base for everybody to practice and know and show up that way, nobody's surprised.
I'll say this though, like talking about legitimacy in sports, like the NBA, what rules do they follow? Like you see all sorts of breaking rules.
Yeah, they
all
make
time.
their own at the beginning of the season, and then they stick with them for a season, don't they? I mean, which I don't watch basketball, so I have no
Any
clue.
sport will, right? They'll go over their contracts with the players union and look at it. They may add something, but there's always a rule set.
Yeah.
What I'm talking about, like traveling, offensive, goaltending, stuff like that. Stuff happens all the time, and it just doesn't get caught.
Yeah.
So I mean, arm wrestling, same difference. I mean, we got what?
But except for
rule sets.
you go to different events and it's completely different setups,
ready
completely
goes,
different ready goes, completely different
What I have found
tables.
from traveling, all over this country and around the world at Worlds, is the Americans are spoiled rotten when it comes to the rules. That's why. Look at some of the Europeans that came in and started pulling WAL. They're getting their butts handed to them because that's what they're not used to.
WAL is who can cheat the best.
And these guys are used to very strict rules, and they're okay with you get a foul because I just fouled. They're okay with that because that's how the rules are, But here, oh my gosh, because there's so many different people running different type, different rules, and the good old boy, let's, just arm wrestle. Yeah, that's great. I want to do that too. But if you plan on going to a nationals or a world level competition, you have got to be able to compete with those rules and be comfortable with it because,
Did you get to watch Marcio at the last East vs. West?
I have not seen that match yet. No.
So everyone in the world is saying Marcio's elbow is going to come off, which
typically it has in the past. Yeah, he is so explosive; it goes everywhere. Yeah.
So on point of where his elbow was going to be. It was great to just watch him flash people sticking his elbow to the table and be like, "Oh, he can do it.
He can."
I was like, "Oh, I didn't know."
Yes.
He's just so explosive and strong. He doesn't.
Yeah, because Marcio has competed with those rules many times over here. He knows, but it's like, it used to be years ago. There was organizations there, and a lot of people talked about, well, there's no foul, or no advantage gain, this or whatever. You know what? You're leaving a whole lot of questioning and opinion to a referee and
interpretation.
Yeah, and so and I understand this. I hate reffing. I absolutely hate the ref. I've had to do it. But you've got to try to have a rule so it's so black and white, and but it's very hard to do that in arm wrestling.
Yeah.
Elbow fouls and all the other things that are going to happen. Well, you only came up a half inch. You only came up a quarter inch. You only came up. You know what? Depending on who's pulling and what style they're pulling, that half inch or inch coming up with that elbow could make the difference between keeping his hand and not keeping his hand.
Yeah.
Okay. So this, that's. And people don't, didn't gain an advantage. Well, yeah, he kind of did.
Stop the hit from
ask his opponent how much advantage he's gained.
Yeah.
And so that's why it's very.
Because that guy just put everything he had in that one surge, and you just shut it down.
Yep.
Then you got a brick wall, underhold, wear him out, go for an easy kind of thing. Yeah, for sure.
Yep. And so and for anybody in the U.S. that ever plan on going to a national level or a world level competition, you'd best get yourself ready with those WAF or IFA rules and be used to competing at that, because if they think you might have elbow fouled, you'll get called to Worlds. I mean, it's that strict. And everybody hates to see matches, won on fouls. Yeah. I hate doing it. But then don't.
Yeah, don't do it.
Then don't foul. It's that simple. Just don't.
There's a lot of training seminars out there that all the super professional, super elite guys they'll put out, but it's like only one of them I've seen actually talk about rule set. Rules for that specific coordination. Learn their ready go. Learn their what kind of strap they're going to use. Travis, he actually goes in depth on all that stuff. And you have to prepare yourself for the league you're going to be pulling in. The super match. You're going to, everything. Everything's got to be intricate. But that's also a puller that's a lot of getting around rules.
And working the ref and doing. Yeah, I love him to death. But that's it. And look at all right. I started pulling the WAL when the WAL started, And the whole idea was, let's make it viewable by the public. Let's make it simple so people want to watch it, and it's fair to the arm wrestlers, blah, 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 all that. And that's the way it started. But you give arm wrestlers 30 minutes on a table, and they're going to figure out a way under those rules to get an advantage. Then we ended up with 7-inch by 9-inch pads.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh wow, that's really convenient for and then just the whole palms together, put your thumbs down, close your hand. You think these guys aren't gaining an advantage when those hands close up? Oh yeah, they are.
Oh, yeah.
And they're hoping it don't get called. And lots of times they don't, because it's like everyone wants to see the match fire off. The referee is done fighting with the both of you and fed up, and so he's going to fire it off quick and may not even see the advantage or disadvantage, in that setup. So arm wrestlers are going to find a way around to get an advantage. I don't care what kind of set of rules you've got.
I kind of actually like the WAL pad style, because either, for the hookers and the pressers, inside pullers, that you got all the fluff in the world to really, and you even got some elbow space because it's a circle, the circumference of your elbow, it's not your elbow point.
Yeah.
So you got tons of space to go sideways. And I mean, I get the obvious advantage of the back pressure guys, because you have the longer pad all the way to the edge of the table, but it's just like, I feel like it has some favor to both guys.
Yeah, and I could pull, and I have pulled practically every organization over the years. There's a few in the early years I hadn't, but I have pulled with all the rules. I go in with the mindset, I want to go in and just have a fair match. That's just me. I mean, and I know there's people that don't. It's a competition. You want to be competitive. You want to, do every little. If you're not cheating, you're not trying, all that kind of stuff. Okay. Well, I'm not. I'm not going to go up there to cheat. I want to give you a fair grip, set up. Let's go. Let's arm wrestle. Let's see who's better. That's plain and simple. But I love the WAL pads and stuff. Yeah, I've got more room for me. Guy wants to press me. I got more room to get him away from his arm.
Yeah.
Because I got 2 more inches on the back of the pad. It's just.
But he's not going to get called for the micro hop because he's got the
because you've got a cushion there so thick, you'd have to come up a mile to get a call.
It's about 3 inches taller than what
Yeah. When I started in the sport, the pads were straight across from each other. And they were round. They were donut.
The horseshoe or the donut?
The donut. They were round, and they had about a 1-inch lip around the perimeter of it. And so the idea was to not see as many elbow fouls, so let them arm wrestle. Well, then people would use that. They would literally take elbow and post up against that to use that as an anchor point to post with. Elbows all up on top of it, and they're going to find a way to get an advantage in the rules. The whole rim around there, that's fine and dandy, but first off, it's very difficult to make one that will last through a whole tournament, that won't get destroyed. And they're going to end up on it, around it, pushing against it, anchoring against. I mean, it's just arm wrestle. Just put your stinking elbow on the pad and arm wrestle. That's it.
So in a courtroom, you're innocent until proven guilty, but as an arm wrestler, you're guilty until proven innocent.
Yeah.
Every arm wrestler is going to cheat on the table, and if your opponent is cheating you can't trust the refs to correct it.
No.
If you, as an arm wrestler, as the other opponent, you have to call it out, otherwise you deserve to lose. I feel like I know in matches I've not called it out. I've been complacent.
You've got to,
and I didn't say something, and I lost.
Yep.
And I didn't leave that table pouty and mad.
And that's the whole thing that Cobra told me. You take everything on that table. You've got to take.
Absolutely.
Because if you don't, you're not going to get it. You're not going to get it. And that's what you have to do. You have to get up there. And I'm not saying you have to go up there and be a jerk. I go up there, honestly, I go up, and I know all the refs. I'm friends with refs all over the country, okay? I don't want to go up. I'm not going up there to give them a hard time. I don't want their job, and I appreciate the ones that do it. But you've got to, and I understand the whole I'm tired, I might miss it, but point it out. You're getting the setup, make sure that everything is right. Point it out. I couldn't tell you how many times I have no thumb showing at all. No thumbnail, no thumb, nothing. And they're trying to get it started. Just point it out, but be friendly about it. You don't have to get nasty about it.
These refs have done 1,000 ready goes in this tournament.
Yep.
They're ready to go home.
They're tired. They have dealt with all kinds of people at the table, all kinds of attitudes at the table, It's hot, sweaty. It's a. Oh
so
my
there's a
gosh.
professional etiquette to it.
Yes, there is. You know, and I respect the referees for up there. And sometimes you just have to kind of point out, hey, my wrist, or look at this, whatever. But be nice about it. You don't have to be a jerk.
Now, I've noticed something. I've developed a repertoire with these refs by calling out my own fouls after a match, and they've actually been more friendly with me. And I feel like I've almost gained favor with them in times when I'm winning and stuff. So it's like I'm calling myself out. It's being the honest pooler, which I will say honest pooler is usually a loser. But
well, and that's and I've heard that. Believe me, I've heard if you're not cheating, you're not trying. But like I said, maybe I'm just old school. I just want to get up there and beat you because I'm stronger than you.
for sure. Yeah.
If you out trick me, then I'll work on that. And so it's just, and the generation of pullers nowadays, oh my gosh, and there's so many guys now in this sport that are so technically sound, and a lot of it's just simply because of the amount of information that you can access and learn from. So it gets harder and harder to trick the guy at the table. Well, I haven't seen that before. No, he's probably seen it, type. So, they're just getting technically smarter on the table.
I was actually watching something on YouTube. It was a VHS tape of, you could tell it was, old school. You could see it was on a camcorder, of John Brewzkeez trying to teach people how to top roll. And it's like someone had taken the VHS tape and put it on YouTube. And I was like, this is how you had to learn at one point in time. I was like, and VHS tapes were so expensive back then too.
Yes,
it was like,
yes. I would literally, when I did the tournaments in VHS, I would go home, and they were royal pain to have to edit, but you would edit it down, and then you would make copies of the edit. And I had people who wanted to order them and buy them. And that was the only way they were ever going to see the footage that they had. And
potentially learn from it too.
Yes, exactly. And it was a great learning tool. That was the reason I started videotaping. Was as a learning tool. And but then everybody wanted them, and that's fine. So okay, sure. Once you get it edited, just crank out the copies. But that's so much easier now too. Oh, it's digital. It's just upload it and it's gone. But this sport has changed, and they're so smart at the table. I've had new guy come to me and start rattling off these terms and styles and techniques. I'm like, I'll just do this. How about that? But the information is out there. They can see it. They can watch it. It's not. All right, I got to say this. Just because one person can arm wrestle one certain way doesn't mean everybody can arm wrestle one certain. There's a whole lot of YouTubers that are, everybody loves, everybody's watching, and it's like, everybody can't do that.
Yeah.
So quit trying. You have to get your own style because your build, your strengths, everybody just can't do that. So
I've been watching all the Todd Hutchings videos, and I think he's
Todd.
a great example of this because you could lift the same weight Todd can lift. You can do the almost same technique Todd does. You probably not have the same success Todd Hutchings does.
No, you won't. Not even close.
You got to be Todd Hutchings to pull like Todd Hutchings.
Yes, exactly. Most people, and this is what I mean, and I love Todd to death. Crazy strong, super, but everybody can't pull like Todd.
Oh yeah.
Arms will start snapping off if everybody starts diving in trying to pull like Todd. They literally can't do it.
You have to put the time in to get the tendency.
Exactly. You can't just, look, he's doing that, so I'm going to do this and win. No, it takes time and work and years of that to develop that kind of power and strength and tendon strength and durability in your arm. Wow, heavens, people be snapping arms off right and left. Everybody started to try to do that.
It's good to have that strength, but
it is.
You do have to put in.
But you had to work hard to get it.
Yeah.
Hard to get it, and that.
And even if you're cheating to get it, I mean, I hate to say it like that, but even if you're supplementing steroids and whatnot to get to that spot that he's at, you still, Todd's a special animal where,
Well, I've always
developed his gym time to his
I have
table
always
time
said
every day.
this, I've been in this sport a long time.
Yeah.
And I've arm wrestled against juiced up guys for decades. It's been in the sport for decades. I don't care if you do it or don't do it. That you're a grown man, you make your own decisions. It makes it more enjoyable for me to beat you if I can, but that's every man's choice. But the sad part is you see all these YouTubers or these arm wrestling videos out there with these guys and all these new guys coming into the sport, and they look at that and say, oh, look, he's doing this, so I'm going to do this and I'll be a good arm wrestler. No, you cannot take a non-arm wrestler. I don't care if he's a power lifter, whatever, and start shooting him up and think he's going to make a great arm wrestler. Mm-hmm. Now, you take a great arm wrestler or a good arm wrestler and start cycling him. Mm-hmm. Now you've created another animal. Now there's another animal because it's not all muscle. It's a whole lot of tendon strength involved in this sport, and that takes time to develop.
I was talking to Drew Bishop at it was Illinois State, but he was talking about how his elbow, because he entered very strong.
Yeah.
As a rookie, his elbows took forever to recover.
Yeah.
It took him almost 2 years to get over a lot of his growing pains. Where it took me, I'm still weak, but it took me like 6 months to get over my elbow pain.
Yeah, but I guarantee you it wasn't because of his muscles. It was because of the tendons were taking a beating. Mm-hmm. And that's what takes
so much extra force.
Yeah, because your tendons are taking a beating in this sport. And what you have to remember is this. I tell guys all the time, muscle strength is great. You get a pulled muscle, whatever, you give it a few weeks, you heal up, because you got to get blood to the area. That's what the ice and the heat and all the other things, it gets blood to that area to get it to heal up. Tendons don't get that same blood supply, so it takes much, much longer for them to heal. The blood is what heals it, and if you don't get blood to that area, guess what? It's not going to heal near as fast. It takes much longer. That's why it takes much longer to develop. Oh yeah, you can get increase your curls by 50% and 100% in no time. But that tendon strength takes much, much longer to develop. These guys are coming in new and don't have that to start with. All the steroids in the world is not going to help them be a good arm wrestler. They're going to hurt themselves, or they're going to be hurting so bad they won't want to do it.
Yeah.
Because it is not just a muscle sport.
Yeah.
There's so much connective tissue and tendon strength. Oh my gosh, it's.
I always have that good funny conversation. Is it more of a combat sport, or is it more of a just a strength sport? Where
it's both.
It is.
It is. Because there's technique and there's a lot of technicians on the. There's styles and techniques, things to do, things to not do. It's like a wrestling match on the mat. It's the same way. You got things you want to do, try to do, but there's also power involved in that.
Yeah.
And you have to be strong enough to to do whatever you're trying to do, on the table. And it's both. To me, it's both. It is a combat sport.
I always think like the what you would call a strength sport, powerlifting. There is like the basic strategy to it, but it's only like a few things.
Yeah, and most people that are doing that sport are doing all the same style and technique, because that's what keeps them from getting hurt.
Yeah.
Okay. Arm wrestling is so versatile on the table. There's so many
variables,
so much stuff makes all the difference in the world.
Yeah.
So it's just.
And it's kind of like golf in a way that if you hit in just an eighth of an inch difference one way, you're gonna hook or slice way different.
Yeah.
If you grab someone's hand, eighth inch difference one way or the other, you're gonna get either flashed or you're gonna be holding center.
I have literally told people before, and the new guys and stuff. Once I get them, halfway familiar and comfortable on the table, you can literally take the difference in your setup of letting somebody come up and coming up and just getting here versus being here is night and day in a setup.
So he's on my index knuckle versus like
with my index finger on your index finger on your joint.
Yeah.
All right. If I am there, don't you dare let me start there.
that's
Even
rough.
if I'm off your thumb knuckle, you don't let me start there, because if you're trying to come out and rotate, I can shut that down. But right here, you're still good to go.
I would be swimming deeper into your hand.
Literally a quarter-inch difference in that setup can make the difference between me shutting you down and not shutting you down.
And what can I do at that point? I just crush.
Well, first off, don't let me start there.
Yeah, don't let you start there. Yes.
Literally, I mean, if the guy's got that and he's still off your knuckle, pull out. You got 30 seconds to get a grip. Don't let him have that.
Yeah.
I mean, even if he's doing it legal.
Take an elbow foul on the table, or
just pull out. And,
we
we
get a
can't.
rest grip.
Go for a rest grip. But don't. If you're sitting there and this guy, he's legit, he's legal, he's got my knuckle showing, but he's got that finger up on, or even higher. I mean, I've had guys get up to this point with their long hand. No, I'm not going to let you start right there. So, that's a little technique that you kind of want to, don't let them do that.
That was a conversation I was wanting to have with probably like a person like Bob Brown or yourself, where it's like, what is the best way to get the cheatiest legal grip possible? And I think that's a big key, getting right on top of the index knuckle. That's.
I don't have a long. I don't have a long enough hand to do it to most people in my class.
Yeah.
Okay, because most of them got as thicker hand than I've got, so it's really hard with my short, stubby fingers.
Come on, Oscar Anderson,
to get around that and to do that. But I've done it with smaller guys, practicing and teaching them, and they don't like it. But once you learn, it's like, holy cow, that makes a big difference. Yeah, don't let them do that. Don't pay attention. Especially these new guys getting at the table. You got to pay attention. When you set the elbow down and you're getting your grip, pay attention to everything. So many guys, they start with their own wrist bent back. Don't do that. Don't let your opponent up onto that knuckle. Don't do that. Set up, squared up where you're supposed to be so you don't hurt yourself. Don't do that. There's just those, and everybody's different. Everybody learns quicker. Everybody's natural this, natural that. I've got guys who are natural top rollers from the get-go, from day one. Others couldn't top roll to save their life.
I don't understand people who can't top roll. It doesn't make sense to me. It's like, why?
When I was first started, I broke my arm in '82. Terry Spine took me under his wings, and he was running the tournament actually. And he was like, if you're going to do this again, he said, how about I teach you how to arm wrestle? I'm like, sounds like a great idea.
Yeah.
Because this breaking your arm stuff really sucks, So when I recovered and started back into a little after a year after that, I started training with Terry. And he was teaching me, don't do this, don't do that. Teach me how to top roll. Terry was a dominant top roller. That's what he did. But I was a hooker. And he tried and he tried and he tried to teach me. And I understand the concept. I know how to top roll. It's not that I don't. I just prefer not to.
Yeah.
And it killed it. He hated that. He absolutely hated the fact that I would hook, and I'm like, you're trying to teach me how to. But he was more concerned with good form, don't hurt yourself. That's the whole thing, And learning that. And that's what I try to do with the guys I train. I've been there, done that. I've broken my arm. I know what it's like. I've had long discussions with my orthopedic surgeon about it. We've discussed what it takes to do it, not do it. And so we try to teach them not to do that, because it really, really. And I've literally had two guys that I trained with that have broken their arms. One before I started training with him, and one after. Early in the tournament, it was always a freak accident, but you still applied the pressure where it shouldn't have been, or it wouldn't have broke.
Now, I always look at my short, stubby finger friends. Do you ever feel like you have to contain somebody? They always I can't contain somebody. Do you ever get into that mindset?
Well, for me, it depends on.
You are a defensive puller too.
Yeah, I'm a defensive puller, and I've always been able to. Not always. Most of the time, I'm able to set up and at least try to shut down and contain. But there's some guys you just can't, and that's why, like I said, when I started kind of retraining my arm in 2008, I'm like, I've got to start working outside, inside, be more versatile on the table. And that's where, when I started doing it, I'm like, oh wow, if I can't contain the guy, I can just go out with him. We may slip, but at least he's not taking my hand.
Yeah.
So it gave me more lanes to go, more options on the table and stuff. The containment's great, and I've been usually able to do it, but then there's other guys that I just can't. You get my worst nightmare on the arm wrestling table is a long arm posting top roller. That is my worst case scenario for me, especially with a big hand.
Yeah.
It's just, I can't get around them because of their big hand. I can't match them up top. I've got to give up so much leverage to shut them down because I've got to be down so low on their hand. And the leverage is a lot. So
I've actually started changing my mindset to where it's like I don't worry about containing them. I worry about them trying to contain me. Where it's more of an offensive mindset. I mean, which doesn't match your style, but
But I've done it. I'm changing it. I'm getting better. You'll see it today. I'll try to do some more.
But whenever
offense.
people have the short hand, though, it's like why worry about containing them? If you're trying to be defensive, I guess you're worried about containing them. But like, be more offensive, then you don't have to worry about containing them.
No,
you slip,
exactly.
Then you go to straps, whatever. Do it again.
Oh, and I love the straps. I love,
They can't get away from you then.
They can't. Well, it does several things for me. First off, I don't have to worry about them getting up high on my hand.
Yep.
It keeps them down neutral to where we're at, So they can't get up over my hand. That's a big bonus.
It makes it, the climb is harder.
And so, plus, I can now use my wrist and hand to try to control the match in the strap and use more arm power and lat power to win. It's really hard to apply lat and arm power when your hand's being peeled up and over. It's hard to do that.
Yeah.
So that strap kind of makes everything a little more equal when it comes to the arm length. But if a guy beats me in the strap, good for you. Your arm is stronger.
Strength gaps, do answer a lot of questions eventually.
Yeah, it does. But that's why I do this. I don't want to beat you because I tricked you.
I'm okay. So Todd Hutchings actually says, is it excellence how does he say? Excellence over victory or victory over excellence kind of thing? And I was like, win it by any means necessary at any levelness. It doesn't matter to me. I care about winning.
Like I said, the majority, and I have literally gone to many tournaments over the years, going in, beat up, shouldn't have been there to start with, just to go in, if for nothing else, to support a promoter, because I know what it takes to run a tournament, but I've done them. It's a lot of work, and so I try to go to support, knowing I probably shouldn't be there to compete, So I've gone into tournaments and pulled and like, I'm going to get beat today, and maybe I should have if I was 100%, but it's okay. I just want to arm wrestle, and that's it. If I win, that's a bonus. But so I don't know. It's like I said, it's a whole different mentality for me than what a lot of these new guys are. I know so many guys who literally won't go to a tournament. It's like, no, dude, I can't take a chance of losing.
Yeah.
Well, I get my butt kicked all the time.
See, that's where I'd rather play along the practice tables. I mean, the whole concept of being a practice table champion, it doesn't matter. I hate that title doesn't
everybody beats me at practice.
Yeah. I want to get stronger at practice. That's all I care about.
If I had my 20 guys there, and there's a few that I can't do it to, okay? But if I had my 20 guys to practice, and we all get on the table, and let's get on the table with and everybody sets, starts firing them off, ready goes, and I just started drilling everybody with everything I got, you're not going to have very many guys showing up at practice very often. No. Because, I hate, you got to go stroke their egos, and, you got to get them confident on the table a little. Give them some kind of confidence. Don't go in and beat them down so bad that they never want to show up again.
Yeah.
You can do that with a bunch of guys that don't know what they're doing. Teach them something. Teach them how to win.
Yeah.
That to me, it tickles me to death to see one of my guys that I've been training for years get up there and start dominating and winning, in their class, whatever it is. It tickles me to death. I love it because I know I've done something halfway right, maybe anyway. But I've always, just go arm wrestle. If you beat me, you beat me. See if you can do it twice, though. So, and that's part of the challenge for me, too. Figuring out how to, okay, you beat me that way, now what do I got to do?
That's one of my favorite things to do at practice, too, is like, I'll face someone maybe 5-6 times in practice, but it's like, I'm going to let you get the first 2, and I'm going to remember how I want to pull you, and I'm going to engage you the right way. It's like, okay, now I'm not letting you win anymore.
Yeah.
I've got so many different techniques or experiments I want to try out, and now I'm going to pull you out.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I feel like that goes miles for me, but it did boost their ego to get a couple pins on me. It's like, it's not a big deal to me.
Yeah,
it means a lot to other people, though.
Yeah, and I've got, like I said, I've got a bunch of guys that they beat me every week. They show up, everybody beats me. Now, you won't. I've had new guys come in. You get them on the table, you coach them a couple weeks. You're like, well, come on, I want to pull you hard. I want real pull. Like, really? Yeah, give us a ready. Somebody give us a ready. You know, well, okay, here you go.
You got to crush your ego a little bit.
Yeah, well, and yeah, because I've had one guy actually do that. He came in, he was like, oh yeah, you're not going to show me anything. You can't, you know. I'm like, okay.
What?
Oh yeah.
What's in your mouth?
But you know, he barroom arm wrestled for a long time, and so I just literally just drilled it over, and you know, and it's like sometimes you got to put them in their place.
Yeah.
But that does a couple things when that happens. Okay, especially the new guys come in and they want to, you know, be the bad man at the practice. They're either going to learn from it, humble them,
grow from it,
or they'll never see them again.
Yeah.
And if that's what it took for them to, they don't need to be in the sport anyway.
Yeah.
You know, because you are going to get beat in this sport.
Oh, for sure.
So if you can't take losing, this is not the sport for you to be in.
One of the cool things about Marine Corps boot camp, there's the whole breakdown period, breaking down the civilian. I refer to people who don't arm wrestle as civilians all the time. So that's where my mindset is. But it's just like, you got to break down the civilian, recreate them, well, for them, recreate them into a Marine, but we recreate people into arm wrestlers and show them, hey, you're going to have these tendon pains for, 6-9 months, a year. If they're real big guys, even longer. It's like, but you're gonna have to go through your lumps.
Yep.
Row, and you're gonna take lumps even, and because there is levels to it.
If you don't like pain, it's probably not a good sport for you because it's going to be painful.
Yeah, you got to be a masochist a little bit to love this sport.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to think of it that way, but yeah, it's really kind of is.
You're the biggest masochist of them all.
But I mean,
what are you talking about?
But for me, I mean, I literally can. And I don't know if it's because of the way I train or if it's because of the length of time that I've done it or what, but I'll arm wrestle here today, pull 2 classes, and I'll probably have wars and everything else. Wednesday, I'm ready to go again.
Yep.
And I won't be sore, I'll just be tight, And like I said, I don't know if it's because I just arm wrestle a lot, or I know it's not my diet. Diet Mountain Dew does not do that for you, okay? But it's just you just got to keep doing it, and the pains will go away eventually, and keep getting better.
Now, what's your training schedule look like? Are you pulling like twice a week?
No. We do right now, and for a while now, we've been doing 1 practice a week.
1 practice a week?
Arm wrestling practice on a Saturday.
3-ish hours?
Well, it depends. I mean, I have really had guys there we'll pull for 2.5 to 3 hours up to 6 hours.
I think the longest it's been is like 8.
Yeah. Jarrett shows
whole day at work.
Jarrett shows up. He won't leave. He just keeps hammering on me.
Oh, Jarrett over there?
Yeah.
My easy work? Is that what?
Yeah. So, but yeah, I mean,
I love Jared.
But yeah, I mean, but he'll drive in. If he's going to drive in that far, I want to arm wrestle him as long as he wants to arm wrestle.
Yeah. I actually like the pressers at practice because it's like it's an area I want to train in, and I want to feel that pressure on my elbow. It's a different pressure than like say like an outside puller is going to put on my elbow, or even a hooker.
Oh yeah.
I want to feel that press. And
it's a nasty pressure.
If people don't like pressing at practice, I'm like, I want you to press me at practice. I want to feel and get used to that, so I can go beat Jared easy. I want to give me the pain, Jared.
And I'll tell you what. And I've told the guys that
not amateur no more. I'm pulling your pro, boy.
There you go.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I've told the guys this. Jarrett, for one of them, when he comes in and trains with me, or Austin or Jonathan or all these bigger guys and stuff, they're like, oh man, you're pulling great. It's because of them.
Yeah.
I do my workouts, but it's because these guys are coming in and beating up on me every Saturday that I'm getting better.
Yeah.
When he comes in, I've learned to stop nasty hits a whole lot better since he's been doing it to me.
Yeah.
And so it helps me too.
Yeah.
I'm not just coaching and trying to teach it.
Trying to grow yourself.
You're helping me too.
Yeah. You're a player coach.
Yeah, and it's exactly, and it's like you're helping me, and I'm going to help you get better, type thing. And it's, so I've had people. Why would you teach them how to beat you? Because I want them to be a better arm wrestler.
Yeah, you're not going to be in this sport forever, but they got another 20 years.
Yeah, I've got 20 more years in it. I'm 60 now.
Maybe they got 40 more years. You're 60 right now?
Yeah, I turned 60 last September.
I had no clue. I thought you were maybe like in your 50s.
Yeah, so I can go till 80 maybe.
80?
If I live that long, we'll see.
How old's Crazy George right now? Is he 70?
70. I think he's 73 or 74. I think.
He's still pulling pretty
kicking,
decent.
still kicking butts.
I wouldn't want to face Crazy George right now.
Let me tell you something. What was it, 3 years ago? I think it was, at Sit Down Nationals. Okay, I've been doing sit down for the last few years, and I love it. Pete Royal from Tennessee. Milk Christmas from Massachusetts, I believe. Pete was 82 or 83 that day, and Milt was 73 or 74. Those two had their first match of the day at Sit Down Nationals that was over 21 minutes long. Now, and this was a strap match. They had pulled 5 minutes out of the strap before they slipped and went to the strap, and then pulled over another 21 minutes. With a combined age of almost 160 years, okay? These guys, you know, you get a hold of Pete Royal, and Pete's a 176 pounder, you know, on a heavy day. But you go wrist to wrist with that man, he will wear you out. I promise. He will wear you out. Arthritis is bad in his hands. He can't close his hands well and all that. He's 83 years old. He's got arthritis. He worked hard. But you go wrist to wrist with him, you are in for a war because he will wear you out. I'm not going to say I pride myself in being an endurance bowler, but I've done it a long time. I get so close to getting wore out with him.
Someone wears you out?
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
He will literally wear you out. The pressures he applies in your hand are like, even though you're sitting there wrist to wrist, he will wear you out on the table. Yeah, these old guys, you know, it's like, oh yeah, he's old. He can't be. Yeah, they will.
It's always scary whenever you go up and there's a guy with white hair on the table and you're like, uh-oh, I don't know this guy. He might be one of those.
Yeah, I got that in Michigan this year. I didn't know who the kid was. Still don't know his name. Second round, the 220 pro class. We walked up, and he was proud of his physique. Let's just say that, okay? Telling everybody about it. But so we set up, got a big thick hand on him, and I'm like, I hit him, and his wrist just buckles. Going to the straps. And he looks at me while they're putting the strap on. He's like, dude, you're strong. And I'm like, oh, okay. Whatever. And so they give us a go. I flop his wrist back and pin him. They're taking the strap off. He's like, and you're old, too. And I'm like, he's probably in his early 20s, you know. And I'm like, okay. Is that supposed to be a compliment or what? I just flopped your wrist over, you know, but yeah, it's that. That is why I stay in this sport. These young guys that, keep running it, and we'll see.
There's dangerous old man strength, strength that just, you may not suspect it, but it's there.
It's there.
Yeah.
Yep.
And if they've only been pulling for a few years versus if they've been pulling for 40 years, you don't know.
Yep.
So it's best not to.
I've told guys. I've told guys before. You know, they get up there and I'll kick your blah blah blah. I'm like, every fiber in my right arm was designed just to beat you arm wrestling. So
yes.
No, you won't. You know, so you know.
It's your time to shine right now.
Yeah, it's just literally, and you know what? And after 42 years, 60 years old, I feel stronger on the table now than I ever have. Mm-hmm. Whether it's because I'm heavier, I'm old and fat now, or the fact that
you don't use a lot of body weight in your arm wrestling. It doesn't look like I don't
me.
See, yeah, I
no,
don't see you.
No, I don't really.
Maybe if you're pressing somebody. And
I don't press
over.
anybody ever.
Really?
No, never. If I tried to press somebody with my right arm, my elbow would probably explode. I'm telling you, it will not. I can't press right-handed.
You're telling me that elbow's not bulletproof?
It is bulletproof until I go to press, and then it will scream at me and hurt me, and I am not going to do that. I have never been able to press.
$10,000 on the line.
Nope.
No, not pressing.
Nope.
Oh my gosh.
Now left-handed, I can't hit into a press, but I can rotate around into one and press left-handed.
Seal the deal.
Right-handed, not a chance. No way in the world.
You're just gonna hook and.
I'm gonna hook you and hope, you know. And if you beat me in hooks, you won. you won. You're stronger. You beat me on a hook. But I'm not pressing you. I got other ways of pinning you down there besides the press. I'm not going to do that. I can't. I just literally can't. It would end my career to even try it. It literally would. It just.
That was the first time I saw you get pinned right-handed from a hooker themselves. Was Drew Bishop at Illinois State.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, this is going to be a long battle, and then
he did something to me that not many people do in a hook. He turned me so hard under.
Pronated?
Yeah, this way. Just turned me so far underneath, it hurt to trying to stop him. And I'm used to pulling palm up outside of my shoulder all day. But when you take that and then you turn it even farther, it hurt. And he did it so hard and so fast. I'm like, holy cow. And yeah, I don't know if he's pulling 230 today or not. Maybe I get a chance. Maybe I'll get a chance to try it again. But yeah, I had not been hit like that before into a hook, and it's like, holy, I can't flex my wrist that far.
Yeah, I
can't, and he can, and he made mine go where it shouldn't have been. You know.
I was watching something where Devin was saying that's a big difference between the elite guys, is where their wrist flexion actually will come even further than 90.
Yeah.
Well, I guess it's like closer than 90 degrees.
That's it.
But how often?
And that way.
How often do you get a match where you're, a long drawn out battle, you're a defensive hooker, so it's a little different. But in a lot of people's matches, when they are cupping in, they're not even reaching 90 degrees before they're already to the pin pad.
No.
A lot of people are really strong in that first few degrees.
Yeah, and it doesn't, and that's why the setup is so important on the table. And guys are trying to get. It doesn't take much of a kink in that wrist to make the difference in night and day.
Yeah.
So you don't have to be steep to feel strong and with your wrist, but you need to get it, because the straighter that wrist is, the better chance your opponent has of taking it.
Cracking it. Yeah.
But once that wrist has got that little kink in it, it is much harder. And I can
open it up.
I pull a lot straight wrists that are just that little kink. I can't go steep. My wrist won't go that way. It won't go that way on its own, much less somebody trying not to let it go there, So, but that's what Drew did to me that day. He turned me so hard, fast underneath. It was painful. I'm like, holy cow, that's smarted. So I was, I saw him here today. I'm like, God, good. Maybe I'll get a chance to pull him today. See if I can do something a little different, because that hurt. I mean, it did. He felt real good. And I told him that day too.
So 230 pros, who all is here? Who would you say is your biggest competition?
I have no idea who's in the. I mean, I heard names a minute ago. I think there's 7 of us in the class. I'm assuming Brent is pulling the 230s. I'm assuming, because I don't remember hearing his name in it, but
he came in super late.
Yeah, so he might just be in. Okay, either way, but Brent for sure. I have never.
Jared's pulling.
Jared.
Pulling 230, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So between Jared and Brent.
Drew probably. Yeah, Drew's definitely in the 230s. He's way over 210 right now.
Okay, so.
He was at Minnesota.
So yeah, so there's 3 right there off the bat that are all
killers.
Yeah, So, but that's what I come for. I don't come because nobody shows up.
I wish. So Harold, what's he weighing right now? He's not pulling, obviously.
No, I think he's probably in the 255, 260 range.
Oh, really?
Tops, yeah.
Gotcha. I was going to say he's on the lighter side for the supers, typically.
Yeah, and he used to be at maybe 270, 270. And Harold's never been much over 275.
Yeah.
And he lost a little bit. When he got into powerlifting and doing it competitively, because of the age group and the weight class, it was a 250. I don't know what, but so he's tried to stay kind of close to that. So he wants to do a meet, then he's not killing himself to make a weight.
Yeah.
So he says he feels stronger that way too. So
all those names right there are the names I want to see pull. Brent, Harold, you, Jared. I want to. If you got the explosiveness to actually pop some people, your explosiveness is better than who you are as an arm wrestler. So it's great to see those guys get the nice wins. I'm always rooting for him.
He beats up on me all the time in practice.
It's fun to watch, yeah. The David versus Goliath.
And and he beats me. I congratulate him. You know, when he elbow fouled out against me, what, last year at Illinois State when you elbow fouled out? I mean, he's flashing me, but he's fouling when he did it, so he lost. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Yeah, there's no rule for not coming over the table. So he crushed me like a bug there.
So you can get on the other person's pad almost. And
yeah. No, but it was, you know, and we've trained enough together. I know what I got to do, and I'm not, you know, but it was like first match I set up with him with a low grip, and I caught him and started bringing him back, and that elbow comes up, restart, and I went high instead of low with him the second time, thinking I try to get him away from his shoulder so I don't have to fight that, and he flashed me like I wasn't even there. I'm like, dang, you got it. Oh yeah, it wasn't intentional or anything.
Can't hear you from over there, Jared.
Yeah.
He said he's running away from me. He doesn't want to pull me in a tournament.
Yeah.
I hear it. Okay, that's cool.
He'll show you here in a minute on the table what he was talking about. But yeah, but I love training with these guys.
I am in the pros. I just pulled at Minnesota. That's why I'm not pulling today.
Well, so what?
Oh, I didn't realize Mike West was right here. Dang it.
I pulled the Kentucky Muscle, pulled 2 classes of the Kentucky Muscle, went the next weekend and pulled 4 classes at Nationals. So I don't want to hear it.
Dang it. I moved a bunch of gym equipment last night.
Oh, yeah.
He swung the 16-pound hammer.
Oh.
Up a what?
Yeah.
Up. I couldn't hear you.
Yeah,
Over there.
yeah, that's what it was.
You don't have any weight class to go up to.
No, yeah, I don't. Yeah, I've always admired the smaller guys that do pull up weight classes and the Dave Pattons of the world, basically, you know.
Yeah. And
it's
you got
convenient that his name is Dave.
And there's one that does it too.
Oh, Wayne Burns, he's a monster.
Yeah, he does it too.
Absolute monster.
Yeah. And that's and
he's going to Turkey later this year to crush some people. So
and you take the guys, you know, back in the day when AAA Nationals was a 2-day tournament.
Oh yeah, I was just taking it easy.
The guys that in the Masters classes, many years of doing it, would go in and compete Friday night in the Masters class, win their classes, and then be in the top 2 or 3 the next day in the open class after competing the night before. You know, so
Be taped up from your left arm.
yeah, you know, so yeah, that's, you know, I've had guys like, dude, how can you do that? I'm like, because I do.
Everyone talks about the GOAT conversation nowadays, the greatest of all time GOAT conversation. So it's like, you know, what makes a GOAT, you know, the intimidation factor. And I always saw people on video, you know, oh, is John here today? They're concerned. Is he pulling my weight class today?
Oh, yeah.
Like, is Mike West, you know, I just love watching that. I love people being intimidated. You know, is this guy pulling my weight class? Is he pulling multiple classes? Oh, if he's pulling multiple, maybe I'll feel more comfortably in where I'm at. You know, did he pull the day before? I love when people are asking these questions.
I have been to many tournaments over the years, and John would be there, and people walking around talking about it. I said, so who's getting second today?
The Larry Bird.
Yeah, I
who's
mean,
getting second place today?
Yeah, who's getting second today? Because everybody knows, well, John's here, so he's going to win everything he's in.
Yeah.
Who's going to get second in those classes? You know, I've pulled John one time, 2004, in Rising Sun, Indiana, one time in a tournament, and I mean, I love him to death. He's, you know, for me, he's an inspiration. He's a super nice, humble guy, great ambassador for the sport. And I got my chance to pull him up for that day, and I tried my best to be smart on the table with it. I have never felt so overpowered in my life. In my hand, which my hand is pretty decent, okay? But I have never felt somebody. It felt like I had my hand in a vice, and he very slowly and nicely laid me over nice and easy, and I'm like, thank you. And that was that was my one experience of pulling John, you know.
Yeah.
And anybody in the world of arm wrestling would never argue the fact that John is the greatest, and there is nobody ever going to outdo that.
I don't think so.
No.
It'll be a long time before we see
I
that.
mean, when considering how early he started, what he accomplished at that age, and
19, he was already
Yeah, I think he won his first Worlds at 18 years old.
Was it 18?
Broke his arm at 16, won his Worlds at 18. You know, and here he is kicking butt at 57. You know, I love it. I told him that when I was at Kentucky Muscle talking to him. I love seeing him back in his when he quit the sport for a while. Man, it just killed me. I'm like that. You know, it's almost disheartening for an old guy. Where it's like, oh well, he thinks no, he's not too old, and he's proven it. He's proven it right now that how about that? I can still do this and be not only competitive,
top world talent,
not competitive, dominant.
I have him ranked over Todd Hutchings, just right above him. And so you see Todd, I think, is ranked 11th. So what's that mean? Is John top 10 in the world? Do you think so?
Do I think so?
I mean, the experts at Export News don't think so, but, you know, do you think so?
Let me tell you that I would never, ever bet against John Brewzkeez.
Never bet against him?
Now, and it's like when he came back and just started doing all these little matches and stuff, and with Chance, I think it was when his first one. You know, I'm like, you know, people are like, well, who do you think's going to win? I'm like, I know John was just coming back. You know, he had his shoulder issues. He was just coming back. I said, it's all going to depend on how serious John is about it. If John's serious and wants to win that match, he will win that match. If he's just going to just test it out and see how it feels, well, maybe not. I didn't know his thinking on it. I said, but if he wants to win that match, he is going to win the match. And he has proven here lately, he's back, and he's here to prove that.
You did say you didn't watch the East vs. West with
I have not seen it. No, I didn't watch it live, but I have seen a few of the matches afterwards.
His match with Zarab, the Georgian.
I did watch that.
It was interesting to watch where he is being competitive, trying to pull this guy in his strength.
Yeah.
And then that last one, it's like, oh, this match is on the line. You see John turn it on, it's like, no, I'm not playing games with you anymore.
Yeah, and that's the thing. One of the things I loved about John, watching him compete over the years, John was the kind of very, very rarely did you ever see John be very aggressive and attack on the table. Okay, you didn't see it. John would let you get to your spot and beat you in it.
It's a very bad strategy in arm wrestling.
Exactly. You know, well, unless you're John, but you know, I mean, he would let you pull. You know, but that's John. He wanted to know. He wanted to test it. You know, oh, you're good in a hook? Well, we'll see. You know, that's just John. He tests himself when he gets into those things. Now, if there's money on the line and stuff, yeah, we experimented and got the first two. Let's make sure this one's, and he still goes after the biggest, baddest guys on the planet at 57 years old. Keep lining them up. He just does it.
Where do you think he fizzles out at in the end? Not like as his career, but like right now. Like I'd say he's top 10 for sure. But do you think he's going to climb a little more?
Oh yeah.
You do?
Well, look at what he's look at this. Think about this. I mean, I sit and talk to these young guys and stuff, and they're like, "Oh, I gotta have 3 months of preparation for a super match or for a tournament. You know, proper diet, or I've got to be able to train and do this." Blah blah blah. Okay. John is doing super matches once a month.
Yeah.
Once a month, and not with chumps. Okay. He's beating elite guys. Okay. Every month.
How much more strength is he going to gain? Is what
he is going to gain more strength because he's back to arm wrestling. He's back to doing what he did
over
before.
A long period of time. But like before that next match, he's not really going to get much stronger. He's just going to take that match.
No.
There's no point to having this long drawn out.
No, he's recovered. Let's go. No, he's recovered. Let's go again. And he will get. He's going to get stronger. And think about it, John before his shoulder issues. Before he had the problems, at 200, and I remember back in the day, at 230 pounds, nobody on the planet could touch John Brewzkeez. I don't care how big they were. If John came in at 230, John's going to win. And he'll probably do it easily. Okay?
Right now, who under 260 is pulling John Brewzkeez over?
Not, and now he's bigger.
He's even if he had 230, I don't think anyone under 260 is pulling him over.
No, and now he's even bigger.
Yeah.
And looks great.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
he looks ready.
He looks ready for anybody they put in front of him, anybody they put in front of him. I would love to see him another match, now, even now, before give him another 4 or 6 months of pull Devin again. I would love to see that again. I think, and I don't, I think he pulled Devin too early in his comeback.
Yeah, I thought that was too early too.
I thought, just because Devin had never laid off. Devin was but now, I would love to see that match again.
They do that in college football all the time. They always like the first person in the season, give them a cupcake team, someone easy, boosts their confidence, get them into it, and then they get into the full swing of the season.
Yeah.
Devin, got the Chance match, got the Paul Lynn match, got the Dimitri Chan match. He's winning, he wasn't getting pinned. I think Sir Rob was the first person to get a pin on him, even though it was like Zarab underhand. It was just on his side of the table.
Yeah.
Weird Indian rules,
Yeah.
But it's like,
and the guys that John has been pulling in these matches are not chumps by any means.
Nope,
not even close.
These are all top talents.
Yeah, they're all top. Yeah, they're all top guys. So, and he's just going in and he's dominating. He's doing what John does.
This is the first time I've seen him weight train ever, though, which is kind of weird. I've heard he said in the past he has a little bit,
a lot of arm
mess around,
wrestling, pull-ups, and
But he's actually got a whole cable system set up now, and he's got an exercise bike.
Which the thing is if you think about that, because of how John has trained over the decades, and now he's doing this,
he's gonna hopefully multiply.
It is scary to think of how strong he can get when he doesn't have to wait till he can find somebody strong enough to give him a good pull. He doesn't have to travel around now. He can actually get himself a workout at home.
In Arizona, who's he got? It's like Wolf, or was it Eric Wolf?
Eric's there in Arizona, yeah.
And then is Tim out there? Or is he Tim Talmadge somewhere else? I didn't think he was. Is he Utah?
Who?
Tim Talmadge?
He's out west somewhere. I'm not sure where.
I just don't know many people out in Arizona, to be honest.
But he's got Eric in Arizona, he's got Bob Brown, and then Bob's got him and Jordan Sill and those guys up there.
Yeah, Utah's stacked.
It's loaded up like crazy.
Yeah. And it wouldn't be much to go to California to like the San Diego area.
And he does. He's traveling around and pulling these guys. But just think about, he's got to do all this traveling to get his training in, but now he can do it at home with weights and get stronger and go do that.
Yeah.
So it's just going to make it that much worse.
Hopefully make him a better person.
Yep. Oh, yeah. I think it's scary. I mean, I watched him. I was there when he pulled Pablo there at the Kentucky Muscle. Holy cow.
That's interesting.
I know how strong Pablo is. I've pulled Pablo. I've watched him pull a whole lot of really strong guys. And John just controlled the match. And let him pull.
Yeah.
Not just get up and flash pin him and get over. No, let him pull.
Yeah, John was catching him over his own
Stay there.
Yep,
Stay on his
and
finger.
pull him back and let him pull.
Don't let him jump under.
But that's John. John is always done it.
Yes.
I've always heard people say, if John Brewzkeez hits you, it's an honor because he felt something he didn't want to deal with. And you watch, he's doing it more now because he's just kind of getting back into the swing. But it's scary.
I think at a certain age, you do have to worry about your endurance, and you're like, okay, I can't risk being in this late in a tournament and like maybe catching a loss and being second or third place, or this late in a super match, round 3 or 4, nope, gotta flash pin, whatever it has to do. But I know I wouldn't want to be that guy.
Yeah, I mean, I'll do that sometimes. You get to a tournament pulling multiple classes, get up there with somebody like, what? I don't want to have a war with this guy. I've got many more classes to pull.
Yes, you do.
And I know I'm going to have wars in there, so So I try not to have wars every time, but sometimes I just can't help myself. I can't get them to
war
cooperate.
Is entertaining, though.
Well,
I think she
I'm glad I can make you happy, but let's hope not have too many of them. I mean, I want some good wars. I feel like when you have those hard, for me, if I get up there and have those wars and win, I feel like I earned it.
Yeah.
I feel like if you get up there, for me, if I get up there and I just flash pin everybody, it's like, no, this was an easy day. I don't think it was like I've earned anything.
Well, we call it a Dylan Burns, everybody now. So
I know Dylan can, but see,
you
Dylan
just flash
can.
pin everybody.
But Dylan can, but
Always bet on Burns.
You've been
Always
Burns.
bet on Burns.
Yeah, but Dylan can do that. I
To
can't.
get the Dylan, you've just been Burns.
Yeah.
That's right.
I can't do the flash pins, so
Yeah.
I've got to have some grinders, or I just don't feel like I've done anything. Because
This
if
is
I
practice to you, right?
because if I can flash pin you, you shouldn't probably be up there. So
You know what? When I do go to tournaments,
I'll tell you what, though, Mike, I don't necessarily agree.
I
I don't
know,
think there's anything
I'll-
in your mechanics that says you can't do it.
but you mean besides the slow muscle twitch?
I don't know if it's necessarily that as much as if it's just you've gotten such a habit of waiting on nerves.
to feel the
All
pressure
right,
before you go.
I will for you today. I will do my
You gonna
best.
hit for me?
I'm gonna hit somebody.
He said I'm hitting something. No.
I'm gonna hit somebody.
Mike West, at 60 years old, has decided he is going to hit. Finally.
No matter what, you're going to feel my fingers.
We're getting inside strategy from Dylan Burns.
Yeah, that's why I'm being quiet.
I'm bringing in the boom. All right, 217. Thank you. We're trying to do our best here on the mic and have a good discussion. Keep it lively. We got Bill Schumer on the down ref with Pat Bear and Bill Onifrey and Harold Owens here today. Looks like Dennis Orff is on the table with Pat.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, that's Dustin something or other. Dustin Super Strong.
Open right 190. Austin Tevis, Tony Soiv on deck.
Oh, we got Drew Bishop and Tim over there on Bill's table. Getting set up right now.
Drew and Tim.
Woo! Drew Bishop, just strong.
Austin and Tony, table 1.
Well, it's just whenever I go, I explode. Yeah.
All right.
When I go, I go.
Wins Bierman and Chance coming up. Well, Bierman, Burgoyne, and Chance Shaw are not here today. I don't know why you'd think they'd be here today. But we do have a pretty decent turnout.
Or Dennis, who won that match?
Not 100% sure how many pullers are here. We definitely got a room full. This is looking like a better Brewzkeez tournament versus what we have been having recently. It's pretty well advertised. And then this is going to be an Arnold qualifier. No, not this one, but the another Brewzkeez tournament.
Yeah, the next one's supposed to be, I believe.
August.
It's August. What's the name of that one? Because there's House of Horsepower, there's Gun Show, there's Missouri State. And then I don't remember. They got 4 different names.
This one.
Oh, House of Horsepower.
Yeah. Pretty sure it's that one.
Yeah. So House of Horsepower is going to be the next tournament here at Brewzkeez, and that'll be an honor qualifier. So there should be a really, really good turnout for that one. I did get to go to Kentucky Muscle. That was a pretty good turnout for that one. People wanted to see John and Pablo pull, and it was also an honor qualifier.
I want to see you wide open. Come on, for me one time, Mike, please.
HOH. What is HOH? What are you trying to say?
Braxton still in there. Mike West, Justin Douglas.
Do what I said, Mike.
On deck, Jared Pollard, Austin Wood.
Oh, okay. Well, Brad Cook, you've made it big time, right? You got the WAL contract now, right?
Mike is such a monster.
Yeah. What was it? My favorite video of yours, Brad, is the heavy hitters video with like Adam, Brent. I think Wayne's in that video. Just all big faces. Dallas is in that video. All sorts of good stuff. Yes, we are going to see Mike West hit now. He said at 60 years old he's going to attempt his first ability at hitting just to impress Dylan Burns.
Let's go, Mike.
Oh, hey, are we seeing Mike right now? Oh, there we go. We got Jared over on the left table, table 1, I believe.
Come on, Mike.
I feel bad for these other guys.
Go, wait for that go.
Or no, wait for the go. Hit on the G. Yeah, false start if you can.
Come on, Mike.
Mike toying with his food. He's getting warm, yes. Ah, okay.
Give him like 12 more matches.
Justin Douglas, Drew Bishop.
That's how it goes.
On deck, Tim Hess,
Get that man a
on deck.
Diet Mountain Dew.
A Diet Mountain Dew. Yes. Mike West looking strong.
Hey, you had everything perfect until you hit your spot. The thing is, do that at the same time as you're hitting at the pad.
There's no contract. I thought you had a contract with WAL.
He said, I'm trying to get
Justin, are you ready for a match?
He said, I said I would do it once today. I didn't say which one.
You got to stay tuned to see that Mike West hit. There's only gonna be one today.
It's kind of like a dinosaur. They say it's there, but nobody's seen it.
The fossils of it are there. Yes.
Tell Karen all the time, she's like, you're not going to hit. I said, if I match him in the middle of the table, that's a hit.
Hey.
So if I can stop him in the middle, I hit.
Yeah, I always thought if I could stop
I'll be
him.
right back. I'm gonna get food, but you guys, you talk.
I always thought if I could stop them before they pin me, it's mine.
Yeah, that's all I want. If I can stop the match, I'm in it. If you know what, if you can't stop it, you're not in the match. It's hard to win if you can't stop it. Shoot, now I'm winded.
I was 12 when I had him.
Well,
maybe 12 years after.
well,
I don't think he's mine.
Yeah,
right.
oh my gosh. I done went got winded now.
Sid's got a hit though, don't he?
We were both
I pull on him. I pull him. Yeah. Yeah.
Man, I'm getting to watch Bill pull. I haven't seen Bill pull for a while.
We're on a table 2 or 3 times a week.
Look at that. Bill's top rolling.
Bill was just a computer guy.
No, he can push buttons on a computer and he can top roll.
Two-worry winner. Bill's still in there. Thank you.
Boy,
I'm not even sure who all's in my class. I know they rattle them off, but I've heard my name and I was all in the
Hey, well, I don't know what you can do to help your circulation.
Not sleep on your arm, I'll tell you that much, because I do that a lot. It shuts it all down.
I can only sleep on my sides.
Yeah,
And
yeah, but
I'll
I sleep on my right
until the pain
side.
in my shoulder wakes me up, and I'll turn over and pain in my shoulder, but feel my hand.
Oh my gosh.
I know.
I could use you for an ice pack.
Yeah. I have no circulation.
Oh, that tastes terrible.
Yeah, it's bad.
Where's everybody on table one there? Where's our pullers on table one?
I can be sitting in my living room perfectly comfortable. My hands will be freezing.
Table 1, Colin Burns, Cody Clark.
There we go.
Table 1.
But
Colin Burns, Cody Clark, table
look at
1.
that. This one's trying to take off that way.
Joshua Short, Red Rock.
You know, look at that.
Yeah, I got a toe on my right foot doing that. The ligament's gone. They said it's just pulling over to the side, and the arthritis in there. He's like, well, we might be able to do surgery and fix it, but I don't think. I'm like,
Might.
how about no?
Yeah.
I've got, put an insole in there and go.
It's all like Diddy Kong.
I mean, I don't know if I'm just forgetful, but there's a lot of guys here I've not seen before.
No, you're right. Right.
It could be that I'm old and forgetful.
I take Aircept. They give it to early Alzheimer's. It really helped my memory. I'm serious.
My problem is I wouldn't remember to take it.
I set mine out the night before. I've got a lot of medications I take. Uh-oh, what's that? You went right into this.
I came up with it myself. Pretty proud of it. But it's so dumb. You know what makes me mad is that George Bush, number 9/11.
I hate reffing so much.
Oh, you're a natural ref.
I don't. It's not that I mind to do it. It's just I hate.
ref.
I hate being the dictator of a match. You know what I mean? Like,
But you don't have to bend over to down ref.
I had to have a fucking step stool to down ref. Damn midget. I couldn't see the elbow pads. Good.
I guess that's what I get for winning.
I think That is how it goes.
Yeah, well, let's see if we can do it again.
Noise out there.
Yeah.
How strong.
All right. I was hurting in a way because I've never seen
On deck, Mike West.
Watch on ready. He's already carving.
You better take this shit serious, Sean. Just once you get to the point where you really going to
That's not. He wasn't strong. He was down. You know, his hands wasn't big, but he was pretty tiny. I got it real close one day, and already he's going like, yeah.
Aaron Pollard and Aaron Castillo on deck.
He's like, I will literally break your arm. I'm not doing it.
He's starting under. Well, yeah, but he's kind of where he wants to be because he's carving.
No, I mean he's literally just starting under. Look, what I mean by starting under is he's grabbing here because no matter what, when you're straight, I'm going to be hard in.
Come on, Mike!
He's just dragging.
He's already there.
Oh, Josh, man. Never a fun day. Mickey Miller.
There you go, Mike!
Hey,
come on, Mike!
Top
roll! Mike West top rolling. Come on, Mike!
Let go of it and go
Put
to
him
the
away,
strap.
He went under me so easy. He was like tucked in, and he wasn't even just like he wasn't there.
Oh, that looks so uncomfortable.
Hey. In that shirt.
North America, Canada, the U.S.
Mickey Miller is really popular online.
The U.S., Costa Rica, and Puerto Rico, and Mexico.
He's not Mike West material. Mike should have just put him away.
What's he popular online for? Like arm wrestling or
Arm
what?
wrestling discussion groups and
Oh, okay.
So, Mike, on his way here today, said he came here to win, but he also wants to try new things.
For the top roll.
Yeah. Because, Mike's not known for his top roll. Mike's known for just leading people out in a hook. So,
Well, he was saying that he was trying too hard. I can meet you wherever.
Comments.
No, the event has a contract, not me. I was just asked to come film. Oh, okay. That makes sense there, 217. You should be involved with filming that new Travis Bajent reality show. That sounds like a good time. It does sound like a good time. I'm actually interested to watch that here coming up soon. United Arms TV YouTube channel was where the Chance and Bierman action was happening. I didn't even know they were pulling today. That'd be pretty cool to watch.
Mickey's still in there.
But I actually didn't know of any events actually going on today. I know next week I think it's pretty entertaining if I'm not mistaken. But June 25th is the event everyone's waiting for to watch, like people like Corey West and Oscar Decha go at it, and Devin and Levon go at it. That is the next major event I know everyone's waiting to see.
That's going to be the biggest event.
Yeah, that's a huge card.
That's like the most.
We always say that every weekend, though. It's like, oh, this is the biggest card ever. It's like, oh.
Well, I mean, Levon versus Devin really is, though.
Yeah.
It's like, that is like the biggest event.
I think, that might be the most talked about match I've ever heard is Devin and Levon. Yeah, I mean, talking about just Devin's YouTube channel size, that's got to be. Yeah. I mean, he's celebrity a lot of places over east. He's got his own movie, or not his own movie, but, he's in a movie right now, so things are working out for him pretty well outside of arm wrestling. Did we get to see your hit and I missed it? Not yet.
No, I didn't hit. I did top roll. I didn't hit.
We did see the top roll.
I did top roll. I'll try to do it again. Okay? I'm almost warmed up enough to do that.
You're going to hit somebody, you're going to flash them so fast, you're like, man, that's a deal.
Might try burn some more people.
Jimmy's your winner.
Hey, when I do hit it, even surprises me.
Rutger's still in there.
It's almost scary.
It would be. Look how strong you are. Imagine what they hit you.
Yeah. don't get much of a
Well,
workout
what
in.
happened, he gets up there, and their hit wakes him up.
Yeah.
And he's got to go from there.
It's like an alarm clock. Like, okay, time to go.
Hey, I catch more people than hit too, so don't worry.
Well, like I said, I mean, for years I wanted to have hand control before my arm went, so I would always try to get that.
Yeah,
and then,
go in here where you got
all right, now I got, well, I had my hand.
They have no hand. Yeah, I have all mine.
I don't have to worry about his hand. I got mine.
That way people slip.
As long as I got my hand, that's all I worry about.
Yeah, so
My wrist didn't flop, I'm good.
in the hand control versus arm battle, where you guys all stand? Hand control.
Yeah, the hand control is what's going to determine where the match goes.
At what point in time does it not matter? I mean, are you going to fight for hand control all the way to the pin pad, or?
No, if you get to a certain position, then you got to.
No, I mean, I don't get. I will say that and then watch. I'm going to get my wrist flopped every match after this. But it's not often that I get my wrist flopped back, and even if I do get it, I still can hold and maintain, but it's painful.
Yeah.
So
That's the way not to do that is not get there.
Yeah, I know. That's kind of what I've been trying to do, but it doesn't always happen that way.
A lot of times somebody can do that.
We got Wayne Burns here as well. Speaking.
I had a match like that at Worlds in Brazil in 2012, and it was against the Russian, and my hand was blown up. I had nothing left in my hand, and he flopped it back, but I was able to hold him with my arm. I just couldn't do anything with my hand because I couldn't feel it. And I was hoping to get to the strap, and that didn't happen, so I ended up losing the match. But
go, Justin.
We slipped center of the table, and they called it intentional.
Let's go, Jarrett.
Which it was, because I was trying to get out, but my hand hurt.
Yeah.
But it looked good, I thought.
Yeah.
Just not good enough, apparently, to the referees.
So Wayne, what has been like we were talking about long drawn out battles, but what's been your longest battle ever?
Either Canadian.
Let's go, Jared.
One-arm bandit. What's his name?
Vern.
Dave Hicks or Vern Martell.
Vern Bartell.
Yeah.
Or from Omaha,
Kevin Harris.
Kevin Harris. I bumped up. They were long ones. I've had some.
Yeah.
How'd those battles go?
I beat Kevin.
Come on, Jared.
Vern Bartell. I won the first one, but I was going 3 classes that day at Worlds, and so I won the first one. And then I was pulling 165 opens. I had a long match. Came back. We went forever. 3 matches. The second one he beat me. The third one he beat me. And then I got second in that class, and then third in 165, and I won the Masters one. But he's the real deal.
Yeah.
But I believe, not being mistaken.
Come on, Jared! Come on, Jared!
Denise talked me into going to the disabled class. It's embarrassing, but
Jared, your hand went the wrong way.
I don't think there's a weight limit in that.
Doing that wrong hand.
So.
Yeah, you're doing that wrong
Have you ever done
direction.
sit downs at all?
Yeah.
You have?
91.
How'd you do that wrong direction?
Houston had a stand-up national. Atlanta had a sit-down, and Israel
Let's go,
the Worlds was a
Justin!
sit-down. Yeah. And I won all 3.
I don't know about sit downs. That feels so uncomfortable now. In high school, whenever you're screwing
Certain
around
people.
on the kitchen table, or you know, lunch tables.
I love sit down.
Yeah, him, me, I'm suited to it.
I say I love it. I did it back in the 90s, about probably the same time you were
slip,
doing it.
Justin.
And then I started back up doing it about 4 years ago, doing the sit down nationals, and I have yet to win a national class at sit downs.
He would Dylan.
Well, I did my best, I guess, with last year, second 220s, and I won't talk about that. I was, but the Masters, I pulled the Masters, the Grand Masters, and the Ultra Grands, and they're all 198 and up. So I'm pulling the super heavyweights, and you got the Glenn Brookses, and you've got some monsters in that super heavyweight sit downs, and I love going in there banging with them. I love it. But
long day.
It makes for a really long day on a sit-down table because there's very few quick hard matches. Just it's grinders almost every match.
Gillen is tailor-made for
Sit down?
Sit down. Absolutely. He would love it.
Yep.
Really?
He would love it. Yeah.
I thought it would be like the more shoulder-based, like tall dudes that would.
Guys with a sideways hit or sideways inside. They're really most of the top rollers. You can still do it, but it seems like at a certain point you get bound up a little bit.
Yeah, because your butt's on a seat,
Right.
so you can't. It's much harder to pivot and do your whole back end roll. Yeah.
Now, if I top roll somebody, I'd bring it out here and I just wait them out, and you know. But in a bracket turn like whirls, you know, you could cut your own throat, which I was in shape and it didn't matter, but. Kind of like you. I mean, I had a lot of stamina.
Yeah, it's my longest match I've ever had that I can remember. I know I had one years ago at a little over 5 minutes, but the longest I had was 3 years ago now. 3 years ago at the sit-down nationals, and it was 6 minutes and 24 seconds.
It's a lifetime. You actually, I have actually got up there, and it still be in the middle, and you're like, I cannot feel my hand, but you got to tell yourself, okay, we're still in the middle.
Yeah.
So he must feel just as bad, and I will not quit.
It is so, and for me in my match, it was in the super heavyweight masters class. I was pulling Mike Lilly. Mike's a big man. And I had his wrist buckled. We're in a strap. I've got his wrist buckled. He's on my side. I'm on the back corner of my pad.
Yeah.
I have all the advantage in the world. He's wristed back. He's coming across trying to press. And I had to keep telling him, because what I wanted to do was just roll into a hook and beat him. But I had to keep telling myself, I have all the advantage in the world. Don't give it up. And I told myself that over and over. And the longer I told myself, my hand's going to sleep. I could literally have my hands, we're in a strap. I have my fingers straight up in the air. I couldn't feel anything, you know. And it was very much a mental match for me. Just trying.
After a certain amount of time, it is.
Because I wanted to go inside just to get it over with so bad, because this was really annoying for me. You know, I've got him over here. Now where do I go? I can't. And he's shoving me this way. So.
Was he pushing you forward?
Yeah, he was coming across. It looked like a lot like a, you know, yeah, he was coming across and pushing me this way off the pad. So I'm just straight up, got his wrist, and we're like, I'm not giving it up. I have every advantage in the world. I am not, and then I lost. So got to laughing, and he hit me when I was, but I couldn't feel my hand. Oh my gosh, it was horrible. And it wasn't a minute later, called me up for the first match in the 220 Pro class. I'm like, well, this should be easy. There, go ahead. So
now, is there like elbow fouls and sit down with your butt if you like come off your seat? Like
yes.
They have a ref behind you with a dowel rod, or they did.
They don't. They've got them watching now. You know, but yeah, you have to keep at least one butt cheek on the bench at all times.
At the national, they had a seatbelt.
Yeah, they had there too.
What I would do is sit down and I'd put it under my right leg and over my left, and then pivot off my left.
Oh, okay. That's smart.
At Worlds, they wouldn't let me.
Because, like you just said, you have to have at least one butt cheek on.
Yeah, you got to stay in contact with the seat.
So is there like advantage to actually doing like deadlifts and like making your butt bigger?
No.
For sit down nationals?
No.
I've never
I think
thought
the
that
advantage
way.
is in the grip. I think that's about it. Just double overhand deadlifts.
Yeah, there you go.
I think the hand is the real winner there.
Yeah, it's a whole nother ball game. I know some elite stand-up arm wrestlers who hate it.
Oh yeah.
Who won't do it.
Oh yeah.
Because it's not easy to win.
Oh yeah.
You know, you got to work for it.
Let's go, Mike
But
West.
Dylan is tailor-made for sit down.
I promise you.
That'd be interesting.
Yeah, I know.
Because I think he's tailor-made for stand-up.
He's pretty well rounded. He can go about anywhere.
Yeah.
He still needs to improve on some stuff, but I mean, you can always critique, you know. I mean, he does it with me, I do it with him. We work on it. You know? He's a work in progress.
That's what we were talking about, like experimenting at practice and figuring
Oh, yeah.
things out, growing and.
Yeah. He's only going up. He hasn't plateaued. He keeps going up. And why let off?
Yeah.
I mean, you haven't even seen what he
Let's go, Mike.
I mean, yeah.
You don't want to be the same person over like a long career. You don't want to be that same person year after year after year.
Yeah,
You got to grow.
He can go anywhere.
Yeah.
Make some noise out there.
Sky's the limit.
Come on, Mike!
Like today, really.
Put him away!
But if he gets worried, he'll take him somewhere else.
That's my coach.
The first match where he went to hook, he went because the guy wanted to, and he got his blood going a little bit. So it was a deal where he got on the matching, you know, when he knows better than that. But he didn't have to go around him, you know.
You know, with these Brewzkeez turnouts, how they've been recently, it's like this is more like a paid practice almost than.
Well, I mean, if it had been up to him, he wouldn't have came. He came over to me because I've been trying to rehab my shoulder, and so I've been working some different stuff. So I'm kind of experimenting with some stuff.
Bill Schumer, Jason Coleman on deck.
Don't want to get hurt again.
With the turnout today, no, this is a real tournament today.
I'm really excited. I'm glad to see it. I wanted to get some matches in. I was hoping there was more than just a few. Like Joe, he's a strong boy, you know. I mean, I'm glad to get in there and, you know, kind of test it a little bit.
So how many years experience do you have, Wayne?
I don't know.
You lost
get
count?
older, you get old enough, you forget that stuff.
Your memory kind of goes with the years. Let's see, I'm 43, so
Yeah.
I started in the mid-'80s.
Unfortunately. Mid-'80s?
You started in the mid-'80s, really?
Oh, thank you.
But I won Worlds in 2000, and I pulled for a couple of years, and I just quit.
I just turned 30.
Oh,
I don't feel 30, but
baby.
Getting old.
I got injuries out.
I know.
Getting
This
old,
is the
man.
first time I actually felt old.
Oh, shut up.
No, when you turned 30, it was probably the first time you felt old.
40 got me.
I felt, 60's hitting me pretty hard, I'll tell you that much. Oh my gosh, everything's wanting to fall off at 60.
40 got me.
was at Minnesota State. I was talking to Josh Hanlon over there, and I was like, Josh, you got any tricks for me? He's like, I don't know any tricks. I don't know anything. I was like, stop lying to me. Teach me your secrets. I really like, Wayne, I want to know all your secrets, but I'll never.
Wants to know the secret to arm wrestling.
Don't lose.
Isn't one. Really isn't one.
And
one word is just knowledge. Just learn it all you can from whoever you can. You're going to get advice from everybody. Take it all in. Always tell take a little bit from everybody. I don't care who it is.
And Wayne, you got 9 world titles? You got 9 world titles?
No. I'm on Worlds 5 times.
5 times?
Yes.
Just only 5 times. But he's got no secrets.
Knowledge is power. Get out of what you put in.
Yep. You want to win the tournament? Don't lose.
and
that's a quote
think that way
from my buddy
way
Marvin
before the
Berry from
tournament.
many years ago.
Go way before the tournament thinking that way, and you'll do what it takes to get ready for that tournament.
Oh yeah, I always have that mindset where I'm always gonna lose, like until I get on the table. I'm
gonna win this, but I'll say I want this, and losing isn't an option.
Yeah, going in with the attitude that you want it and can, that's a lot.
Gonna make them do it.
You literally can beat yourself up. Yeah. You could be twice as strong as the guy you're pulling, but with the wrong attitude at the table, you will lose. You're going to lose. You just. I know guys that literally can talk themselves out of winning, and they should.
Find a way to lose it.
Yeah,
but then we've also seen the opposite, where we talk people into winning.
Yeah, that didn't think they could.
Yeah, and it's just crazy that psychology behind the sport.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Mindset.
Yeah.
Anybody can lift, anybody can table time, but if you don't put that onto a tournament and execute.
I was told many years ago, it don't matter what the guy looks like. He may look like Hercules standing at the table. It don't matter.
I like those weightlifters with tiny wrists.
Oh yeah.
Love it.
Those are the guys I love to beat more than anything.
Yeah.
It's those long, lanky arms with all the tendons showing. That's the ones you got to look out for. Guessing those two aren't in the 230 class.
The bull is just coming back after a long time off. He broke his hip, and he has a broken vertebrae that he's been taking time off with. So it was kind of sad to see him go because he looked very promising, very strong. I mean, you guys seen him pull.
Good guy.
No,
good guy.
Yeah.
He's just now getting back into it, so it's kind of cool to see him here again. But he's got to grow up a little more. Brewzkeez been doing it hot from the day one. Brewzkeez. He's been so strong from day one, and really good. It's like he's not really taking his foot off the pedal at all. I keep seeing Harold up there, and I'm like, oh, I can't wait to see Harold pull. Oh, he's just referencing. He's not wearing the stripes, driving nuts. Talking about you saying it's a permanent cliffhanger. When will Mike West hit? Maybe on next episode.
Oh, jeez. All right, I'll try harder.
He'll try harder.
I need to get to the other side of the table if I'm going to hit. It really, I tell you something, and this is something, honestly, this is, for me, hearing the go and seeing the go makes a world of difference. If I can set up where I can see that referee coming.
I never look at the referee.
Well, that's because you're good. I'm not. I've got to have every
Why don't
advantage.
you just sit there and wait for them to hit you and then go, Mike?
I did.
I
Y'all was
know,
fussing.
That's what I'm saying. Why would you have to look at the ref? You're going to take the hit anyway.
Because everybody's fussing because I'm not hitting. Only way I can hit is if I turn and watch the referee see it coming. I've got to hit on the R so that I can get to the O and be moving.
See, which person they putting the buckle on today? I need to look at that. Putting on the nearest ref? Yeah. Okay.
Where was I? I pulled. I think it was a Kentucky Muscle. Leonard was wrestling. I was pulling Bill Ballinger, I believe it was. Yeah. And we're set up, and I'm like, I have never in my life beat Bill Ballinger. Love him to death. Never beat him. And I've set up, and I had my mindset I was going to beat him that day. And I false started. And
You false started?
I know. Look, so we're sitting there, and I fall. Of course, then Bill reacted. And Leonard stops it, and he's looking at both of us.
They gave it to him?
And I told Leonard was looking because he didn't know what. I'm like, it was me. I false started.
You shouldn't have said that. You should have been, well, I'm obviously not the
I
false
know,
starter.
you know, well, I had to convince him that it was even me. But and I told Bill, I'm like, dude, I wouldn't cause you, you know, I wouldn't do that to you. I'll take my false start. Of course, then he whacked me after that. But
first time I pulled Bill was with O'Hara Marriott, and he was still at 154.
Bill, there's children here. There's children here.
yeah, that's been a while. But yeah, I remember that the look on his face, the referee's face was like, not sure what to call on this. And then Bill looked at me with that look like, you better say something.
Oh, we used
like,
to go at it,
it was me. I did it. I false started.
We used to go at it. Who was that down rep up there?
Harold and Bill?
No, he was talking about me.
Oh. Damn ref is blind.
I guess we're done with the 230 class, but I see a whole bunch of supers up there.
There's a whole lot of everybody. Oh, there's Rutger.
This could be an interesting match right here.
He's super strong, not very like technique or orient, like, you know, coordinated. He is very strong though.
Wow. The match I had with Brian there that just got his hand flopped over. Me and him had that war out there. I think it was at Strongest Badge where I had that match with Rance. And I ended up drawing him. They moved me up into the super heavyweight masters. And I had Brian first match. And I was tickled to death to stop him. And then I sat there and held him, and we pulled, and we pulled, and we pulled. And he finally elbow fouled himself out. But my arm was so blown up after that match that I was pronating for all I was worth, trying to keep him from getting me rolled out. And I didn't have anything for anybody the rest of the day. It took everything I had, every match after that, just to get my hand closed and set up. It took, and he did this. I mean, he got whacked by everybody.
He gets blowed up, man.
Oh my gosh, it was horrible. I'm like, what a way to start your first match of the Masters. I'd won a super match. It felt great, but
bracket changes a lot.
When getting on the B side of the bracket, it feels like it's almost better than winning out.
And I told Brian that day, I'm like, dude, I said, you're the one that beat in that super heavyweight master. And then they stuck me in it. And I'm like, whoa. And we'd practiced together like 3 weeks before that. I knew how strong he felt. I was just tickled to death to stop him when he hit me. But then we killed each other.
Yeah. And
I'm too stubborn to quit.
If I had a pretty good friend that I knew, like Jack Sanders, remember him?
Yep.
There were a lot of times we would flip a coin, see who let the other win the first match, and then if we came back up for first, we'd give the other one so it one up, and then we pulled off. That was after he beat me 7 times straight the first when I first met him.
Yeah.
After I beat him, he never beat me again.
Alright.
So you mentioned a name, Rance Clayton. We actually, I remember you being there. Illinois State. You remember the super match with my teammate Tyler Yates and Rance Clayton?
Yeah.
Tyler Yates and Rance Clayton.
Yeah.
Were you there too? I think you were.
Oh yeah.
That was a crazy super match where caught him above his pin pad every single time. Rance was very explosive, fast. Caught him up his pin pad, was able to get it back. I was like, I didn't know Tyler had it in him. As my own teammate.
Yep.
I had no clue.
Rance, and every time, I've probably pulled Rance now. First time I pulled Rance was in 2019 out in Anaheim at Nationals. It was his first year pulling Masters. We're both pulling the 220s. And he took second to me out there. And I pulled him Illinois State a couple of years. And I'd always gotten the wins on him, but it was always, and I always kept telling myself, I want to hit him. I don't want to have to stop him. Because it was, every time it was right above the pad. And I still to this day have not got a hit on him. He's fast, he's strong, and he's hard to stop.
But he can stick it out in the war too.
Oh yeah. I mean, we had
most of the time people got a point where they're strongest at, and man, you let them there.
Yeah, that's not, for me, for decades, that was right here.
For me,
palm up, outside my shoulder, right above the pad.
Right here.
Yeah.
When I got there, you had a long day coming.
Yeah. But Rance, we pulled many times there, and I never have yet to get a hit on him yet. Oh, I'm going to get one eventually.
I guess
I had to catch him sleeping or something.
The B side. It's got to be.
I think so.
And Joe?
Yeah.
Who you got, Sweet Tea and Joe?
Joe.
Huh?
You got Sweet Tea? You got Joe?
Oh, Joe.
We got a dog?
I have to. Joe roll with me.
You have to deal with it. Joe.
Sweet Tea has came so far. He's my dog.
Sweet Tea's gonna go outside. Joe's gonna go inside.
He ain't going anywhere.
No, going anywhere. Okay.
He
went to the pin pad.
He went right to the pin pad. Yeah. There you go. How's that hand feeling?
Weird down here. Very.
Where?
Right down here. I busted my hand
around the pinky and ring finger.
Hey, look at this. See that right there?
That's a muscle. You don't have that.
Yeah, no, I don't have that. I mean, it almost looks like I have
That was
it.
a Mexican's head.
Jesus.
Oh wow.
Yeah, they got
Pinning
hard
her out
hit.
somewhere.
Yeah, got hard hit. Dylan's fault.
Wayne Burns.
What's his name?
Party of two.
What'd you get there? Brisket?
This is chocolate tots. So it's like,
Can you grab those two fingers and pull?
Together or apart?
Together.
the hand is looking thick. Oh wow, that's thin down.
I slammed it at work. It's swollen up right there. And it's,
Yeah.
Metacarpals might be in some bad shape. Metacarpals, they might be in.
Well,
they're very easy to break too, by the
I
way.
slammed it right here at a garbage man, right? So there's a sharp corner on the edge of the hopper, trash can.
Always finding ways to hurt yourself.
Jeez.
Get in the straps and don't worry about your hand.
The way I'm counteracting it is just making the match go quick. Deck.
I heard your name. I just don't know
I
what.
heard Jason Coleman, and I didn't hear anybody else.
I heard Joe's name. I just don't know what table was or who was.
Where are you? You're not up at the table. Jacob Williams, you're not up at the table.
Oh, maybe.
Send him back and ask him if he washed his hands when he got back.
No. Why would you have to do that? You got chalk on it.
Brad's still in here? Brad.
It should be.
Brad, you here?
Let's talk a little bit about the contract or whatever, but he's just got a contract with the event for WL. It's on a whole on comedy stuff. Yeah.
I'm wondering if you noticed a difference in the camera.
Honestly, it looks different. It sure does.
I like it. Yeah, I was wondering if you noticed the camera down.
I don't know what audio is coming through, like crowd. It's just this.
It's enough though. It's out.
I can see it constantly moving.
Oh, so we're all the audio in the background.
Yeah, no,
They can't hear anything else. We're sorry.
No, absolutely. We need to talk.
No, but I mean,
I get
at least
one
they
lunch
can't.
break.
But they can't hear
That's
what's
what
going on over there.
allows me.
They're just listening to me chatter back here.
That's good.
You're a fucking legend, so they're fucking.
Yeah,
They're blessed.
We had Wayne and him talking for like not 3 hours, but forever.
Yeah, man.
And it's like
That's
they're
right.
talking about it like
They should be paying for this shit. But we
People
don't
are
do that.
talking-
We do this shit for free.
They love it. They're eating it up.
No,
they
I'm
said
all
that's
about it.
great audio between us. So
I don't like the whole pay-per-view thing, man. Like, it's fucking arm wrestling. They just show it.
The same way. I mean, all the years of videotape to edit it. You want it? There it is. It's on my YouTube channel. Go look at it.
Look here, Mike is good on the mic with Pat. Good discussions. Looks like a decent turnout. Yada yada yada.
all this praise.
All right, Brad.
Yeah.
Okay, so you winner?
Brad ain't no ass kisser. He means it.
No.
Wayne wasn't in the conversation at that point in time, but you know,
Brad does a great job.
Wayne's got a lot to offer too into the conversation.
It's Brad's fault I went out and bought that Canon M50. Now I don't even get to use them because everybody else is videotaping. I said it's Brad's fault that I went out and bought that Canon M50.
Oh yeah.
And now everybody's videotaping. I don't get a chance to use it, so I can't use it. It feels like I'm gonna break it when I use it. What thing are you looking for there?
Oh wait, there's my audio levels and stuff.
Oh.
I minimized it for a second.
Don't miss. Don't play. Ooh, come on, Jared.
Wow, Jesus.
Wow.
Man.
Be nice up there.
He's got to, man. He don't want to get stuck in that.
Bully.
Hey, you're grabbing him a laurel, Mike.
He did. Keep telling Jake. Jake's always got that mental. Like, I'm just going to get killed. Like, you got to know you get it. If you stop him, dude, you're in it.
That's what I'm trying to do. Stop him.
It's cool to see Jared grow up.
You a bad man.
It worked. I'm proud of kids.
And to see like interesting wins like Caleb Norton and Blake Perry. Like Jared's got a nice resume.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
We don't even want to talk about the Travis Badger one.
You got Travis?
Left-handed. Oh yeah.
Oh, left-handed. Left-handed.
Left-handed. Whacked him. Yeah. But he only did it once.
Only did it once. Never again.
Yes, Jarrett Pollard beat Travis Badgett left-handed.
Badgett?
Yes, he did.
I got the fucking video.
I was there in person.
I do.
Dang. Oh no! Now we got
Shit
video.
happened in the tournament.
What'd you do? Gorilla videotape when he was doing a seminar and practicing with people for like 6 hours?
He flashed.
It was at a tournament.
It was a tournament up at Gus's in Ohio.
He let me win.
Oh, flat out.
No, he didn't let you win.
He wasn't expecting that shit.
Was this 2015, Travis?
This is
2020, Trav.
2019.
2019.
Late 2019, Travis.
Yeah.
He wasn't trying to lose that. He came back and won a tournament.
Yeah.
But
Not only
trying to lose that
did he
tournament.
win
He
it,
got
he
caught.
punished poor Jared in that trap.
Yeah. But he got caught in that.
But he still got caught. That's what matters.
That was the interesting thing. Conversation with Brent one time was where Brent was saying Travis just completely toyed with him, like. But that was also 2015 or 2016 Travis.
Fingers, Brazat.
Where, boom.
Yeah, he's kind of strong and quick too.
Kind of strong and quick.
Yeah.
Just watch Brazat. He's gonna be there in 2 more years. Top 5.
You think 2 more?
2 more.
I think 1 more maybe.
1 more, he might crack the list. I'm talking top 5, dude. He's gonna be good.
Top 5 of what?
Top 5 in the country.
Oh, rankings? Oh, we're talking rankings.
Brazat, he's only like 22 too.
Oh my gosh.
He's good. He trains fucking really good, man. Like he's like incremental, works on his weaknesses. He's legit.
That's how you get better.
Yeah, we got a bunch, man. We got a good team.
You got, in this sport you gotta be willing to take your losses to get better. That's just.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a great sport to learn ego. Real
Oh yeah.
Put your kids in this
Yeah.
shit. You gotta lose.
You want to be humble.
That's why I think the John Brewzkeez vote record could potentially be broken because you do see more kid involvement now.
You do, yeah, and I guess
there might be a 17-year-old out there that could eventually, start.
The problem
is that if they get turned off by the fanboys.
Yeah, and that's the thing too. Now
turned on by the fanboys. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, but nowadays the kids that are in it, some of them got a ton of potential, but will they stay in it? Because there's so much other stuff
to do
for a kid to do. I don't know.
It takes a weird person to arm wrestle, man.
Well, yeah, exactly. It's like we talked about earlier. It
Come
takes
on, Ethan!
a certain
Up
kind
to
of
your nose,
person
Ethan!
that wants to inflict a lot of pain on themselves for a long period
Come
of
on,
time.
Ethan!
The masochist. Yeah.
Yeah.
Tight, Justin!
So.
Come on, Ethan!
Justin is
Come on, Ethan!
He's beat. He can't cut back.
But he's never really. He's not a Kings
extended.
member.
You used to pull that up. You get so extended, you can't come back once they pull you back over.
You're in a spot.
I had my
That's why I always
24-second
say to get
matchup.
tight, right?
Yep. You're in a
'Cause
spot
then when
where you
come
can't
back,
recover.
You can fucking still come back, but you're stuck. So he was stuck. That was good. Good pull by Ethan. Ethan's good, man. His left hand is strong.
It's super strong. Yeah.
You lay down like that, you're stuck in
That
a
was
spot
right.
you can't recover from.
That was right. Have you worked with Ethan at all? I think he's out of Southern Illinois.
I don't know. Where the fuck's he at?
No.
We need him on the team, though.
No, I haven't.
I talk to him every once in a
I
while.
know the way that you train.
Only ones I get that come to me from Illinois are Jarrett Pollard and Colin Frick. And those two will come. Colin, of course, he's still recovering from his wrist surgery that he had about a year and a half ago, I guess. But that was Colin Frick. That's one of those guys that's just that natural. First time. Oh, geez, here we go.
Woo! Time to hit! Time to hit! Get out of here. Mike West promised us one hit, and we got to see it today.
The one-hit wonder.
Yeah, whop him. Where's Wayne Burns and Dylan when I need them?
On deck, Austin Tevis, Drew Bishop.
We got a trade. Anybody?
We got Brad.
Brad's not in the chat. Is he? That's old. Brad, you in the chat?
We're just about down to the top three on the right, then we're going to finish your left hand and then finish right hand. Mike and Garrett. Tim Hess goes to Douglas.
Scotia.
On deck.
Who's Scotia?
Drew Bishop and
I'm guessing it's someone from Nova Scotia.
You would think.
I don't know.
But we're
Who in the house?
watching Jared and Mike on the left table of Bill Armfight and Harold Owens repping. So, is that Dan Strauss?
No, that's Bill Arnold.
A little too big.
Come on, Mike! Man, I wish they would call me for a King of the Table 4 event. Shit. They wouldn't have such a shitty stream, huh?
Go to Ingens. East or West, fix that stream.
I don't know if I'm situated to go cross country.
Let's go, Mike West. Jarrett's not even that strong.
They laxed all that shit. You still got a quarantine going for it? I don't even fly in the country, man. I drive that.
To leave the country, you have to be vaccinated.
Yeah,
and I would have to be going to a country that has legal weed.
You don't have to worry about that.
Because I can't fly across the international.
You still got to
Well, Turkey's very smoker friendly.
Thank you.
He ain't hiring me. Ingen's got his chips all on the table. That's an elbow. See that shit from here.
Elbow on Jared.
Attaboy, Tim.
Give Tim a hand out of that division.
Tim won.
Tim won.
Gotta fix some shit sometimes.
That was almost a Denise mess up on the bracket.
Give Justin a hand out of that division.
Alright, watching Drew Bishop
And Austin, table 2.
someone named Austin.
That's Austin Tevis. This is a huge fucking match, dude. Austin is a bad dude. And it's a really bad match for Bishop because he's so fast. He's so fast. Bishop's like, if he catches him, like I think Bishop's got it, right? But he's got to catch him. Can he catch him? If it's Tevis to the pad, it's Tevis to the pad, you know? Bishop's got to stop him. If it stops, though, I give the favor to Bishop.
I couldn't get.
He stopped it. Did you see how much? Tevis is a bad dude. He's got a match coming up with Zach Hayden. That's an interesting one.
That would be interesting.
Yeah, they got kind of the same style. They're both fast. They're both strong as shit.
Who, me? Yeah, I know. I'm so fast. Oh my gosh. Man, he
You want
hits.
to see Drew go to the straps. What?
He does hit hard.
Oh, Jared?
Oh yeah.
But you just beat the trash out of him, right?
Well,
Just mop the floor with him?
well, I wouldn't say that. We've been in that position a lot. He just bobbles his elbow. Gets a little anxious.
That's hard not to.
That one wasn't. I honestly don't think his first elbow foul there was intentional. He's done it before intentional. That one I don't think was. I was just coming up so hard through him, it came up.
It looks like Jared got the pin on that one. And honestly, it looked like Drew got the hit off on also. Over on the Pat Bear table. Oh, it's the end. We got another elbow foul.
He's got a nasty press.
Aaron Castillo?
No, Jarrett.
Jarrett. Oh, yes.
It's such a powerful move, but it's also a very dangerous move. He is tall enough to do it, execute it safely, and does great at it. It's the short guys that aren't tall enough to get behind their arm with their shoulder. That's the ones that get themselves in a bad position with it. Yeah. And that would be me if I tried to do that. I can't get high enough, and my elbow wouldn't take it, so I just don't do it. Just can't do it.
Bill Mooney and switch yours to left hand. Bill,
Like, Jerry's arm isn't that long, is it? I didn't think.
Well, he's tall. He's 6'1" or something, maybe. I think.
Tall enough, you know.
He's tall enough to get up. I'm 5'10" on a good day with my shoes on. Okay.
Well, you wear boots.
That's why I wear boots, so I can at least reach the top of the table. Because if I didn't, you know, and what's funny, you know, guys in practice, they make fun of me because I'll arm wrestle all day in my socks at practice, and I don't know, it makes me feel, when I get to a tournament, I feel taller already from the get-go when I get here because I got my boots on now.
Yeah.
You know.
So, when you are pressing somebody, are you waiting for them to get outside their shoulder, outside their bone line to press? Or
If I am pressing someone or trying to stop someone?
Are you just going right off the go with the press?
I don't.
I transition to it typically.
I mean, I don't go anywhere in a press. I mean, you know, with my right, but with Jarrett, I mean, he can explode into that press.
Yeah, off the go.
You know, with his height and his speed, he can explode into it and do it safely as far as being behind it with his, like it's supposed to be, and drive through. It's, you know, if you're driving with your shoulder and your hands up beside it, that's a really bad position to be in for a press. You've got to be engaging that tricep and using that tricep to press with, not just hoping your elbow holds and going sideways. But you can hit from it. I mean, I've seen guys who can hit from it, like Jarrett. Jerry can do it. You know, Jerry almost hits. Jerry doesn't hit as much sideways as he does at you. He's pushing you to your corner.
Oh, really?
You know, on your side of the table. So
jamming you up.
Jamming you all up. So you got no place to go. Jarrett hits you straight down to the pad. I mean, just it's hard and fast. Yeah.
some noise.
So I have not been watching the event hardly at all, to be honest. I didn't get to see who won out of Austin and Drew. I wish I saw that.
I think Austin won.
Austin did?
I believe so.
Pat, please switch to left hand.
That was impressive, that I know how strong Drew felt when I pulled him. Of course, I wasn't attacking him outside either. I was going inside with him when he did that to me, but you know, Austin just flopped his hand back. So I'll have to take note of that next time I have to pull him.
Watching Hammond pull Drew, I was very confused on what happened. Like, it did look like Drew's wrist flopped back, but then Drew's got the arm strength to pull through.
To drive through it with a flopped wrist, yeah.
Yeah, it was a weird. But Brett's, you know, he's not a seasoned vet by any means. He's just now starting to pull pros, and he's been in the sport for a year and like 6 months or so, a year or 5 months. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's like he's not pulling with a whole lot of technique. He's pulling with brute force, and where's that going to go? You know?
Yeah, and that's only going to take you so far in this sport. You know, that's like, and I'm going to talk about him. It's not like I've never told him, but Austin Jaggers, love him to death. Been training with me now about 6 years. He is so ungodly strong that he can brute his way through most matches with people. But you've got, at some point, depending on what level you're trying to get to, at some point you're going to have to get a little bit technical on the table.
Yeah.
Because brute strength is not going to get you all the way.
That was when I watch his training videos online on YouTube. It's like, I don't get where any of this translates to the table, but it's cool and it's interesting.
Oh no, he just does some. You know, he loves being strong.
He's super strong.
His dad that trained with us for years before he passed, was the same way. They were both just genetically gifted, strong, and it was all about the strength. And they got into the sport and they found out very quickly that this is not just strength, but so he thought, well, I'll just get stronger then.
Austin's been pulling for 8 years, hasn't he? For 6 years?
6 years, yeah.
6 years?
Yeah. So he started training. Him and his dad both started training with me about 6 years ago. And but
he's 30 years old too, isn't he?
He just turned 30. Yeah.
Yeah.
He is a really big 30-year-old.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, you get Austin is one of those. You love him to death. It's like there's this force, like a gravity force around him. It's just like you feel his presence when he walks in the room. He's just, but once he gets technically better on the table, holy cow, it's going to be bad.
We have one of those guys on our team, Mark Schwarzkopf, unbelievably, ungodly strong.
I pulled him 2 years ago, I think it was, at the Strongest Badge, or maybe it was Brewzkeez, I think it maybe was. Yeah, I pulled him that day. I looked at him like, holy cow, that's a big man.
His strength is pure side.
Yeah.
But then, I watched someone like Quentin Geist, who was ranked in the 170-pound weight class, pulls him outside, and then it's a war. And it's like that 170-pound man should not.
It almost sounds like he
but
lost.
he just wants to go sideways.
Yeah, and that's what he did with me. When I stood up with him, because his arm was so long, I was low on his hand. I had no choice. And but he went in, I went in, and it just he got me right to my sweet spot. And it was like, that's where I needed to be. I figured he'd rip my hand wide open being with that long arm and all. Nope, he went right to my sweet spot.
He went right where you wanted him.
That's where I needed him, If he'd have went anywhere else, somebody would probably been in trouble. But
he could be really talented. He just doesn't want to.
Yep.
Yeah. So you're saying you gotta get.
But yeah, you've got to get challenged. And we try to do that with Austin. Working. So he has to have good form and technique on the table so that it works. It's unreal how strong, especially he comes in fresh. I have absolutely nothing for him when he comes in fresh. Sit up, he literally can just hammer curl me right across the table. And if I lock in tight, he'll pull my feet off the ground and do it.
It was interesting to watch him practice pull with Devin a little bit after his every point match, because Devin just center tabled him.
Yep.
It's like he's denying him everything, everywhere Austin's gonna go. He's just denying him.
Yep.
So it's like it doesn't matter if Austin's even comparably strong. Just
he's stopping everywhere.
Denied everywhere he wants.
Everywhere he wanted to go. Yeah.
And it's like you got to learn how to.
Yeah, but so when you get a hold of a Devin like that, where you're simply sit there and just held, that's when you tighten up. You try to get that arm and body into positions where you feel strong as that. Don't just open yourself up, flop back, twist, pull. No, that's where you get your work in. That's where you learn where need to be here, not here. That's what we were talking about earlier, and that's where you work it. That's where you've got to get. Right now for us with him, I've got to put bands on me, and just to give him a workout. But he's just so strong. Oh, he's a handful.
Where's his training background come from? Is he like powerlifting all the time?
He does powerlifting stuff in the gym. He does, and I've shown him a lot of stuff. He's worked out with us for 6 years, arm wrestling. So he does a lot of cable work and stuff that I've shown him to do in the gym. But he does a lot of powerlifting stuff. He loves to bench. He loves just anything to get a body part strong. And I'll give you an example, okay? I'm a firm believer in static holds. Preacher bench, static.
I was going to ask you about that. Yeah.
Static holds. All right. So I was trying to max out on a weight that I hadn't done. 163.5 pound dumbbell, and I'll go start out. I'll do palm up, 20 seconds, rotate into a hammer. Now I didn't do it with this weight, but I just wanted to hold it. And so I did mine. I got like 15-second hold on this 163-pound dumbbell. Awesome. I want to try this. We hand this thing to him, and he's holding it. He reels it out, brings it back, rotates it around into a hammer, and starts playing with this thing like it's a 20-pound dumbbell. And I'm like, just stop. You're supposed to be holding it, not curling it, okay? Just But he literally was able to do that with a 163-pound dumbbell, just rotating it around. I'm like, don't move a muscle because it's going to rip your arm off. And he's playing with it. He's just that strong.
Yeah. And when I went to Kentucky, I was surprised that's the first time I saw him. I didn't expect him to be like short at all, but he's got so much muscle on that frame.
Yeah, he's 6'3".
He finds. I'm 6'3".
He's 6'3".
I felt like he was shorter than him.
Yeah, maybe he was squatted over. Him and his dad both. At least they told me they were 6'3". Both of them 6'3". Austin has a 6'7" reach. His dad
his
had
arms did look very long for
his dad had a 6'9" reach. And it was, just to set up with Jamie on the table was like, holy cow, I can't reach your wrist.
Yeah.
Get your hand down here. I can't.
Go to the back of the pad.
Yeah, I can't even grab your wrist. Your arm is so long. But and Austin's hand is phenomenal. Just crazy strong.
That's a lot of muscle on that, though.
But he did, Austin. He wrestled in school. He did some MMA after school. He played EKU football. Eastern Kentucky. He played football there in college. He's just. And then he got into arm wrestling.
One of those guys obsessed with strength.
Yeah, always gym rat. Lived in the gym. Him and his dad both. Just lived in the gym and have lifted huge amounts of weight. And just love doing it. He's in there. There for a while. He was in there twice a day. 4 o'clock in the morning, Austin's in there working out. That evening he's back in there working out again. Just loves it and strong. Very smart when he comes to his lifting. Until it comes to arm wrestling lifting. And then I got to watch him because he gets a little squirrely on some of the stuff he's doing. Like I've told him, I said, you're creating habits. When you do that over and over and over, if it's a bad habit, that's what your body's going to do when it needs,
Now, have you, has Austin and Cody Jackson from Tennessee, have they got to pull?
Not that I know of.
I know when I saw Michael Vola and Cody Jackson pull, that got interesting. I was like, oh, Mike's going to win this for sure. And then Cody Jackson, being even the smaller guy, waxed Mike. I was like, whoa, I've never seen someone just...
And not that I know of. I mean, I've taken Austin. He's been to some Tennessee tournaments with me several years back. But I don't remember that matchup. And the Austin, that's the thing. Anybody who pulled Austin, say, 2 years ago, that is nowhere near the same Austin as today.
I've seen some old videos of him, and I was like, it totally doesn't feel like it looked like
because that Austin was a 240 to 250 pound Austin, which is that's a big man. But
he's almost 280 right now, isn't he?
He's coming back down. He weighed in at the Arnold at 311. Okay. Now it was probably with his clothes on. He didn't have to strip. But yeah, he was 311 at the Arnold. So he's like I felt kind of. So he started probably 290 or 280. Yeah. But just to fluctuate,
that's wild. I always get surprised by super heavies, like the wide weight class where they compete. Where I've seen really light super heavies. I just watched Jake Wessel, just cut people in and just destroy their hand and focus on their bicep. As the smaller man, I was like, how in the world did that guy just do that? How did he just crush that giant?
Austin sent me a video of one. It's been maybe 6 months ago now. Of him at the gym doing a military press. And they had bands on it to assist. But 405 seated military press. For reps. Seated military press.
That's rough. How does the spine even take that?
I can't roll 405 on the floor. And he's pressing it over his head. And I'm like, oh my gosh. And it's funny because he'll do that kind of stuff, and then he'll come to practice and it'll make him work on staying tight and top and post and rising pressure. And you're like, man, my delt's burning. Really? Your delt sore from this? And yeah.
I almost believe it because arm wrestling is an interesting compound movement versus like an isolation movement.
It is, yeah, it is. But he's got like pumpkins on his shoulders.
Yeah, you don't have the frame on you, so you build the muscle on top of the muscle, right?
Yeah, he just...
Let's go pack it.
Yeah.
He's definitely got, one of the more interesting frames where the reach is just so long. You see other people like that every once in a while. Devin's actually kind of like that, even though he's 6'5". He's almost got a 7'1" reach. It's like, how are you supposed to fight that? You know, how are you supposed to?
Well, it's like you see him off in a distance, like that's a big guy, and then you get close, it's like holy cow, this is a big, thick, wide
There's
person.
a lot of human on that.
There's a whole lot of frame right there. That's
There's a whole Joe Montgomery on top of his body.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Every bit of it. Yeah. Love him to death. I got to get him to get out and compete more though. He's.
I thought he's been traveling. I mean,
he's traveling and doing super matches.
I want to do more tournament-based.
And I told him, I said, I'd love to see him going to nationals. Out in Kansas City with me, or going to Michigan State.
Oh, Michigan State would have been.
You want to go test yourself?
Worlds would have been really good.
Go to a tournament where there's 519 entries.
Yeah.
There's no place to run. Everything is stacked to the gills. That's where I wanted him to go,
Yeah.
But he had obligations to do other things, So, let's go, Joe.
Super matches will help you get ranked up faster, but I do feel like you get the most experience out of a tournament for sure.
Yeah, it will, and I guess that's really.
And with his names popping up on the rankings now, I think it's got to be a concern for sure.
Yeah, and that's fine. I don't personally myself, I don't care about rankings, and I know a lot of guys do, and I know people that put a lot of hard work and effort into doing it. But to me, to me, the super match format is one way to find out if you are better than me.
Yeah.
You got 3 matches to figure out, 5
Even
or whatever.
If you make a mistake,
yes,
come back
you can adjust to make the mistake. So in that one-on-one, yes, that's going to tell you. But you really want to test yourself. Go to a tournament where you've got 10, 12 guys in a weight class, and they're all going to attack you different. Different sizes and all that. Now let's see how versatile we are.
Yeah.
That's the same way when you go into Worlds. These guys that talk about, well, I beat so-and-so, he was a world champion, so I'm a world champion. No, because he got to be a world champion because he went and beat everybody in that class that day, not just one guy. That's the difference.
Yeah.
Not just did he beat everybody in the class, but he beat everybody in the class that was the best from their country. That's how you become a world champion. Not, oh, well, so-and-so used to be a world champion, I beat him, so I'm a world champion. No, not even close. Because if that was the case, there'd be a whole lot of people be world champions from beating me.
Yeah.
Just because I won Worlds doesn't, that make you didn't do it that day.
Yeah. I'm interested when Jared's name's going to pop up on the rankings.
Jared's already been on the rankings.
Have you? You been on the rankings?
Yeah, he's ranked, what?
Oh, in the hook.
In the
But
hook.
in the hook's like an unofficial, amateur ranking. No, we need you on the arm fighter ranking is what I'm saying. Because you do have a nice resume, so it's like, when will you?
Don't talk about it.
I'm not going to say anything on the microphone.
Okay. But if you had one super match you could take right now, who would it be against? And why? Against Mike West?
He wants me.
He wants you?
He wants me all bad.
Blake Perry wants to run it back on you. I thought that was pretty funny.
My left is retired.
You're retired? What'd you do to it?
He's taking some time off it.
Okay. Well,
He's already talking to me about it.
Get it healed up. You can punish me later. But yeah.
But who would you want a super match against? If
I don't play super matches. No super matches.
Jeez.
I've got one in August. That's my next one, I guess. I've probably had, I don't know,
Tournaments
15, 18 super matches over the last 20 years or whatever.
Tournaments only.
Practice tables only, right here, bud. I keep saying we're the real champions are made.
That's the 242s?
Is that, okay, so there's left hand and then...
This is left.
Yeah.
This is right.
Wait, they have you on the left hand?
Well, yeah, he's whacking everybody.
Because I beat Gellings at Illinois State.
Oh, that's right.
And then I beat Schrader at Illinois State. Right?
I thought the Schrader was the one that was really controversial because they called the elbow foul.
And then, like, they went to the straps. Or no, it was a slip.
Doesn't matter. He won.
Well, I thought you lost to Schrader.
I pressed it.
Thanks, man.
Because I was really upset because I thought, hey, they called a slip and losing position, or
He pressed
That was
Russ.
left hand. That was left hand.
That's left.
Russ, I got Russ over. And
It went to the straps, and Russ is a way better strap puller than he is.
I'm talking right hand. Right hand. I pressed him.
Okay.
I'll see you about after.
I just remember being very upset with the Rush Raider U match, and I was like, wow.
That's kinda
They just
like-
completely ripped it out of his hands.
I was kind of like pretty close.
That's a match I need. But I don't want to be 240 pounds. I can't be 200. I can't fit my clothes if I am.
You got to buy all new clothes.
But I'd like to pull Russ. I love pulling Russ.
He's interesting. Rance is interesting. Fun matches to watch.
This match I've got coming up August 6th with Casey.
That's
There's going to be a...
Oh, who's that out in Kansas City? What was his name? Oh my gosh. He actually is on the rankings. I forget his name. He's a big boy too. I think he is 230 or he might be super. I think it's Bo Olsen.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Bo would be fun to watch too.
Yeah, I think I talked to Bo at Nationals out in Kansas City. I think he's dealing with some injuries he's trying to get healed up from. Yeah, that Bo's. I pulled Bo. I believe it was Michigan State several years back, and he drilled me. And then we did some, after pulling and stuff. I love pulling with, of course I love slow pulling with anybody.
Yeah.
If you don't hit me, I'm great. Somebody keeps hitting me all the time, and that hurting me. I know. I got lucky today.
Got lucky today.
I got lucky today. I didn't get lucky last time. You whacked me like I was a little kid up there. But yeah, I'm looking forward to this match with Casey. I've only pulled him one time, and it was this year at Alabama, and he got the win on me. I finished third behind him and Daniel in that 220 class. But we pull August 6th best of 5 right-handed. We'll see how that goes. I think 230 is the weight cap, so.
Get that cup in, Tony.
Bad mouthing me on there, Jared. Or bad mouthing me.
See, I need Jared to talk on the mic. Oddly silent.
You learn more when you're quiet, don't you? Huh?
How old are you, Jared? 25? No, you said you just turned 30, right?
Yeah. 23.
In my car, it's just a cable there. You'd have to ask Bill. Okay.
I don't know if you put me out of the 230 or the Brent match I have with Supers.
I don't know. I can't keep track. And I'm guessing I haven't pulled any Masters yet, I guess.
Anytime.
I know I'm still in the Supers because you're not in the Supers. But I lost to you and Brent.
Is Brent in the 230?
He's in Supers and 230.
I can't imagine that me and Brent have missed each other for this many rounds. We usually pull each other way too early.
He's in the 230. I think.
If it is, it must be me and him in the final in the A-side days.
Maybe he's not.
I don't know. I can't imagine me not pulling Brent.
He asked me if I pulled 2 classes. So he may have only pulled Supers.
Oh, Brent's up again here. Let's see.
That's Supers for sure.
Look at Joe flashing here. So I guess we're back into the final rounds of.
We are done with left hand.
Okay, they're done with left hand. That's what she says. And I guess we're back to the finals of all the other classes.
I hope I'm still in that 230.
So you can whack me again. I can't tell.
Oh, goodness. All right, we got Brent Merzad in the straps over here.
Maybe pull a mic a little closer to me so you can hear me. Brent Merzad in the straps on the Pat Barry table. Left-hand match. We'll see where this goes. How you doing?
Jake Finkirk, Matthew Armandi. Last match left-handed on table 2, Rockers and Brewzkeez.
I'll go double.
Lee Armandi and Van Kirk, table 1. B-side loser takes 3rd. On deck, table 1, right-handed, Josh Farr and Sweet Tea.
No problem.
I think she put me in 2 left-hand classes.
2 different weight classes?
2 different left-hand weight classes, I think. Because
Not the open and your...
I don't know. Because I pulled Sweet Tea a minute ago left-handed. And then she said, yeah, Taylor, you got 2nd. And I was like, oh, okay. And then I just pulled again left-handed. So, I mean, that's fine. Free class, I guess. I've already been pulling it. There's no reason to bring it up now.
There was one time they messed up a call on one of my left hand while I was still pulling left-handed, and Will Leonard goes over to Denise and says, "Could you put him in another class?" Because I just got him kicked out of the class, and I went 0-2 for what should have been 0-2. So she put me in all of the left-hand classes plus all the above weight classes left-handed. So I went 0-6 that day. I was like, no, I don't want to pull any more left-handed. I'm hurt. I don't want to pull. And so they've done stuff like that before. There.
I mean, I've got no problem with it. Like, it's fair if she put me in it. I haven't lost a left-hand match today. So far.
Not going to work, yeah. Yeah, mouse.
Joe Montgomery, Sarah Kaufman on deck.
And super long cords. You can go wherever the hell you want with it.
I won't be messing with
I'm assuming Rockers won that.
Did you win, Merzad?
Joe Montgomery, Seth.
Merzad, you won, man.
Table 2.
Merzad Kablich.
Sweet Tea winner. Josh 3rd place today.
All right, so we got Joe Montgomery on the table with... Who is that?
Table 1. Jason Coleman, Jacob Wynn.
Pullman and Jacob Wynn coming up. Yeah. I don't think we have to worry about Joe not going into a hook. He's going straight there. Boom. Nice flash.
Joe's your winner. Seth 3rd place today.
Coleman's going straight outside, and Jacob's going to go straight in. I imagine Jake's going to flash him.
Ethan Mercer, Greg Arnold, table 1.
Boom. Do they call false start? They may have called a false start. You're right. We got Ethan Mercer over on the Bill Onifree table. All right.
Pat, you can go ahead and go potty if you need to. Jason Coleman, Jacob Wynn, table 1.
Got Dennis Orff with me now. Small Town Tugs Crusader himself.
Sir. On YouTube and Instagram, check it out. I'll shameless plug. Small Town Tugs on YouTube.
I've not seen this guy pull at all, but it is Ethan, and it is. It's a right-hand match.
Ethan Mercer is a brick right-handed. It's crazy, crazy strong.
Left hand's dominant though. Did you know that?
Oh yeah, left-handed. Left-handed, I pulled him. I didn't pull him right-handed.
So he is strong right-handed, but it's his left hand.
Left hand. I actually
a different monster.
Left hand, I false started and he didn't move. They didn't call it false start because he didn't move. It was.
Dang. I didn't know who this guy is, but he just did that to Ethan, so maybe he's someone to know.
Greg Allen?
Who's that?
I didn't know of him, but he's a big name.
I just don't recognize the face.
I was told after I beat him left-handed that was a really big win. He's got a WL page, so that's something. But, I felt stupid the way people talked about him. Apparently he's a big name.
There's names and there's faces. You might not recognize one, but you might recognize the other.
Right. Greg Arnold.
I'll pull him on the practice tables later. I'll tell you what I think.
All right, Tim Hess, super strong dude. I think it's going to be Tim Hess versus Austin. You know, if Austin, maybe, I think so. It would probably be getting close. But if Austin can take down Drew Bishop, then Tim should be easier for him to do. But Tim's kind of sticky. We'll find out.
Austin's your winner. Tim, third place today. Schumer and
Tim got third place. I'm guessing they're still going for the finals round. Figure out 1 and 2. Looks like you got the owner of the live stream, HD Bildo, on Facebook. High Dollar Entertainment's own Bill Schumer. All right, here we go. We see Jared Pollard. Is this going to be a Mirzad and Jared match?
Justin Douglas, table 2. Jared, oops, never mind, Jared.
Or is Mirzad just down reffing? Maybe Mirzad's just down reffing. Okay.
Let's go, Mike West.
Got Joe Montgomery over here. If you can't see your, like, that yellow is where you're like clear at. If you go red, you're being too loud. Yeah. And then you go to.
Turn this into an ASMR channel.
Oh yeah. Oh man, my nipples are hard already. All right, Mark Kaiser. Mark is actually a horseshoe farrier. I guess you just call them farriers. Super strong dude, but it's obviously Mike West, so Mike should win.
If Mike West doesn't win this, he's walking home.
Walking home.
I will drive his truck.
He said he couldn't piss you off today. Said he got to drive home today.
Mike, you better hit.
Hey, Pat, we are down to the final.
Me and Mike were talking about just the respect to the old guys in the sport. You have no clue if they've been pulling for a year, if they've been pulling for 50 years, you know.
Well,
there's that random tendon strength they always have that's so sticky and difficult to deal with.
I love it when people don't know who like Mike, Wayne are, and they're just like, oh, that's just some old guy. Just some old guy. He's gonna be easy, and they get whooped by him. It makes me so happy.
It makes me happy too. But like I wasn't challenging him, but I went to the practice tables with Wayne at NatFit Midwest 2.
And there were so many big names there, but you know, Wayne I knew of really well, and it was like I just want to feel the hit. I mean, I've never actually got to feel what it was, and it felt like he punches right through like wood studs. It felt like he had no problem.
First time I got on a practice table with him, you're after pulling at Illinois State, I think maybe 2020, something like that. Right, he hadn't pulled the tournament, but I got on the table with him. I was like, I want you to just hit me. And he's like, oh, okay. And that was probably the worst decision I made. It hurt so bad. It was after like all my classes and stuff. I think I pulled 2 classes that year. Might have been 1, I don't remember, but it friggin' hurt.
So
crazy strong.
I just don't feel like there's anything I can do to like stop it, like to really like brace myself for it or anything. But this is also when I was pretty new.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm gonna have to try to do it here in a minute.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Again, he's friggin' just smashed through.
I'm not felt what Wayne's hit feels like after post surgery. I think it was a bicep tear that he had or something, or he had to have his bicep reattached. Yeah. But it'd be interesting to feel what it feels like now. He obviously looked good at
feels very
what
strong.
was it? Was it Kansas? I think it was Kansas City. No, it wasn't Kansas City. It was it's down south. Hey Wayne, where was that tournament where you guys went to? Are you going to Turkey now for it?
Yeah,
Was it Kansas City?
Yeah,
okay.
Nationals.
Yeah, Kansas City.
USAA Nationals.
Oh yeah, that's right.
That's a pretty decent match. I'll tell you what. I think his name's Matthew.
Yeah.
The guy on the right or left. His hand is crazy strong. When he was grabbing my hand, I was like, oh boy, this is gonna. And he post like so hard, just like up pressure. I was like, I have to hit him as hard as I can because I do not.
Don't want to stick in it.
No, I do not want to have like a slow defensive pull.
So Matthew, I think he goes to Rolla. Rolla's a school, but he's got the school record for the deadlift at 135 pounds. So his deadlift is about 450.
Are you talking college or high school?
College.
Okay, thank God. So if he was in high school, he was like some 17-year-old, I'd be like, oh boy.
No, well, he's still very, very young.
Yeah.
But like you're saying, he's got the grip strength. I don't think he uses straps whenever he deadlifts either. But he is very, very strong for his size.
I prefer not to use straps. I like to do the double overhand, strictly for like just to build the fingers. Right? And if he does the same thing, I mean, obviously you're probably going to do mixed grip, pulling 400 and stuff like that. But still, at 135 pounds, pulling 400 is freaking strong.
I'd be curious, like people like Dylan, where they do have just like random weird strength at like such light weight. It's very interesting. I would be curious what his deadlift number just looked like, just to see.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm sure Dylan would have like a good deadlift, but there's a lot of back and legs that come into that. You know, like he's probably got like crazy strong gripping strength, like on like a plate gripper or something. But you know, I don't know if he deadlifts at all or trains legs. But there's a lot of that goes into it. But like, if he was doing like a plate gripper or just picking a loaded bar up, just for the finger strength aspect of it, I bet it'd be pretty strong. Because I don't know how much pulling you've done with Dylan, but it hurts a lot.
I've only slow pulled, I think. And it's like my arm's stronger, but it's like so. Yeah, he's got a stout arm for.
Yeah.
So his wars are they're legit.
They're legit wars.
Yeah.
Like him and Mike. Like I don't know if you ever pulled with Mike hit at all.
I wish I have. I actually haven't.
Oh my God, he is so freaking strong.
But I don't think I ever watched Mike actually hit anybody. I think I watch him go to stick it, like have wars with people more or less, and do really well with it.
Most of his matches is just quick hit straight to the pad. Deep into it, like quick hit into a hook and straight to the pad. And the guys that stop that is so fast and there's so much power there. I've tried to stop it. It doesn't really work. But the guys who do stop it, like Kevin Palco and Dylan, if Mike out-hits Dylan versus Dylan out-hits Mike, the guys who stop it are like just
on a different level.
They're so, like Kevin Palco for one. has so much freaking stopping power. It's terrifying. And I know that here recently Kevin was doing some hitting, but he primarily just stops catches and pulls people out of it. But at Kentucky Muscle a couple weeks ago, whenever it was, and Kevin caught him like it was like maybe a half inch above the pad and brought him back over and beat him. I almost shit my pants. And I think I mean that literally.
You're talking about the Michael hit Kevin Palco match.
Yeah.
It was ridiculous. I think Kevin's got a very bright future. Well, they all do technically, but you know, I kind of think Kevin and Dylan are probably going to be the shining stars that come out of the. Fuck, I can't speak. Jesus Christ.
I'm gonna be honest with you, man. In my mind, especially like around like the Midwest, you know, like really like Missouri over like probably Ohio and like Kentucky and stuff like that, maybe Tennessee. But I'm thinking Dylan, Kevin, and Mike Hitt are like, you know, up there with the top three. Probably Dylan would be the number one. But then you got like Travis Tuggle is a monster. Travis Tuggle's crazy fast.
Oh yeah, we
crazy
met him.
fast. And
he had when I felt it, he had the strongest arm out of the bunch.
Oh my God, yeah, he's
because I've pulled Kevin Palco slow pulling, and I felt like, oh, I'm here. You know, it wasn't like crazy.
I mean, Kevin's crazy strong.
Oh, for sure.
I can't really do anything against him. I had one good match with him left-handed, and it was after he had a super match with Grant Pitcher.
Isn't he technically left-hand dominant?
I think he used. Last time I talked to him about it, he said his right and left are kind of on the same level now. But I know he used to be like mostly left-handed. But yeah, Kevin is crazy strong, especially for Dylan's crazy strong for his weight. I mean, he was 135 when he beat Vazgen at 165.
Yeah.
Overall, he was made weight for 132, but he was probably 135. You know, you cut weight, you weigh in, and then you gain a little bit.
He's got to go arm wrestle and flash pin somebody.
Now, but yeah, Travis Tuggle, he's another guy that like eventually I want to beat, but it's probably not going to happen anytime soon. Because for one, Travis is crazy fast.
I thought he was in the 170 pounds. He looks
He
big.
used to be.
Yeah.
He used to be over 200.
Yeah.
Or about 200.
Yeah, whenever we saw him at Kentucky Muscle, I was like,
he pulled the 54.
Really?
Yeah. And,
Jesus.
And I was really glad that I didn't pull 54. I was thinking about it, but I pulled 43s, and I was thinking about, oh, maybe I'll just jump up to the 54s. But then I saw Kevin Palco, Mike Hitt, and Travis Tuggle. I was like, I don't really feel like pulling for fourth right now. Because I knew at 143, there's no way. There's no way I'm beating those three guys. Maybe I might stop one, but probably not.
My favorite.
They're just a league above me.
My favorite under 200-pound puller right now, young guy, Dustin Hyatt.
Dude,
Kid
Dustin
Dynamite.
Hyatt is a freaking monster.
We've got one of our studs on our team, left-hand stud, first year pulling. He's got a lot of potential. He's a super heavy. And there's me. I'm a right-hand guy. I'm like, all right. I beat up on a lot of little guys, so it's like not that big of a deal. Slow pulling too. I was like, okay, if we're fast pulling, he's too explosive. He's gonna just pop me. You know, whatever. But it's like slow pulling. I should have a shot. All right, slow pulling. Nope.
Nope, absolutely not.
That arm is so stout.
Yeah,
Talking about stout arms on little guys like Dylan, super stout. Dustin's a different fucking monster.
Whenever Dustin had that super match with Aaron Duncan, this was probably a few months ago. I don't know.
I mess up the Dalton Duncan, Aaron Duncan. It takes me a second. I mess up Dalton Duncan and Aaron Duncan all the time.
Yeah, Aaron Duncan, you know, kind of looks like
mustache.
Yeah, he looks like a, I don't know, Clark Kent type.
Yeah.
Probably. I don't know. Glasses, you know. But whenever they were set to have a super match, I was like, man, my money's on Aaron Duncan. Because I really didn't know anything about Dustin. Right? And holy shit, I was wrong. Dustin's a beast. I mean, if I remember correctly, they had a pretty good match, but Dustin just put him away, man.
Aaron's
Dustin's
been that guy
unreal.
that's been dancing around like that 15 mark just on the outside fringe for a while now, and it's like, when's he going to break through? Because he's a guy that's got the talent. He should, but it's just like he's not had the match to get there.
Yeah, and he's, like, Aaron's freaking good, man.
Yeah, he is.
He's good. And then Like Storm Stapleton too. You ever done any pulling with Storm? Oh my
Yeah,
God,
he's so
dude.
fast.
So it hurts.
He didn't want to slow pull. Like I came to the
I don't know if he knows
strongest.
how to slow pull because he's just such a fast twitch guy.
You know, when I go to the practice tables, I'm only expecting. You know, there's usually a consent to, hey, can I hit? He didn't even ask. I was like, oh man, I wasn't expecting that. I didn't have a good day already, and you done messed me up for the rest of the night.
I mean, I know he knows how to slow pull and shit, but I think like when he's in a tournament setting, he just can't turn off. He's just so.
His mindset is.
Yeah, kill.
Yeah. But that strongest badge was a bad day for him and everyone that was in the 170 class because there was 10 of the top 15 guys that came there. So it's like. But at one point in time, I had 3 teammates on the top 15: Greg Allen, Quentin Geist, Billy Cripp.
Yeah.
And so it's like we had those 3 there. Hyatt was there. Dalton Duncan was there.
Yeah.
Brian Corner was there. Everyone in the 170-pound class, if you're anybody, you were there. And it was a...
Strongest badge is a crazy tournament, dude.
It's a fun one for sure. The year before that, they had a bunch of heavier guys there that were big names. I was like, that's cool.
Well, I plan on trying to be there.
Well, this year they don't have it.
Fallen Heroes, that's the one.
Fallen Heroes in Kansas City, that's fun.
That's the one I'm
I've not been to that one.
That's a good
I need to go to that one.
That's a good one also.
I missed this last Fallen Heroes, but I'll probably go to this next one. So
I gotta go potty.
Okay, let the world know.
Just for the live stream. I have no clue who this guy is. When's the last time he went up there and did something? Okay.
Who, Barry Bourne?
No. Scotia Man's.
Oh, I know who Barry Bourne is.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's no world champion by any means.
Huh?
He's no world champion.
No, not at all.
In his own mind he is, but not in his arm, that's for sure.
I remember the Gary Roberts and him boxing match, and then he backed out. Barry Bourne did. Which Barry is a much larger man than Gary Roberts. I was like, why would you back out from that?
I met him up at Beaver, Ohio tournament, and he is in his own little world.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes tough to deal with people like that.
You know, it's...
the Jarrett Pollards of the world, I think they're the best.
You know, and then everybody that beat him, he's like, I just let him. I didn't want to come in and beat everybody. Well, you said before the tournament you were going to beat everybody.
Yeah.
Now you haven't beaten anybody. So, make up your mind here. Everybody was... Everybody was beating me.
There's that 98%. Ryan Grondin, I think, is his name. He's like... He's got this claim. I've never won a match. I'm the weakest arm wrestler all the time, and then he like intentionally loses to people. It's like, why'd you do that? Like, why even come?
Keep your record.
Yeah, keep my. I've only been beaten record. Yeah, it takes a proud person, I guess. Yeah. We got Jarrett Pollard here. He had a comment.
Where are my lightweights? Wayne Burns, Joe Montgomery.
Joe Montgomery's going potty right now. That is the mouse. Oh, did you need something? Do you want to scroll up? Okay.
Are they bad mouthing you there, Jared?
Oh yeah, they're straight trashing Jared. I seen stronger animals. Ain't really much going on. That's the best comment of the day. Mike is good on the mic with Pat.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm a talkative kind of guy, you know.
And I ask the right questions, so we work out.
You do. You ask the right questions, and I try to answer them.
Yeah, I had a radio career before this, so...
Well, that kind of helps.
Yeah.
I don't. I listen to the radio.
So while you're talking, I'm actually thinking of my next question. Sorry. I'm also listening. There's passive listening and active listening.
Yeah.
And whenever you say a key word that makes me come up with my next question, I'm like, oh, there you go, bam.
There you go.
And then when you don't have those, you have a skeleton key of questions that you usually go to.
That's the secret
and you keep
of
it,
radio.
Yep. It's the gift of banter. The gift of gab. Oh,
I
Billy
can usually sit and talk about stuff that I like or know a little bit about. But other than that, I don't need to sit.
Have you been on Bill's podcast? It's hardly anything about arm wrestling, but it's like conspiracy theories, like stocks and all the chess, all this random stuff?
A couple years ago with Fallen Heroes maybe, or Strongest Man. I don't know. One of the.
He didn't that fit.
I did a little interview with him, but I don't know. I've never done a podcast or anything.
I got you on the interview with the Nat Fit Midwest. That was last year.
Yeah. That's where it was at.
Yeah.
First, Jacob.
No, he's got a whole podcast that's like on YouTube. It's the usual thing that pops up for HD Entertainment, as far as like that channel specifically.
Dylan, you bully.
What happened? Just flash?
No, Jacob hit first, and then Dylan just lit him over.
Yeah, I don't do much podcasting.
You got a lot to talk about. Might have a future with it.
It's like he's one of the few guys that's still around when arm wrestling was in this.
Yeah, when the dinosaurs were roaming the earth,
If
and
there's anyone I'm going to get second to, it's Dylan. That's fine.
Yeah, if there's anyone I want to get second to, it's Wayne.
I tell you what, you want to sit down and have a good podcast. I'll tell you where you go. Go to Sit Down Nationals.
Oh, really?
And do a live stream of that. And talk to the guys that are there, because you're going to have so many of the old timers there that have been in the sport for 20, 30, 40 years or more, and they'll tell you some stories. And there we go.
Oh, both of them. I don't have any guests now. They knocked off both in one blow.
You definitely hit different in that second.
Okay.
Yeah, because you were ready.
All right, we got Drew Bishop over on Pat Barry's table.
Who's on the A side? Mike West, Jared Pollard on deck.
There you go, Drew. That desperation elbow.
Nice to see Austin. We haven't really seen him here before. I hope he comes back.
All right, some more Austin Tevis and Drew Bishop action. Right-handed this time. See where it goes. Oh! Caught him. Maybe he wore him down a little bit. Who knows? But, yep. Went straight to the hook, and it looked like it hit Drew's sweet spot. Went his way. All right, now we got Jared Pollard and Mike West coming up to the table, training partners.
Rockers and tablet.
Hey, Drew!
Drew!
What about that? Tell your wife to stand up.
Jeez.
Oh my God.
Whoa. What just happened there?
Jared's sneaky.
One win.
We've been goofing off about it, though.
Jared is sneaky. And,
we got another interesting match coming right up. Okay. We're getting back-to-back.
Mirzad and Brent?
Yeah.
Again?
Whenever we can get them to start straight in practice, and everything's fair. That's, he says, hey, old boy, and then he's talking.
Yeah, that I saw that a while ago.
This is kind of old.
I'm up there getting my ass kicked or something.
Then you just smash Coleman?
No, he beat me.
No.
I smashed him out of straps. He got me. Usually, I want to be in the straps with him right-handed. Like, he don't want none in the straps. He got me in the straps.
Texas,
Wanted that shit today. Normally, he's like fighting to not be in the straps and in the straps. I'm good to go. Like, I'm just good.
So, I think
He
they
was
just...
strong, man.
We're going to change his nickname
But my left was real close to him. Real close.
The elbow.
Uh-oh. So we got an elbow foul on Brent Rockers. Oh, and now he's grabbing low on Mirzad? What is this all about?
Come to Irving, Texas, June 25th, 26th.
Get me in there.
And go to France with Team USA, IFA Worlds.
Brent, don't play too much. Don't give him too much.
Brent, he's bigger than you. Brent's your winner. Here's the second. That's 13 in that class. 13.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, he knows he can beat him. But
he
I'm
knows
worried.
what he's giving him, though.
Yeah, but
I mean,
I wonder if he
too much with him. If he didn't practice with him, he'd get stuck. Guys will get stuck if they're playing with him or something.
You don't want to, play too many games with people you don't practice with. You know how to pull them, so it's all right to give them a little. But
come on, Mike. Jared's slow and weak.
That's it? We're done? It's the last pass of the whole day?
that's insane.
Nice. That's beautiful.
Only 4:30. I do want to get some after pulling in because we won't have practice. We already haven't practiced Thursday.
Looks way better. I'm happy with that camera.
It does look really good. Come on, Mike! Up to your nose!
When's our next one, Bill? Is it Thursday?
Mike is sensitive.
Yeah, awesome. I just don't want to go like a whole last week without getting a single practicing.
I get your after pull, and then we're good Thursday.
Yeah.
You got Mike? Travis?
We got hot boxing with Sweet Tea. Oh, buddy.
What up? What up?
You twist your mustache into a evil curly Q? Okay.
Curly Q.
Dude, it's like the devil's horns, but except it's on a mustache.
And then Joe's over here with another interesting facial hair.
Yep.
I feel basic as fuck
Call that
over here.
the Joe T. The Joe T.
The goat.
Yeah,
Joe
it
T.
actually it grows in like this.
Not all white trashy.
Yep. Sideburns and goatee, man. That's how it grows in.
They meet somewhere in there.
Take it off right after this, or what?
I'll be here for a few.
Stick around for a while?
Yeah.
You better stick around for a while.
I'll stick around to get a couple of people.
I mean, you guys are out in Kentucky, a 5-hour drive. Are you sticking around too, or
No,
no?
we're like a 4.5-hour drive-ish. So, I don't know. Might stick around. It's up to Mike.
Gotcha. Yeah, that would make sense.
I would love to stick around for a little bit.
Yeah, just
Well, if Mike wasn't your driver, but he was the guy who came to get him drinking. Oh, here you go.
Mike doesn't drink.
Damn it. Does he smoke?
Josh is super strong inside, but obviously Brent's gonna have too much for him.
That's about my next thing. I quit. Well, I can't say I quit drinking, but I cut it down by a lot.
You cut down smoking?
No, I'm not giving up smoking.
I didn't say give it up. I just said cut
No,
down.
drinking's what I cut down on.
Was this the last?
I picked up even more on smoking.
You mean you smoke more now?
Before. Fucking
Do you ever take like a tolerance break, just to like?
I mean, I kind of do when I'm at work. When I'm at
I didn't see the team thing at all.
Where are you? Aiden Wood. Oh, Aiden Walter, where are you? Aiden Walter.
When I'm at work, I'll smoke hitters. I mean, I'll cut down on the hitters. So when I get off work, I'll smoke blunts. Is that tolerance break?
No, it's not a real one. I thought like, you'd be like 2 weeks off or something.
Nah. I might go a day without it if I can't get hold of nothing, but I can mainly just smoke.
It never dries up around you?
No, I got a dispenser at my job. And I always got people that have shit, so.
Yeah.
You
all right? Dude,
I'm a
you look
social
beat.
butterfly, man. Get around, let fly.
I'm a peacock, Captain. You gotta let me fly.
And after Austin, Aiden's up there again.
We're gonna see if we can get anybody to eat some of this hot chips and hot noodles that I brought.
Oh goodness.
I'm not very hungry. Hockey one chip.
If someone loses to you on the practice tables, tell them to they gotta eat it.
I'd feel bad if someone ate this chip.
Call Brent Rockers out for a super match, and if he loses, he's gonna eat the chip. Just the loser has to.
There ain't anyone man enough to eat this chip in here. Like, I would do it, but it's just I've already did. I don't have to do it. I'll eat the noodles here in front of people, but that chip is gonna take some money from everybody. Donate, and I'll eat the chip. You'll see Sweet Tea in pain, crying.
My back is killing me right now.
Then you're gonna be like, "Damn, is he okay?" He's like curled up in a ball now, like
Dying on the toilet.
Oh man, that's the worst. The next day.
We got Sweet Tea explaining his experiences with the hot chip and shitting his brains out.
It was over an hour of pain.
Montezuma's revenge. You know what would be crazy is if they made a spicy edible. The world's spiciest edible.
I can
Why don't you make that?
I
That's $1 million idea right there.
could. I mean, they kind of got something like that. Willy Wonka's brand's got some kind of like jalapeno flavor. It's not spicy, but
Make the world's spiciest edible and see what idiot would eat it. And then,
it's 1,000 milligram edible, but you got to be able to eat it.
yeah, I just. Well, how many Scoville units would it be? Like 1 million? It wouldn't have to be the spiciest thing in the world, but it would just be spicy enough to.
500,000.
500,000?
Because a jalapeno is 9,000.
Yeah.
And then
So
you get
500?
into
You
then you
think?
get into ghost peppers that are like in the hundreds of thousands.
I thought the ghost pepper was way spicier
A
than
couple
that.
100,000. And then the Carolina Reaper's up in the millions.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
Then you got like the pepper axes and stuff where it might be like 4 or 5. And there's something else that's like 16 million.
I like how the Scoville unit like scale doesn't like really fucking matter. They just like, oh, whatever. It's all over the place.
It's all over, but it's only so much Scoville unit can go up to. And if there's a lot of it, it's just going to be lasting a lot longer. Like you can't add 2 gummies of 1,600 and make that whatever that comes out to, and it's going to be that much. You just need more concentration of that 16 million Scoville unit. So it's just going to last longer and just suck more. But I have to build a tolerance if I'm going to do the chip ever, like a month tolerance of eating spicy shit.
Woo!
Rocker's making a little grunt.
That was awesome.
I kind of expected Brent to win the overalls today, so left hand, right.
Jason, you're on deck, and then Ethan.
There's a lot of big dudes here, though, but no one's took it out to the finals. That's big enough to beat Brent. So
Yeah, this is a good turnout.
yeah,
Better than last year.
Where are you?
this is pretty good super heavies turnout for sure. We'll see. Razad, you're officially in the super heavies, right?
Who wants the next super match with Sweet Tea at the next Brewzkeez tournament?
Did you get to face Jared at all today?
Oscar.
Yeah. Did you win? Okay, so you're still ranked above him in the end hook rankings, at least safely? Because you're only like 2 spaces ahead of him.
Give Jason a hand. Ethan.
I think
Oscar.
that's my game plan, just to be 242 and then like reduce my body fat percentage whenever at that weight, but just sit there comfortably, and then whenever I want a water cut or something to 230 if I have to even. I want the variety to be able to pick if I want to do supers or if I just want to do heavy. I don't want to. Yeah. And obviously, I don't think I'll ever have like the Pablo career, but it's just like just to be able to have that ability.
Ever since Worlds, did I give up?
I think people cut the wrong way all the time, though. Like they want to do the.
Twice, so like all my left arm competitions, I was water cutting.
And then Matthew.
During my competition, imagine how disgusting.
I would much rather like sweat and water cut than ever fast cut. I don't know.
I want to cut.
Fasting is brutal. I just feel so weak afterwards.
I would have done way better than 230 on that.
But like, no.
Matthew says,
Sweating out 10 pounds, I've never felt bad after that. It's like, oh, just drank some water and I'm like, boom.
Honestly, it just put it aside. One day, like, dude, I had to make it twice.
Oh,
I was
yeah.
literally
That's
feeling
rough.
like in 2 different
Josh
days.
Farr, and then
I had to compete, so I weighed in, had to compete, and then make
They're
weight
getting
that
smaller, but
day,
there's a hell of a
That
lot
night
of
after pulling.
Yeah.
So like I couldn't recharge after those first meetings. It was terrible.
That's rough.
I don't know why they make the juniors do it twice. It's like we have a huge advantage or something, like 2 days early. Like who's actually taking advantage of that?
It's like it's the same advantage that you would have. I mean, everyone, don't they weigh in early for like almost everyone?
Well, technically we did get a little bit faster weigh-in for the second time. Still got to weigh in twice.
Yeah.
Maybe it's discouraged, but
I think that's kind of where all sports are going right now, is like discouraging weight cutting. But the weight gaps between our classes are 20 pounds pretty much across the board. So
winner of this match
I think.
is the left-hand overall champion.
Come on, Joe, give it your all. Dylan's.
Where's Dan? Oh, he's up on the table. Or
Yeah.
Brent, your left-handed overall champion. Let's give him a hand. Now we're going to work on right-handed. Switch your table, please. Rockers. And Colin Burns. Colin, where are you, Colin? Overall, you want to play? You don't want to play?
You gotta get the whole team what?
Mike West.
Mike West? Oh, polos. My bad.
Mike
They do
West.
look nice. I wanted everyone to get the tie-dye black and gold shirts. They look super cool, but they're super abrasive.
Jared, you're on deck.
I'm telling you, my nipples are chafed. They were bad. It's like, no, the shirts don't bother me.
Mike West.
I guess it's
Jared
just
Pollard.
nothing on the shirt felt comfortable. It felt like fucking like
Mickey Miller.
felt like a wool carpet bag. It's really
What the
funny.
hell? Hold on. Where's Jared? Are you up there? Mike West and Brent Roberts. You're the masters. You're the plus masters. Oh, you're not over. You're senior master. Over 70 plus.
Cannot wait to get on these practice tables, get some practice in.
Mickey Miller's on deck.
Come on, Mike.
This is the start of the right hand overalls. We are so close. We got to hand out awards too here in a sec. We still have a decent crowd size, so not everyone went home. So we should see quite a bit of action coming to those tables here in a second.
Rich winner, let's give Mike a hand. Jared. And then Mickey. Oh, he decided he wanted to do it. At first he said, I don't want it. Hey, you.
All right, let's see Brent continue this domination.
So it's Jared and then Mickey. And then Drew Bishop.
Now go get chalk, Brent. Drag it out.
I think we ought to give our referees a hand at our downside. Get everybody a hand. Harold, thank you. And Wayne and Bill Arnold and Bill Schumer. And they've done a great job today. Being a ref sucks because every match you're either the good guy or the bad guy.
Not every match you're the bad guy, no matter what. Someone's pissed off at you.
And that's why everybody likes me, because I don't have to call them out. Working on right overall. When that's done, then we're going to give out the awards and then the team trophies. I know Bill Schumer's tired of hearing my voice, but Bill, I don't even know where he is now.
Schumer,
Where is he?
he's over on the bar.
Hey, Bill Schumer, will you get the team trophies out of Russ's office, please? Team trophies are in Russ's office.
Woo! Gateway.
Let's give Colin a hand.
All right. Now we got Jared Pollard pulling this Brent fella. I don't know. He's some no-namer. I think they call him Rackers or something. Rikers.
What did I say? And Drew Bishop, you're after him. Rock's your winner. Okay, Mickey. Don't let him rest. Mickey and then Drew.
All right, Drew's gonna present a challenge to him, maybe.
Jason Coleman. No, yeah.
Go outside? You didn't want to. I figured you'd be pressing.
Drew
Oh
Bishop.
yeah, like a
Jason Coleman, you're on deck.
thumb lock and outside.
After
Yeah.
Jason, Billy Croup. What?
Get some chalk, Brent.
I'm gonna have to come over there, Dylan.
It's all right. You get a false start. Drew is better in the straps, substantially better.
Rocker's your winner.
I've got a practice pin on him
give
outside
Drew
the
a
straps, but it's like, man. I think he's really dealing with that. I think it's a TCF band wrist injury that's just it's been plaguing him for a while, and it causes his wrist to like go out. What's up? They didn't?
Anybody got a band?
First place left 55. I got first place 230. Mike got first place in the Master, one of the Masters. Ethan Mercer got first place left in the 190.
Wait, Ethan's considered part of teams? What?
He practices with me, and I practice with Mike. So by
Oh,
way,
is that?
It's like
We've been trying to recruit him.
He lives about 10 minutes from where I live. We practice together. I practice with Mike. So it's kind of one of those connections. Like,
That second cousin's first sister. Yeah. That's all right. I'll see how it is. Well, if Brent wins overalls, then it goes to us. Because that's like an extra 10 points for an overall champion.
yeah, but we would have had 4 first places. Brent's got 2, I guess. Billy's got 1.
Sweet Tea finally gets a pull in.
See, we should have brought Austin Jaggers.
Jaggers?
You can only use one hand, sweetheart.
Oh, man. That'd been interesting to watch Austin and Brent pull.
Almost hit. Josh Sutherland.
Or Jonathan Quinn.
Wait a minute. No, Dylan.
Throwing a lot of wrenches in the brackets for sure.
Yeah, they're smaller.
We need those 2 guys here. Really mix it.
Josh Sutherland.
Dylan's been wanting this match. He's been fighting for it. Let's see what he does.
He's got a, are you ready to go? I give it back.
And the Burns is technically part of Midmo. Do you know? I was thinking they were. No, I've never had Wayne or Dylan pull with us.
Dylan's cheating.
Dylan was cheating. Come on. Brent was the one putting him off center. I could see that from over here. He was loading hard as hell. I wouldn't want to take the brunt of that hit either, though, so I get it.
Josh, you're up. Wayne Burns, you're on deck. Where are you? Dylan, where's your dad, honey? Oh, there he is. I know. Rock's your winner, Wayne Burns. Brent, have you ever pulled this man? Seth Hoffman, you're on deck.
All right, Wayne Burns, 5-time world champion against Brent Rockers. The GOAT once said he was the best 198er in the world.
Tell you what, it's great to see Wayne back in shape again.
But now it's 2022, so who knows? That's a lot of
Referee's grip. That's the first referee's grip today.
in the overalls.
Yeah, but he's younger than me, so we don't talk about that. Wayne's been pulling over 40 years. When Brent was 5. So let's give Wayne a hand. Okay, Seth, it's all yours. He's tired. How many want Seth to win? Seth doesn't bring any friends. Winner of this match is the right-hand overall champion.
So with 2 overall points, then
Brent's your right-hand overall champion. Let's give him a hand.
and we got first place in several classes. I mean, I just don't see us not taking the team event.
Today we're going to give out the awards, and I'm going to figure out the team stuff, and everybody will be happy.
If he didn't, he should have. He actually he's moved up into that 190 class really well, actually, surprisingly. Like I thought he would struggle coming from 170 to 190, but he's whenever I pull Andrew and I pull Billy, I'm actually feeling Billy way more than Andrew nowadays. He's beefy. He's much beefier than what he was. But Andrew Quady doesn't come out to events anymore. He's retired, I guess. Left arm. Let's not give him too much. He's got a right arm to pull with.
Second place, Bill Schumer. First place, Jason Coleman.
What I would want to do if
They have your
one of my
It sucks.
I don't know if I keep one.
Hey, don't be shy. Go up, Bill. I'll give you your.
I would absolutely pull if I broke one of my arms.
I did.
Yeah. You ever watch
Cast adds a whole bunch of holes.
You ever watch Cody whenever he pulled left-handed and he broke his arm and continued pulling the match with the broken arm? It was his forearm, so he had the other part of his forearm bone to pull off of. It was one of the wildest matches I think I've ever seen. There's the Michael Todd match where he broke the metatarsal in his hand off Jerry Caderet, and he won that, I believe. It's like,
Give these guys a hand.
oh, did Jerry actually win that one?
Masters left 198. Second place, Bill Schumer. First place, Jason Coleman.
Give it up for Jason Coleman, everybody.
Oh, the strap. Equipment failure, but they don't think you have an equipment failure call in WAL or something like that.
They didn't call him. I guess they're thinking like Jerry's pinky and one of my kids.
Let's give these guys a hand. Amateur level 35, third place, Luke.
The watching Matt Mask relocate his fingers after they've like in between matches and stuff. I'm just like, man,
Stay up there, guys, so we can
some
give you
hardcore stuff right there.
Luke, Nathan, and Matthew. Let's give these guys a hand. Come on, give it up for these guys.
Harold, why'd you not pull today? I was looking forward to it. I saw you and I was like, oh, hell yeah, we're going to watch some matches today.
Second place, Anthony and
No.
Costa.
You would have had a good shot at getting the overalls.
Yeah, I probably would.
Definitely be in there.
Taylor, Anthony, and
Yeah, he told us all about it. He said you're avoiding him in the tournament. Didn't have anything for him. This is a 3D printed handle.
Walter. Where are you?
Avoid him in the tournament. I mean, did you pull today? Nope. Looks like Michael's right. Said he got nothing for him. Harold's super talented, super good guy.
First place,
Dr. Harold Owens now. I forget. Yes, Dr. Harold Owens. I don't know what it's the doctorate in though. Oh, okay.
And I believe he's got a second doctor.
After the first one, the second one gets so much easier, right?
You still got to write like an entire book, basically.
Yeah, no. I'm joking. I was joking. That's like after people say after the first million, the second one's so easy to get.
Robert, Colin, and Joshua.
Cool guy though. Been in the sport for 20 years. Harold, how long has he been in the sport? He's getting 20, isn't he? Or I remember it was early. I just don't remember what year officially. Because I remember watching him pull Cleve Dean when he was still alive.
Second place, Matthew or
Oh, right at 20.
First place, Seth Hoffman. Let's give these guys a hand. Stand up here, guys, so we can get pictures. Want to get your picture, honey? Amateur right 172, third place Josh Carter. Second place Caleb Brimner. First place Josh Sutherland.
I think he did 3 classes. He did. He would have only had 9 entries.
Josh Taylor and Josh. You had to be named Josh or Jacob or Justin Colton.
Yeah, man.
Nice job, guys. Amateur right 190, second place Jim Gardner. First place Sweet Tea. Amateur right 210, second place Aiden Walter. First place Trey Mooney. Aiden Walter, Trey Mooney.
Austin, who? You think you'd have a hard time with his left? Oh, Brent. I was like, I'm pretty sure Austin walks you. Not trying to hurt your ego or anything, but that'd be interesting to watch you get a flash press off on him and see where that goes.
Amateur right 230.
2 years ago? 3 years ago? Yeah, let's just say it. Counts.
Still bring up the Travis flag.
That's true. You gotta count them all.
Give these guys a hand.
You got a pin on Todd Hutchings. Oh, you do.
Thanks for coming. These guys are new to Brewskeez. We want them back. Give them a hand.
Mike Aiello's got a pin on Todd Hutchings. It's like crazy. Mike Aiello is one of those really tough people to rank because it's like he's got great pins on people. It's like you shouldn't be touching these people, and then he's got losses to people. You're like, wow, how'd you lose to that guy? Like, what the heck, Mike? And he just had back surgery. And I was like, hey, you should try sit downs. We've been talking about sit downs, but you should try sit downs. And he's like, I don't think I can even do that. So I don't know. Maybe Mike's retired, maybe he's not. That's unfortunate because he's a good puller.
First place Joe Montgomery.
He's a strong guy coming in like
That's why I thought he'd be good at sit downs. Because Richard Lupke's never been pinned in sit downs, never lost a single round. It's like he's so broad and tall, and
Marcio pulled sit downs 2 years ago in that.
I bet he would do good.
Yeah, he's really good at it.
Second place Jacob.
I mean, at least he moved his body a little bit when he beat me.
Did that?
A lot of the guys, he literally just sit up straight out with his arm. He's really strong.
Oh, for sure.
You know, man. But yeah, I got there. Marcio was there. I was pulling the 220 pro class and the super heavyweight masters and grandmasters. Marcio pulled the super heavyweight master class. Oh, great.
Second place Billy.
Another year I won't win a title.
Ethan Mercer.
But I love pulling it.
Oscar, Billy, and Ethan.
Yeah, he's kind of strong.
Have you ever done sit downs?
No, well, outside of like high school bullshit, no.
It's actually really fun.
Nice job, guys.
I mean, you're a top roller and all, so
Open left 210, third place Justin Douglas.
Like, even whenever you do, like, I've never gone into like a fast match sit down wise though. Like, it's all been.
Drew Bishop.
Mine's always been slow, yeah.
Third, Drew Bishop. Second, Austin Tevis first.
I didn't. Oh yeah, I did. That's I don't. Yeah. You know.
can talk though, but it's kind of one of those things where like a lot of people can hang you up even without those.
Drew Bishop. Oh, that's Justin Douglas. There we go. Somebody.
Jeff Hale's been doing it the last couple of years there. Jeff's doing great.
Oh, Jeff. See, when I've done sit down, every single time I want to like hip thrust off the table and like, and you're not supposed to leave your ass, so it's really
As long as you're
touching.
As long as you're still touching. What I figured out.
That's where my body wants to go. Is like my hips, everything wants to touch the table and be up there. Yeah. What are you saying though?
Second place, Tony Soy.
I figured out
First place, Austin
a
Wood.
couple years ago at sit down. Because you have to start with both feet up underneath the table until after the goal, and then you can go wherever with them. Butt still has to be on the seat. So you're ready, it's like ready to go, so you hit, and then you're trying to get your foot around and you're trying to scoot, trying to get over to pin them. That last few inches is the hard part. So I just started taking a set up on my left foot over here. So when I set, I just rock on my butt cheek and
Great job today, Jimmy.
made it much faster.
Second place, Merzad, and
But
first
it
place,
wasn't enough when I was pulling super heavyweight master. You know, like, because you're kind of committed to that, you know, unless you get your feet back up underneath it real quick.
Where's
Because
Mr. Rocker?
you're just hitting and hoping it
Bill, you want to grab two of
That's
those?
how my teammate Tony Soy pulls. He gets his feet like set up already, just standing wise. But he's already over here, and then like just for him to swivel his feet and be like any other press or just over the top, he can just drive with his feet this way and just straight sideways. It's a very tough to pull him, you know, because that sideways, that pure sideways action is it's sticky.
And
It feels
Doctors,
tricky.
while you're up there, if you want to show the crowd the belt buckles, Brent is a left and right hand overall champion. They got custom belt buckles.
Very Spine years ago when he was training me with
For what
carries
on the
135 pounder, he's 5'3".
Let's give Brent a hand.
But he would literally right hand. He would pick his left leg off the ground. You don't have one. He literally would throw his right leg up in the air, and his body would just pivot.
Open right,
Catch himself
155,
on his
third
left leg.
place, Seth Kaufman.
It's like almost like a baseball
Second
pitch.
place,
So
Joe
yeah,
Montgomery.
but you know the thing is,
First
you were
place,
committed to
Wayne
that.
Burns.
Thanks, you know, everybody, bam,
I'm glad you're back there.
so fast at it, but I've always been. I want something to push
Wayne
the
went
plant.
to Finland.
Feels good that way.
Yeah, I am so much better just grinding that way than. That's like you watch me set up.
Yeah, Wayne
if I
won
set
two world titles in Finland in
against
2000.
the leg,
And I had to wrap
push
it
this way.
ribs because it's for
If I turn and set it this way,
Open
I'm
right,
back.
172, third place.
So did we get to watch your hit today, or did you?
Second place, Jacob Wynn. First place, Dylan Burns.
Oh no!
Okay, so I hit the back of the pad.
There you go.
Give these guys a hand.
We'll let Dylan know. He'll be happy.
I've got 3 of the last 4.
On him? Oh, the cricket has finally become the master. What is it? The paddle one finally becomes the master.
Second place, Greg Arnold. First place, Billy
Just
Cole.
make sure it doesn't stop.
Even when it kind of stopped, it was still like inch and down.
Grinding my elbow into the corner of the pad. It was
Who
dirty.
am I missing?
Man, it's still sore right there. What, you don't know?
Ethan Mercer.
I gotta get on the table and work that out.
Ethan Mercer. There he comes.
I'm curious who got first place out of those two. Well, that looks like. Okay, so that means Billy got first. Greg got second, and Ethan got third. Those guys are some studs at 190 for sure.
Second place, Austin Tevis.
Tim Hess is also very strong.
Drew Bishop.
Yeah.
Where's Austin? There he comes.
Oh my goodness.
Classes were great.
You guys sticking around for the practice tables a little
Guys a
bit?
hand.
Less than an hour or about an hour? You about an hour or?
230. Third place, Justin Douglas.
I've never seen you not pull for a while.
Mike West.
I gotta be really
First place, Jared Pollard.
Devin's like a light heavyweight guy that has a
Give these guys a hand.
Good job, Billy.
Armfight Supers, third place, Jared Kohler. Second place, Mercer Catholic.
All right, so you just watched this last Brewzkeez tournament. It's good seeing you guys. I'm going to try to find a way to close out this stream. Oh, I see it right now. But hope you all had a good one. The next time you will see me, I'll be at Wyoming State. Bill may have a stream before that in the local area. We'll find out more. But we'll keep you updated. Have a good one. Bye.